Nah, this is about to be crazy. Whoa, Central Cee team not from. I did see like I think Trapple Ross upload a video about it. Yeah, this shit. 30-minute video is crazy. But the deadly gang war behind Central Cee. Nah. 3 hours. This shit is 4 hours uncut. What did he? How did he cut out an hour?
If you want to see a massively uncut 4-hour version of this video with everything I can't show you on YouTube or Spotify, go to patreon.com/traplawross where you can get that for just $2.
Wait, what did he say?
YouTube or Spotify, go to...
Wait, he uploaded this shit on Spotify?
A 4-hour version of this video with everything I can't show you on YouTube or Spotify.
Wait, he uploaded this shit on Spotify?
Go to patreon.com/traplawross where you can get that for just $2. Over the last few years, if it comes to the genre of UK rap or UK drill, there's one name that's been getting mentioned all over the world.
Central Cee and
Central Cee.
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 Central Cee has taken his career to a high that most UK rappers have for years dreamed of reaching. He's the latest British rapper standing on the shoulders of other English spitters that have tried and arguably failed to crack the American music scene. The likes of Tiny Temper, Skepta, Dizzy Rascal, all household names in the UK that have gained some motion in the US rap game, but still never broke through to the mainstream. It seemed like in 2025, Central Cee might just be the one to do it. After his blockbuster collaboration with legendary Atlanta rapper Lil Baby, Band for Band, hitting number 18 on the US Billboard chart, pretty much becoming the most successful UK rap single in American chart history, beating out Skepta's record with his ASAP Rocky collab Praise the Lord, and Giggs' collabs with Drake. At this point, it became clear that Central Cee was the best shot that a UK rapper ever had at breaking through to the American market. But Central Cee has a big problem when it comes to getting taken seriously by the mainstream American music market. You see, American rap is all about authenticity. In many ways, who you are and where you come from is a lot more important.
Bruh, really? He finally went a fucking Nike Tech.
You're actually saying into the microphone. Rap,
some
real
fucking
rap has always been about
normal.
Who's the realist, who has the realest backstory, who came up the toughest, who really got it out the mud and went through the serious situations that made that rapper worth listening to. In the world of violent rap music that praises the shooters and killers from King Von to Lil Durk in Chicago, or Foolio and Young and Ace in Jacksonville, or even the likes of D-Thang and K-Flock in the Bronx, nowadays the rappers who garner the most attention are those who really survived the deadly streets of their city and live to tell the tale through their hard-hitting music. This is an important...
Eared my stripes in this bitch 26 M's deep. Facts, bro. Facts, yo. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. 26 months is fucking crazy, bro. I feel like I watched you grow up, bro. Like, damn, bro. You like what? Like 19 or some shit. Damn, I remember when you was a little jit out here, man.
In modern day success,
shit crazy, bro.
When it comes to Central Cee, he's managed to maintain a
Nike Tech with a skirt is crazy.
That has left a lot of people.
How do you know he's wearing a skirt?
Unmistakably UK drill. The aggressive drums and rolling hi-hats, inspired by Chicago drill music and blended with British dance beats, became the soundtrack to street violence in Central Cee's native London. UK drill became that music that the gangsters throw on in the car when they're really spinning the block. But over time, with more mainstream acts like Central Cee and Ice Spice commercializing the sound, now those same beats that would have inspired a gang member in London
not a drill rapper, bro.
Nowadays is
you the top troll,
inspiring girls to twerk in festivals and nightclubs. Central Cee became rich and famous off the back of the most violent subgenre of music that the UK has ever seen. But in the midst of that fact, one huge question remains: was Central Cee really in the streets?
Is he like that?
Like his music?
Does he really rap when he lives?
Really, is he just a poser using the aesthetic and sound of urban gang violence to get rich and export a sound that he doesn't?
Like Asian Doll said, you know, Asian Doll's like opinion matters to everybody, bro. Why is there a white boy leading UK drill into the United States? Why is he the face of UK drill? Motherfuckers actually chefing shit up in fucking UK. Why is there a white boy the face of this shit, bro?
Even really own to America for his own personal gain. Was Central Cee really about that life, or did he simply see an opportunity to ride a trend started by real street figures, putting on this persona for clout and surrounding himself with demons purely for his image? Well, in this video, We're going to answer that question once and for all.
Do he shoot guns?
Oh, as while Central Cee really does come from one of the most notorious hoods in West London, the real and most serious gangsters in his area took issue with him repping the ends for fashion in his music.
Oh,
famous,
shit, the
it
ends
seemed
for
that for his
fashion.
Protection and for his image, he began surrounding himself.
He has a button up with a tank
in West London. But the unintended consequence of that was that it made him and his friends an even bigger target for their ops, as the enemies of this gang would now begin to see Central Cee and his people as their hood trophies. And what unfolded next saw one of the oldest and most iconic gang wars in UK drill history reignited, as three of West London's most popping rappers suddenly found themselves as the faces of three of the most vicious gangs in the city. Central Cee, Digga D, and Fredo would be battling it out for supremacy in the streets as well as on the music.
Ain't no way they call him Fredo. Ain't no way, bro. Fredo was crazy.
Murders, all playing out around the music as lyrics and social media pages would drip feed fans clues about this secret gang war taking place in the city of London. Today we're going to take a closer look at the deadly war in West London that kick-started Central Cee's career, the gang members that formed around Central Cee to protect him, and the deadly violence that played out before and after he found fame. And we're going to work out once and for all whether Central Cee was really about that life all along, or if he was actually being used and extorted by a dangerous gang like a UK version of 6ix9ine.
Come on, bro.
Sir Walter Elliott, Minister of Health, came to open the new housing estate at the White City.
White City was a kind of a
White City
place to me as a kid.
Growing up in White City Estate, there was a lot of...
Wait, that's actually the name? I thought I heard him wrong.
There was a lot of the older lot of people. There was misleading a lot of the younger.
Don't get caught in White City.
Various periods of decline, really. It's gone downwards.
London history, great.
White City for me is, okay, I can't choose, but I love the apartment. So in Sweden we have so high living standards, and this really reflects that as well. And also the concierge. I feel safe.
Million people poured into Notting Hill for Europe's biggest street festival. At 9 o'clock, the violence erupted.
Youth violence and youth gangs is a tremendous problem. And there has been an unacceptable tide of teenage bloodshed flowing through the streets of our great
Alvin Johnson! Megatron! Nah, Megatron on the drill is crazy.
Doing some great things in the music scene, man.
Trust me, 100%.
We got Central Cee.
Yeah.
And I'm predicting that this guy right here, star in the making. It's my guy, Central Cee.
I get to sleep at night, knowing mum is that broke on that note. I was really sleeping up in dance hall.
A lot of people might think it's biased, but I'm keeping it real. Digga's a road you. Central Cee has never been a road you.
This is a complete different version of myself. Like nothing had happened for me yet. I didn't have any emotion. I had no money, nothing. Like
if a man's talking about trapping, I'm not gonna be like, oh, he's capping, because I know he was capping because he was driven from my bedroom.
Probably the hottest rapper out the UK right now. Probably not, probably either. Central Cee in the building. How you feeling, man?
So you're probably one of the biggest people out of London. You got a huge fan base. How long what makes you come to America right now? What you got, business trip? What are you here for?
No, we're just here. We're chilling, really. We're not really working too hard right now. Yeah, just taking the seat back, put my feet up.
Is he a capo? I don't know, bro. This is my guy, man. You don't know. I went to school with him.
So, did Digga ever fuck with Central Cee? Like, I know, like, now, like, they're on separate ends. And it looked like beforehand, they was on separate ends. But, like, I've seen, like, old IG lives where Digga was trying to, like, oh, yeah, I fuck with Central Cee. He's, like, on some funny shit with that. He was trolling. Because, like, I watched, like, whole, like, YouTube videos where they're trying to break this shit down. Like, oh, like, Digga actually fuck with Central Cee. It could have happened. Nah. They went to the same school? Okay.
Yeah, I got kicked out. I got caught. And I got arrested in school.
Free my Digga D still.
Today, a judge banned 5 young drill artists
from
performing or uploading songs that incite violence.
Everyone thinks I'm just a violent animal.
So when Digga come home, can he just move to the United States and just release all the Disney he wants? Why don't people do that? Like, I know leaving your entire country is crazy, but, like, your fan base is your fan base. They gonna fuck with you no matter what country you fucking reside in, bruh.
When it's not that.
Hello, bro. You see what I'm saying about fucking nerves, bro? Suck your mama, man. I got a CBO.
There was an alleged incident where Digga D had Chef, Central Cee's brother, outside of the supermarket. He said, Central Cee, Oakley, you watch your brother get got. Why didn't you move wild then? We're gonna talk on this until you started putting 100 ops in your vids.
Yo.
DCGM always
Oh, wait. He said I wasn't gonna say anything until, yo, he did that when he was doing features with Moneybagg and B Love. But why'd he go back? Like, I don't know, bro.
The only time I see them, they ran from me.
They got a lot of potential, bro, but he just be getting in fucked up situations every time I see him, bro.
Anytime I see them, man, they run from me. What are you talking about?
Soft ass voice.
See my man, Central Cee. What do you think about?
It's not for me, dude.
His mixtape that released. Your honest opinion.
I ain't listen to it, bro.
Setting up shop like a Costco trip. Surrender your flag cause you're not no crip. Don't be angry at me that you got no bits.
The man should grab him and make him line up Central Cee, man.
That's bad. No hands.
So are you with the chain or what?
What is the chain?
An aspiring rapper has been murdered in an ambush just yards from his home in West London. 23-year-old Fernando Johnson was found seriously injured by police. He later died at the scene.
I remember when I got the news, that bro was gone.
Bro, I just moved out the way of the
West
fucking...
London. The part of London where Central Cee
He
story.
got connections everywhere. He just used to the UK. He got French and Jamaican connects. Wait, who? Digga?
Begins seems like an unusual place for a drill rapper, because according to the statistics, this isn't just the richest area in London or the UK, but the entire of Europe. It would then be easy to think that there must be no gangs in West London, unless it's a Freemason gang started by some young trust fund drillers named Oliver, Archibald and Alfred. However, as I discussed in my video about the popular UK drill rapper and aspiring serial killer, Suspect from
Wait, Suspect got sentenced, right?
London is one of those places where the mega rich and powerful can live in their million-pound mansions and still be just a stone's throw away from some of the poorest and most dangerous hoods in the city. And nowhere is this contrast arguably more extreme than in West London, where the start of our current story hails from. However, the key areas for this story are even further west, including the suburb of Shepherd's Bush, where Central Cee grew up, and another area known as Ladbroke Grove, where Central's biggest rival Digga D hails from. Directly up north from Notting Hill, there's also the infamous Mozart estate, located in West London, where another top UK drill rapper, Fredo, also hails from. Now, the exact location in Shepherd's Bush where UK drill fans think Central Cee hails from is the White City estate, or at least he's likely from the larger district of White City, which forms the northern part of Shepherd's Bush. Apparently, this is also where infamous London fashion designer Clint, who founded the brand Cortez, hails from too. Now, Central Cee is known to rep a particular building in the western edge of the White City district called Burghley Tower, showcasing it in several music videos, including the music video for the mega hit Doja. So it's easy to see that no matter how rich the West End of London appears to be, there are still enclaves of poverty and segregation, particularly within many council estates. And it's within these enclaves of poverty and segregation
bro got a fucking sweater, bow tie, and a Nike tag on, bro. Come on, bro. He's trolling.
Gangs have existed for a long time. For example, in the early 90s, when crack was becoming a hot button issue in the UK, there were so-called yardie gangs of Caribbean origin operating in West London too. And in the late 90s, after many refugees had arrived from the former Yugoslavia, a Serbian gang was causing concerns in Notting Hill with drug dealing, extortion, and racketeering. Later on in 2007, a gang intelligence document by Scotland Yard's Special Crime Directorate was leaked, which at the time suggested there was 257 gangs in London, 18 of them operating in West, with gangs like
Holy Smokes! Motherfuckers name themselves Holy Smokes, bruh. Cromer Street Boys, Holy Smokes, Canucks,
roadman.
Man, them, yo, come on, bro. We gotta get a new name, bro. There's 5 of us in this bit. 6, 7. Damn. Murder them. Yo. Tootie. What the fuck does this mean? Flock 5, bruh. You from UK, bruh. What the fuck does this mean, bruh? Tootie Nungs? What is this,
Roadman
bruh? What is this? Queen Caroline Estate? South Action Boys? Tootie Nungs is crazy. I guess I was born in the 80s. So you don't know what this means, bruh?
The Edward Wood.
Deadly Gash Dem.
Boys, the Bushman Den, and the Beckler.
Damn, bro. Y'all gotta go to like AI generator, bro. AI name gang generator or some shit, bro. This shit is sad, bro. Come on, bro. How many man-names do they need, bro?
Being from around the Shepherd's Bush and Notting Hill areas,
fuck, bro.
Alone. A particularly large gang from West London appeared at the time, going by the name MDP, or Money Drugs Power, or Merc, or Murdered M. This gang seemingly operated in numerous areas of the town,
the best one.
like Acton, the districts of Ealing and West Ealing, and
Jesus.
also Shepherd's Bush, as one former member would tell the Evening Standard newspaper in 2012. In fact, in 2007, 5 teenage members of the MDP Standard News.
I got into Shepherd's Bush gang called MDP, short for Money, Drugs, Power, and Murder Them Pussies. I packed a 38. And of course, a knife. Of course,
in fact,
of course.
In 2007,
dude with a knife and a gun is crazy,
bro.
bro.
MDP, 3 of them from Shepherd's Bush, would fatally attack a 16-year-old by the name of Kojo Yenga with knives and baseball bats in Hammersmith Grove near Shepherd's Bush, while a group of girls would cheer them on. Friends of Kojo would later baseball bats in Hammersmith Bush would fatally attack a 16-year-old by the name of Kojo Yenga with knives and baseball bats in Hammersmith Grove near Shepherd's Bush, while a group of girls would cheer them on. Friends of
these bitches on the side like, yeah, go, kill his ass with that baseball bat. Fuck. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy. Yo, his head's not bashed in yet. A little bit more. Why are you dressed like a nun? Nah, nuns wear Nike nowadays? Fuck, I might convert.
How he might have been killed as part of an initiation ritual to the gang, claiming that MDP only allowed in members.
Bitches like any day.
2 of the boys would eventually end up getting 15 years for murder, while the rest would get 10 years for manslaughter. That same year, the Acton branch of the same gang would carry out an identical deadly attack on a 22-year-old university student, Yasim Abdirahman, with some of the culprits reportedly also belonging to a gang called FDA, or F the Authorities, with both MDP and FDA members also participating.
Like, bro, it can't be fuck the police, bro. It gotta be the authorities, bro.
The so-called road rap phenomenon at the time, dropping
Nike sponsored
versions of gangster rap before anything. But because of the increasing youth violence in London, in 2007, the London Metropolitan Police, aka the Met, would begin keeping a special database of all of the teenage killing victims. And the following year,
Motherfuckers keeping track?
Met would begin keeping a special database of all of the teenage killing victims.
Damn.
The following year, they would also tell the media about their own gang statistics, stating that they were aware of only 171 gangs operating in the city. One of these being a West London gang called the SD Crew, which was not mentioned on Scotland Yard's
Street
list,
Disciples?
All of this likely pointing to the fact
Dreams
that most youth street gangs in London were very loose in formation and started and ended in a pretty fast phase. However, surprisingly, still in 2018, during a particularly deadly year in the London gang wars,
put that in Discord.
Notorious leaders of the MDP have been arrested in numerous raids following a murder spree, with the police discovering numerous guns and drugs, including a Scorpion submachine gun and 2 kilograms of crack. This particular gang then, seemingly having been active in West London for over a decade.
Submachine gun? Yo, bro got the iPhones out recording this shit, bro. What is going on right now?
Coming into the 2010s, the gang problem would continue to be highlighted by the media, with one 2013 article noting how 124 youths had been killed since 2007 when the Met actually begun keeping their database. 2/3 of the victims having been killed by stabbing and 1/5 by shooting, whilst almost 40% of the killings had been flagged as officially gang-related. The article would also mention that parts of West London were the only exception where there wasn't a gang
Quavo? I mean, yeah, Quavo? Oh, yo, he's 14. Why y'all do that man like that? 14 is crazy. Rest in peace, bro. This crazy. 14 again. Yo.
The areas closest to Central. London were the only exception where there wasn't a gang problem, these likely being the areas closest to Central. But during the very early 2010s, some road rap.
Yo, what is...
These likely being the areas closest
look at these fucking thugs, bruh. Look at them hoodied up. Oh my god, bruh. Look at this dude on a bike, bruh.
There are also some road rappers trying to make their way.
Yo. These motherfuckers pop out the corner, bruh. It's over, bruh.
With very stereotypically British sounding artist names.
Just walk
such
the
as
other
Don
way, bruh.
Tantrum, Dirts, Hollow Slugs, and Ryder Tiggs, but it doesn't seem that any of these artists were really able to break through with the music. Meanwhile, the so-called county lines
who the fuck is that? Oh, that's an ad. I'm like, yo.
A hot button issue of recent years where gangs travel from large cities like London to smaller towns to sell drugs.
Who's controlling your friends? What the public ad campaign about county lines trafficking? What the fuck? What is this shit, bruh?
Seemingly taking shape by 2013, when a gang from Shepherd's Bush called the Bush Boys would reportedly travel to the town of Basildon to deal crack and heroin to the local residents. Around the same time, a new gang began making noise in
crack
Shepherd's
and
Bush
heroin?
itself. This gang was known as OBY, or Original Bush Youngers. OBY would partake in the UK rap scene, which around this time was beginning to also be heavily influenced by Chicago drill, with one particularly active rapper from the gang being known as Bush Boy Ryder, or later Big Boss Ryder.
Bush Boy is crazy, bro. I know where you from, bro, but that sounds crazy, bro.
With one particularly
Shut up,
active
Bush
rapper
Boy.
from the gang being known as Bush Boy Ryder, or later Big Boss Ryder.
Bush Boy Ryder. Big Boss Ryder. Yo. This shit did not age well at all.
That's a mad thing. Obi White West Dog. That's a mad thing.
So them bees up.
Ryder would seemingly drop numerous songs and music videos around the early to mid 2010s. Another early rapper from the gang who would then begin to gain some real traction in the new UK drill scene was Ryder's cousin, Creeps Savage, later known as Sav 12.
Creeps Savage.
Come leave you in the grave and just remember that I don't play games and I've never been a stunter, that's not me. You can't come to my blocks with your moist G's. My old dudes won't check to with a couple teeth. Let off 3-4 shells at your soft team. Think I'm joking, my old dudes got the chrome ting.
Surprisingly though, some youths from Shepherd's Bush were also
on
seemingly
Facebook?
cool with the
You had
gang from
Facebook?
around Ladbroke Grove, which at the time was known as P Block. The P seemingly standing for Portobello Road or estates like Portobello Court or Powis Court, the latter being Digga D's old stomping grounds. These youths from Shepherd's Bush and Ladbroke Grove would even allegedly have an alliance together called 916, with the name of the alliance possibly coming from dividing the postcode of Ladbroke Grove, which is W11, with the postcode of Shepherd's Bush.
Motherfuckers' alliance is their postal codes divided by each other, bruh? Like, why'd they put the 11 before the 12? And why'd they divide it instead of adding it or multiplying it? Like, bro, why the fuck? Bro, why do you gotta be a mathematician for this shit, bruh? Like,
possibly coming from dividing the postcode of Ladbroke Grove, which is W11, with the postcode of Shepherd's Bush, which is W12.
Crazy.
And as funny as that sounds, some people repping 916 on the music side were rappers like Johnny 5, whose music videos from the mid-2010s would include cameos from Young Digga, R Loud, and K Slav, later known as Loose One, who would do the classic song Drillings.
Loose One? Yo, these names is crazy.
On Drillings with Digga D in 2016. However, during the latter part of the 2010s, something would go wrong between Shepherd's Bush and Ladbroke Grove, breaking the friendships and alliances and forming a deep rivalry between the two, after which the Ladbroke Grove gang would become known as 1011, the name this time formed around the postcodes of W10 and W11 around.
Okay, so, this whole segment was basically all this area was one, right? 10, 11, then 12 was right here. The postal codes and shit. It was basically cordial and shit. There's a hospital right here. Damn. Damn, hospital right here. Damn. Is there any more? A lot of fucking hospitals.
Ladbroke Grove.
Like, why they got two different hospitals right here? Is one of these like a fucking college? Wait, y'all got colleges out there? That's my only thing.
Sav 12 would later describe to the famous UK music engineer and YouTuber Fumes the Engineer why this breakup happened, implying a generational divide being the main
Wait, Fumes did interviews?
reason.
Y'all got colleges? Good for y'all, man. Damn, what y'all be learning in there?
Everything start from. Man heard that everyone was friends.
Yeah.
10, 11, the 12, and all of a sudden, getting splashed. Videos on art blocks, and man's just thinking,
PlayStation is
where did
crazy.
the friends go?
Them youths there, they're like their own batch in their area, you get me? Certain things was happening, not with them, but with other youths from their areas, you get me? And then boom.
Them YN started doing their own thing.
With the Bush youths, they went to one team, one set, one event. Certain man just weren't hearing it, you get me? Like man were trying to vouch for them, saying they're cool, they're not involved in the beef. Certain man were just saying like that, like they're not hearing it. So it was kind of like...
So it's basically one person just decided to split the whole...
Like
split the sea.
Obviously,
like,
I'm not gonna say everyone was cool.
Yeah.
With them being cool with some of the youngers, because not everyone was. You get me? But he said it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
1011 would begin to be heavily repped in music by guys like Digga D, Savo, Horrid One, and numerous others.
Yeah, he
and
still
they would
does them,
eventually
really?
change their name to CGM, an acronym which has several meanings, but one of them likely being Certified Grove Members. The youth from Shepherd's Bush, on the other hand, would eventually begin to rep several different sets known as 12 World or 12 Anti, repped on the music side by guys like Sav 12 and S1, who was getting some major...
What is this emote? I mean, lettering. Is this euros? This is y'all sign for money, right? Or no? Wait, y'all use euros? What do y'all use? British? This means British? This is a sign for British? Pound. Oh. Wait, is that for cash and coins? They're both called British pounds? Or is pounds only the cash? Then what is euros? Where is euros used at? Yeah. Facts. Too loose? Hey, yo.
During the late 2010s. However, as we'll discuss later, 12 World would get into some controversy and seemingly stop existing a few years ago, with both rappers seemingly disappearing from the UK drill scene. 12 Anti, on the other hand, would seemingly become active, at least on the music side.
Low Caddy? Yo, Box 12? EU are some European countries? Wait, they use euros?
Somewhat later, starting at around 2018,
Damn,
with artists like Little Catty, Box 12, S2 Saucy, and F. Dot, a close friend of Central Cee's. The only one of these older sets still being active then is 12 Anti, while newer sets have since popped up from the same White City area, such as WCE, with these sets then becoming strongly affiliated with Central Cee after his blow up in the UK drill scene around 2020. But 2020 was by no means just the start of Central Cee's rapping journey, which goes back over a decade at this point. So now that we know a bit about the area,
we don't either. Wait, Laka, y'all use Swedish pounds?
Let's take a closer look at the man himself, learning about Sench's childhood and early experiences in Shepherd's Bush, and eventually his connections, if any, to the West London criminal underworld. Because if Cee's music is anything to go by, he was knee-deep in the roads of West London, but the reality behind the music is much more dark and complicated.
But I can't lie, bro. I can't lie. What I look at Cee as is he grew up poor for whatever reason. And he always be talking about the trap. He always be talking about selling to the fiends. He always be having like good ass like wordplay off that, or like good ass events that like happened in his life, like feeding the fiends and shit. I'm talking about he lost his first custody and shit like that. But he also talking about the tough shit, bro, like chinging this shit and fucking whatever, like. But he don't be on no overly tough shit, bro. So I never like I don't know, bro. Maybe he's just smarter. Maybe he doesn't want to rap about that shit, even though he did it. But he just never he's never seemed like the type shit.
Deep in the road.
We use Swedish krona. I think it's everyone except UK, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Rest use euros, really? Wait, how big is Europe?
London, but the reality behind the music is much more dark and complicated. Central Cee.
Wait, real dealer or what? Real dealer or fake gangster?
Central Cee was born Oakley Neil C.
Oakley!
4th of June.
Yo! Where the fuck did C come from? Your last name? Oakley is crazy, bro. Oakley Caesar Sue? Here. What the fuck? Oakley is crazy. Bro, Oakley is fucking wild, bruh. Oakley? Who the fuck named, bro? Yo. Oakley is fucking crazy, bro.
Central Cee was born
Central Oak, bruh.
On the 4th of June 1998. In an interview with The Guardian, Central Cee revealed that his mother actually grew up in a well-off family, even going to a boarding school. However, in the mid-1990s, at the age of 15, she would be financially cut off by her parents after meeting and starting a relationship with Sench's dad, a hustler, apparently against the parents' wishes. Now, when it comes to family, there's been endless debates over Sench's racial makeup.
Speed interviewing Central Cee in a Traplo Ross documentary. What is going on, bro? What is this Matrix, bro? It's a crazy timeline to be a part of.
And it's something that he has sidestepped as much as possible.
Bro, just what's your
bro.
I just want to know because I don't know what's your ethnicity.
Like, bro, I never understood that, bro. And maybe he's not comfortable and shit, just saying he's white, bro. I don't know, bro. But you're from the UK, bro. Being white is like a thing. Like, I don't understand it, bro. Like white thugs or more like they're more like I guess respected in the UK.
Is sidestepped as much as
I don't understand it,
bro.
bro. Say you white, bro.
I just want to know.
He mixed, bro. I heard he was fucking. He said he was Asian or some shit, bro.
I don't know what's your ethnicity.
You're white.
I don't know ethnicity.
Well, the truth is,
I don't know what ethnicity. Yo, Guyanese and Chinese. Okay, what did I say? Asian, Chinese, and Guyanese. I think.
His father was Chinese ancestry and an English mother. Guyana being a small country.
Wait. Oh, Africa? Oh shit, he's African.
He actually had a Guyanese father with Chinese ancestry.
Guyanese? So Africa and Asia? In like the 70s? That's when like the dad was born in probably the fucking... Damn, how old is dad? He was born in 98, so his dad probably, you know, born like the late 70s, early 80s. Damn, bro, that's a crazy connection, but that's UK for you.
Ancestry and an English mother.
My mom's English. Wait, English is the ethnicity? So wait. Am I English? I'm white. Like, because Americans came from England. English is British. I can't be English? But my ancestors, like, if I track the chart back, I gotta be from, like, England, right? No. So I'm just a white American. Because I was born here type shit. Damn, bro.
Well, the truth is, he actually had a Guyanese father with Chinese ancestry and an English mother. Guyana being...
Yeah, and up your grandparents too? What does that mean? Where did my family start at? Like, how does my family start? Yeah, my parents were born in America. Facts. So I'm just a white American.
Being a small country located in the northeast of South America, right next to Venezuela.
Oh, South America. Oh shit, I thought that was Africa. Oh wait, he's not African, he's not black. Take a DNA test. That shit is scams, bro. And second off, like, I'm a conspiracy theorist, bro. They gonna take my semen or wherever they take, and they gonna fucking make babies with that shit. I'm gonna have like little kids running around in fucking Africa or some shit, mixed kids or some shit. I'm good, bro. They gonna make clones of me and shit. I'm good, bro.
English mother. Guyana being a small country located in the northeast of South America, right next to Venezuela, and England being that little island over there in Europe. Now, in some ways, being racially ambiguous in this global...
So, bro, South American, Asian, and English. It's spit, not semen. Wait, what type of DNA test do y'all be taking? Wait, it's only spit? It should be spit, blood, and semen, no? If I really want to know where I'm fucking from, where my family from, they should have all the factors in, right?
The globalized world we're living in these days can actually be an asset in the entertainment industry. The same way many people have said The Rock has had such a wide appeal because he could kind of pass for a few different races, and as a result, he's relatable to a lot of groups. While this is...
Oh, wait. The Rock is Samoan, no? Hawaiian? Wait, does The Rock be saying the N-word? You get a cotton and you just put it in your mouth? What? A cotton?
Appeal because he could kind of pass for a few different races, and as a result, he's relatable to a lot of groups. While this is something that certainly worked in Cee's favor, naturally, in the black-dominated world of hip-hop music, authenticity to your roots is key. But for Cee,
that's what I'm saying, authenticity, bruh. If you fucking white, just say you're white, bruh. Like, I'm confused, bro.
Being born in Ladbroke Grove, located in West London, set him up with a natural connection to London's Afro-Caribbean community, as the annual Notting Hill Carnival in the area is a yearly event celebrating the vibrant Caribbean culture of London, but it's also, unfortunately, a yearly magnet for knife-wielding UK drillers who often bring their beasts to the streets of West London for the annual street festival, which I've sometimes referred to as the Stab Olympics. Now, we'll be taking
the Stab Olympics. Yo, that's how the Super Bowl be, though. The Super Bowl like parties in fucking Kansas City and Philly.
Closer look at some of the more infamous knife clashes at Notting Hill Carnival.
Knife clashes?
Into the story as the key players grow up. But talking with Blue Mag, Central would actually say that he rarely missed the carnival growing up, going constantly and calling it something having massive influence on him socially and musically, an influence that he'd elaborate on later in his No Jumper interview.
So there definitely was some musical influence though. West London as well being the home of like Notting Hill Carnival. There's a lot, so like West London is like a very like ripe area for like music and I don't know what you wanna call it, black music or whatever.
Maybe hip hop.
I don't know.
Black music.
Black music or whatever.
What do you make? Right. What's inspired you? Black music.
Right there. There's a lot of like.
I mean, it doesn't have to be hip hop though. It could be Caribbean music, fucking African inspired music, black music. Yo.
There's a lot of like.
Central Cee just say the N-word on his tracks, bro. He'll get a pass, bro. It'd be cool.
But the relationship between his mother and
What
father,
the
which had started under difficult circumstances, was sadly not meant to last. As Cee would explain that between 2005 and 2006, his parents would split up when he was just 7 years old, at which point his mother would move him and his 2 younger brothers away from Ladbroke Grove to nearby Shepherd's Bush, with another half-brother that was living elsewhere. Only 5 minutes away from Ladbroke Grove, Shepherd's Bush also had rich cultural ties to reggae, jazz, dance, and rap music. But anyway, the separation of Cee's
Yo, he thought that Wild West early.
His life. He would tell Vogue that they didn't have much growing up, but following the split, his mother would raise them alone, and he would begin subconsciously taking on her hardships too. This made him feel responsible for making enough money to support her and the family, something that would ultimately lead him towards music, but also at the time, making moves in the streets.
Facts, hard R2. Whoa. Whoa. I mean, who's gonna stop him?
Something that would ultimately lead him towards music, but also at the time,
no one's gonna touch Oakley
in the streets. Cee would first dabble in writing music in 2006 at around 8 years old, mainly for therapeutic purposes,
Juice WRLD.
turning to poetry as a mean to cope with the overwhelming emotions and stress brought on by the drastic change in his family dynamics. It was something that his mother actually encouraged him to do. He was going through a lot during this time. After his
Bro, now he got this shit zipped up, hoodied up like he's me or
mother
something.
and father's separation, his father would actually become homeless.
This is crazy, bro. Abercrombie and Fitch with the fucking gold hang loose chain with the snapback, a button up to the very last button. Shit, this button don't even got a little button to put on. Come on, bro. This is crazy. Bro was wearing them shits back, the condom tops back in his fucking 16-year-old days and shit. He look like a bike, yo. He do, bruh. He low-key do. Is this an earring on one side, bruh? This is crazy, bro. This is crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. And I seen shit where he got like slits in his eye, bro. It don't help his case, bro. What is it? Is this his dad? Yo. Motherfuckers got fucking snapbacks on. Look at this dude.
Started living out of a van. On the rare occasions that Central saw his father actually encouraged him to do. He was going through a lot during this time. After his mother and father's separation, his father would actually become homeless and started living out of a van. On the rare occasions that Central saw his father, it often involved him and his brothers riding around in the van with music blasting or visiting their cousins. And it was during these rare moments with his father that Central and his brothers would actually rap to each other in the back of the van, with Cee later hinting as his father actually being wild and crazy on lyrics of his song Molly. Central would share with Complex that these moments
bro, love these snapbacks, bro.
Spent jamming to reggae, dancehall, garage,
Yeah,
house,
slow
and hip hop
eye?
with his father and his
One
brothers
eye.
was actually the start of his love for music. Also confirming this while speaking to Adam22 on No Jumper.
My dad used to play a lot of music around me when we would be around him. My mum not so much.
All in, Central grew up under some unfortunate circumstances. On the track Gang Biz from his 2021 album Wild West, Central Cee would recount the struggles that he was facing as a youth. Raised by a single mother after his parents separated when he was only 7, he and his younger brothers would struggle, eventually turning to crime and selling drugs.
Like the slits, like, bro. Jesus, bro.
To make ends meet. As time went on, he would evolve from writing poetry to straight rap music. In an interview with Complex, he recalled writing bars all the way back in 2010 when he was around 12 years old, going back and forth with his brother trying to impress him. This all while Cee was...
Wait, who's his brother? What do you call little bro? Oh, he called him... Oh my god, he literally calls him little bro. I'm a fucking idiot, bro. I was about to call him little suspect, bro.
2010 when he was around 12 years
I swear,
old,
I was trying
going
my
back and
hardest
forth
to
with his
find it. I
brother
was
trying
like,
to impress him.
it's something
This
simple,
all whilst
bruh.
he was attending the Chelsea Academy in London. Chelsea Academy in West London
AR.
was actually the very same school attended by fellow West London drill legend Digga D, with Cee actually being 2 years older than Digga. This is something that Digga would confirm in an Instagram live when listening and rapping along to Central Cee's song Loading.
This is my guy, man. You didn't know. I went to school with him.
However, Digga D would get kicked out of that school in year 8.
I went to school with him. I got kicked out in year 8, man.
8th grade?
Started year
Bruv.
8.
And we'll be getting deeper into why
I ain't gonna lie,
Digga D was
beating
kicked
here
out
is
of school
crazy.
later in
You're
the
not
video,
too
but for now let's stick with Central. Talking to Vice, Central Cee would explain that he mostly kept to himself
Were you
during his
chatty?
time in school, describing
The fuck is chatty?
himself
Yo,
as a naughty kid with
a
a temper.
Naughty! Oh, he's not Maury Briscoe, bruh. Shout out Maury, though. I fuck with, bruh. Yo, I was a naughty kid.
He mostly kept to himself
Naughty
during his time in
kid.
school, describing himself as a naughty
Naughty
kid with
you.
a temper. And speaking to Double XL, he would add that he only used to get in a bit of trouble at school, but always kept his head down and was kind of cool and popular. But throughout his time at the Chelsea Academy,
Cool and
Cee wanted to
popular.
fooks on making music and didn't really care about his grades.
He was
And unlike
chatty.
Digga, Cee would remain in that school until he was 16. And it seems like Central even finished school and attended prom with his first girlfriend. But in 2012, at around the age of 14, a friend would take him to the studio for the first time, inspiring him to actually pursue a career in
shoes.
music. He would channel his experiences listening to old school hip hop in his dad's van on the weekends and evenings into his lyrics, with references to some of the artists that he was listening to and inspired by, like Tupac, Biggie, G-Unit, Wu-Tang Clan, and MF Doom. Speaking with XXL, Cench also mentioned that when he first started recording in 2012, he was heavily influenced by UK MCs like Skepta, Jamie, and the whole grime scene.
Then what are you?
Central Cee decided to try and take the first steps in a full-blown music career. For the next 7 years, from 2014, Central Cee would make music.
God, do-rag on you! Shit, I'm choking. Pause. Bro, got a do-rag on.
Different sounds together.
Yeah, he can say that shit, bro.
Off the ground, but he was
checking
struggling
his
to get
ass.
emotion. And according to him, at this point, to make money, he had
I mean, it makes sense. He has braids and this shit, bro. What else is he gonna use? A fucking bonnet? Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. It don't matter if you're going to sleep, bro. I know my opinion doesn't fucking matter, but if you're going to sleep and you wear a bonnet, bro, I look at you so differently, bro. I swear to God.
What he called
a bonnet is fucking crazy, bro.
His dreams and his
he took to dealing party drugs. Okay,
At this point, to make money, he had
I ain't lie, them college kids. Whew.
What he called
oh my God, bro.
Support his dreams and his family, while his
you go to a couple college parties, you
yet.
up.
The supposed drug dealer arc is a big part of Central Cee's story, and
yo, he's got two different eye colors. That's just lighting. Bro called this shit an arc, bro. He said his drug dealing arc, bro. Oh my God. Cheating, bro, like the main character, bro. I got a sleep cap. What's a sleep cap? What's a sleep cap? Is that do-rag? Bonnet? Is it the shit that Central Cee wear? I don't know what the fuck you call it. That's what I'd be wearing, though. I started it first, though.
Artistic identity, but it's also something.
I called it a sleep cap because I don't know what it's called. I just look it up, buddy. Sleep cap. I'm seeing bonnet. So I guess just call that shit a bonnet, I guess. Ah, this is what you're talking about, a ski mask? Come on, you Philly thug, bro. Just call it a ski mask. You can call it a sleep cap or whatever, bro. It's called a ski mask, bro. Are you talking about one of these or some shit? Or this? It's a bonnet. Yeah. Yo, gang. Yo, gang. Come on, bro. Did they, like, who's this, bro? Who is this guy, bro? Why did they grab a white little kid to show off they fucking bonnet, bro? It looks like those hats Philly wear. So a ski mask. Or the black guy. You like Jalen Hurts, though. Oh, these valid. I fuck with these. Look up Under Armour cap and it basically look like that. Nah, I fuck with it. Ah, I understand it now. Yes. This cover all your hair though? Wait, what type of cut you guys, eh? Ponytail? Like 2-strand twist, braids, dreads. Dreads, of course. Should have known.
Something that's been scrutinized and debated. Many people have
hair
tried
debate.
to analyze Central Cee's
conversation
in the streets to try and discern if he was really about that life. See himself has been.
But that's why I basically wear it. It's like Central Cee shit.
Specifically, when it comes to how he made money in the past, with many wondering.
But you got well, faded corners mixed in with a little mullet action with a 2 on the side.
Because he's trying to keep it G and not snitch on himself, or if in fact this is actually an effort to sidestep the difficult question.
Low taper fade. Not gonna lie, the pictures of...
Yeah, the supposed drug dealer arc is a big
part
of
that was in style back in my day, bro.
Central Cee's story.
Like, bro, I used to just like my mom used to be on the porch, bro. Grab them fucking dirty ass clippers, bro. These bitches used to rip my hair out, bro. I swear. The reason I don't got much hair now, bro, is because them bitches was ripping out the shit by the follicles, bro. I swear to God, bro. My DNA was on a... You know how in fucking forensic files, they like, oh, we found this hair at the scene, and it got pulled out when the fucking victim was fighting her murderer, and they ripped the hair out. I swear to God, my DNA was on the end of them fucking hairs because that shit was ripping my shit out, bro. Oh my God. But anyways... Like, the haircut was just 1 or, like, 2 straight back, and I would just leave, like, literally bangs, bro. When I tell you, bro, that was literally the style, bro. Like, and I had that shit, bro. I remember I transferred school twice, bro. I went to one school, like, my halfway through 1st grade year, and then And then I went to another school, right? When I got there, bro, ain't no one had that hairstyle, bro. Motherfuckers started stealing my shit, bro. I swear to God, at the end of that shit, bro, it was like 10 people with the same cut as me, bro. I swear to God, I be trendsetting, bro.
And artistic identity, but it's also something that's been scrutinized and debated. Many
I know you
people
was getting
have tried
bullied.
to deeply...
Bro, I don't even know what the fuck bullying even looks like, bro. I never got bullied, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I was really the popular kid, bro. Like, I don't say popular kid. I ain't gonna lie, I'm not the main character, bro. But like, bro, people fuck with me, bro, and I never fuck with people.
Central Cee
they always fuck with me. And I swear to God, to this day, I never asked anybody to be my friend. I never went up to anybody and started a conversation with them in school, ever. That never happened to me, bro. Motherfuckers came up to me, fucking started talking to me first. We was in gym class and I was beating their fucking ass. Oh, they dapping me up. Motherfuckers was at recess, fucking getting like fucking outraced in the fucking on the sidewalk and shit, bro. They dapping me up, bro. That never happened, bro. Used to throw milk at you. Motherfuckers never like laid a hand on me in no serious way and or threw anything in my direction on some serious shit, bro. What are we talking about, bro? Like, bro, do I look like this guy on your screen, bro, that was trying to fit in, bro? I never did that. They would fuck with because of my gym and recess performances. Come on now. Motherfuckers knew how I got on that court, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, the two closest of my friends was people that, like I was competing with in gym every day, bro. And they see my shit because I was a new kid. I moved to a new school and halfway through first grade, I ain't talked to nobody, bro. But when that Friday came at the end of the day and we got in the gym class, that's why they started fucking with me, bro. I swear to God. We was the 3 top performers in gym class. They had it for me. They knew what it was. They wasn't going against me.
Ground, but he was struggling to get any motion, and according to him, at this point, to make money, he had turned to selling what he called party drugs to support his dreams and his family, while his career hadn't actually taken off yet. The supposed drug dealer arc is a big part of Central Cee's story and artistic identity, but it's also something that's been scrutinized and debated. Many people have tried to deeply analyze Central Cee's involvement in the streets to try and discern if he was really about that life. Cee himself has been careful.
Like, bro, what I would say is, like, I don't know if bro was really in them cars, bro. I don't know if he was really taking them risks, bro. But bro's definitely a hustler, bro. I could just tell by his music and what he says and how he says it. Like, these are lyrics that I'm like, damn, you just had to be there to, like, be able to write this shit out or say this shit on a track and make it sound a certain way and make it sound like he's not I don't think he's trying too hard to, like, for that aspect.
To incriminate himself.
I really wish I had a GoPro my elementary years. Bro, when I tell you I beat the pacer test, I beat that shit, bro. I beat that shit. I did that shit. 4th grade, bro. There was 2 5th graders. Bro, I still remember, bro, that was, like, helping me, like, because we was, like, the last 3 for, like, the last 40 rounds, bro. He was deadass next to me, like, helping me. Other dude was by himself. He was trying hella hard. He was trying to beat, bro. I was like, bro, we finishing this shit out, bro. Fuck him. I never tried the pacer test. That's what everybody did, bro. That's what everybody did, bro. No one tried in that shit, bro. Like, no, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That was, like, a highlight of my life, bro. I did when I was younger. When I got older, I stopped. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. From 4th grade to 5th grade, it was a difference, bro. I was so gassed in 5th grade, bro. I don't even think I finished it. I think I was like 10, 20 rounds. I didn't finish it. But I was last one for sure in 5th grade. Because 4th grade didn't, like, I was in a split class 4th and 5th grade. I had the same teacher. Shout out her, bro. She was, like, the best teacher I ever had. But like, 5th grade, we were getting tested for this shit. And I was the last one. I'm like, bro, I'm getting 100% on this shit. And either way, because I'm the last one, I'm gonna get an A regardless. But the 4th grades didn't care, so they just left. So I was the last one both years. One of the last ones 4th grade, because I was 3rd. We'll do that shit all gym class. I would want to play basketball, kickball. If she said we were doing the pacer test, that was going to take up all the time. We were going to have no time for no games, bro. So I just knew, like, shit, this is what we doing this week? Fuck it, bro. I'll just run back and forth. I just want to show out.
It's also something that's been scrutinized and debated. Many people have tried to deeply analyze Central Cee's involvement in the streets to try and discern if he was really about that life. Cee himself has been careful not to incriminate himself too specifically when it comes to how he made money in the past, with many wondering if this is because he's trying to keep it G and not snitch on himself, or if in fact this is actually an effort to sidestep the difficult questions about whether he was ever in the streets at all. In an interview with Vice, they asked Cee about the fact that he often raps how he doesn't do fraud, asking him how he made his money, with Cee telling Vice that he did odd jobs and joking that he made a bit of money doing an apprenticeship for the pharmaceuticals industry, an obvious reference to drug dealing. Cee has referenced his drug dealing past in a guarded way in most of his mainstream interviews. His tagline for his 2023 Guardian interview was "From dealing drugs to having #1 hits," and the article saw him comparing his drug dealing stint to working a regular job, and he explained that in Shepherd's Bush, you can hear drug lines ringing constantly and make 2,000 quid a day even as a kid. Cee would nearly speak openly about his time as a drug dealer in his No Jumper interview, but quickly backtracked, realizing he might be incriminating himself.
It occurs to me watching these like old videos of you freestyling about selling drugs that you probably were actually selling drugs at the time.
When? Years back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah. Whatever I had said, yeah. Don't want to incriminate myself too tough.
But like most rappers, despite being tight-lipped in interviews, when it comes to song lyrics, Cee speaks with a lot more openness and confidence about being a so-called trapper.
Like who the fuck? What's that shit say? Death before dishonor? I don't know. It says death for sure. But like that shit's so stupid, bro. That's a stupid tattoo. How the fuck is supposed to see that, bro?
Songs like Molly and Pingy, Cee outright claims to have been selling Molly, MDMA, or ecstasy, and bragging that he was the reason that the parties would turn, and how he spent a whopping 5 years in the trap house. Cee would rap on pinging about his home being searched by police and his mother being mad about the situation, and bagging up cocaine using lottery ticket slips, a common move by broke drug dealers in the UK who can't afford plastic baggies, so they resort to making origami ones out of free, unfilled lottery ticket slips. And also on the 2022 track 8 Ball, he would literally list his menu of marijuana, ecstasy, Valium, cocaine, and Xanax as just some of the drugs that he was slinging at the time. However, despite all of the claims of being a drug dealer, Central Cee's street credentials have often been brought into question. Even in his Guardian article where he spoke on dealing drugs, he kind of backtracked and said that it was really his brothers and friends' stories that he was telling. There's been endless debates on Reddit about whether or not he was ever really trapping.
Is Central Cee a gangster?
The community generally leans towards no. However, beyond drug dealing, as far as we know, Central Cee never really got into the gang lifestyle to the extent that maybe Digga D did. However, some Reddit posts circulate affirming that people have...
Why do people lie and say Central Cee isn't from the streets? His right hand is YG and Guaps from 12 anti-box 12 AK1. YG was one of the most active field bush shoots around 30 or 40 years ago. He's now rebranded as Wise.
It's wrong when they say that Central isn't from the streets, pointing out his apparent right-hand man is actually a feared gangster from Shepherd's Bush, known as YG. Now, there's been a years-long beef that's gone on between two West London gangs, 12 World and 1011, which we'll get into later. But even the ops of Central Cee's friends would cast doubt on his street credentials. For example, in an interview on The Tremendous Show with UKL, on Striker from CGM, formerly known as 1011, mentioned that Digga D was indeed in the streets, but Central Cee was not.
You know what it is? A lot of people might think it's biased, but I'm keeping it real. Digga's a road Jeep. Central Cee has never been a road Jeep, bro.
Striker would then reveal that Central Cee actually used to be a runner for drug dealers, but not the dealer himself.
This Central Cee used to drug for man's brethren, bro. He used to be a runner.
But he would then kind of back...
Nah! Being a store runner is crazy, bro. Or a drug runner. But still, man.
Striker would then reveal that Central Cee actually used to be a runner for drug dealers, but not the dealer himself.
Wait. This the Dig That hit 9 times? Wait, didn't Dig That just come home? Wait, is he dead? Or is he just out here? Got hit 9 times? Like, bullets? Or... bullets? Or... No, we're not talking about Digga D, bruh. Dig That. He a different character. Got shot 9 times. Damn, the real 50 Cent. Is this after or before?
Striker would then reveal that Central Cee actually used to be a runner for drug dealers, but not the dealer himself.
This Central Cee used to drug for man's brethren, bro. He used to be a runner.
But he would then kind of backtrack, saying that he can't say for sure that Central Cee is capping when he raps about trapping, because Cee was indeed running drugs for Striker's friends.
Yeah. So look, if a man's talking about trapping, I'm not gonna be like, oh, he's capping, because I know he was trapping. Real. He was jugging for my brethren, bro. That man was sending you OT.
What do you mean he was jugging for your brethren?
I'm not gonna talk too much, but he was jugging for man's brethren, and he was jugging for certain use. He was
going. Your brethren put him on.
Yeah, he was jugging for certain use, innit? That's how I know who this youth was.
When asked what Central Cee meant by saying that he got the party,
you look crazy. No. How long did Dig That do?
How I know who this youth was.
When asked what Central Cee meant.
Oh shit. Bro got the YouTube Shore link. He's about to... Oh shit.
Wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be.
Dig That from whose block? He's from 12 Anti, right?
And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a fucking with me.
What's this? What is this? Nah? Where the fuck is he from? Why is he getting hit up by Digga D? Oh my god.
And by saying that
that's personal shit or something?
Got the party turned in songs, Striker would respond saying that he couldn't speak on what Central's doing after being a runner.
I don't know. I'm not going to discredit his thing. I don't know what he's done after that, but I know that there was a stage.
Nah, bro. They just wanted to put his head back together because like his brain was falling apart or some shit, bro. Like yes, bro. Like that's why he got a fucking zipper on his head, bro. He had to get hit in the head or some shit, bro.
Where he was juggling from his brethren, bro. He was going.
That's crazy though. Bro made a 50 cent.
Oh, and he was doing that. He was setting
He's actually going.
Set him up with a bitch. Got his shit took and spun back.
He would even give the year 2014
like
to be the approximate time that Central Cee was running drugs and going OT or out of town as part of County Line's drug dealing operations.
He's actually going.
Yeah, he's talking.
I ain't gonna lie, like you gotta keep like a good like what's it called? Good memory of this shit. I want to see how accurate this shit is at the end.
It's about going
because this is fucking where Trap Lil Ross is from, and he's known to like just mix shit up and make it sound a certain way that is not.
Oh, bro.
What nose ring days? This is nose ring.
It must have been nose ring days, isn't
nose piercing and ponytail days. He's going.
Yeah, probably before that. Either before, I don't know when he. All I remember is seeing that video. I don't know if it was. I'm just trying to think the year this was. This might have been like. Oh, is it 014 around them type of time?
Yeah.
So whatever he was doing then, yeah, bro, he was jugging.
At the end of the day, the debate about whether or not Central Cee was a drug dealer or gangster still hasn't been settled. With no known criminal record or street CV to speak of, it's not entirely clear if Central Cee is really drawing on his own experience or fabricating a backstory that will be alluring to his fans.
Whoa. What is bro aiming at me right now, bro? What is this? What is this?
But one
seeing
thing
two nostrils, bro.
While Central Cee was growing up, flirting with the trap in Shepherd's Bush, back in Ladbroke Grove, where Central's from originally, one person who had built up a fearsome street CV of his own was his old schoolmate Digga D, who from his teenage years would find himself on the front lines of a deadly beef between his area Ladbroke Grove and the area Central Cee had moved to, Shepherd's Bush.
Why am I looking at the bus map?
With the deadly war playing out on the streets of West London in the form of broad day stabbings, shootings, and murders, with Digga D rapping all about it as he went along, his gang terrorizing West London so badly they were not only put in prison, but also banned from making music.
Digga D, West London's the most dangerous teenager. Yo.
Digga D was born June the 29th, 2000.
What's his name?
Reese Angelo Emile Herbert, to a Jamaican mother.
That's cool, bro.
And Barbadian father. His heritage.
Barbados got fucking the pitchforks on a fucking flag?
Is something that he would touch on when speaking to Armani on his Members Only Network channel in 2022, saying that he identifies much more with his Jamaican roots.
Country? Yeah, Jamaica.
Where's Barbados?
No. What's the other? That's some Jamaican, isn't it? What's the other part? Barbados. Okay, like hunching that. Like they're half Bayesian and that, but they don't claim it.
Yeah, Bayesian?
Yeah, man.
So you're just claiming the yard man thing?
Just a Jamaica thing.
You see, unlike Central Cee, who claimed his Jamaican influences that came from Summer's whining at the Notting Hill Carnival, Digga D is really a Jamaican yard man who is proud of his authentic roots.
What is this white on white crime, bro? Why is Trap Lil Ross doing that, bro? Why is he doing that? He said, unlike Central Cee, who claims to have Jamaican influence, but only has Jamaican influence from this once in a lifetime or once a year, what's it called? Once a year fucking carnival. Digga's actually Jamaican. He actually listened to Jamaican music and is actually half Jamaican. What the fuck?
Interestingly, Digga would end up moving from place to place in what was essentially a childhood tour of notorious gang blocks, before settling on the area that he would claim as his own. His troublesome childhood saw him relocating multiple times, starting in
Like the thing is, bro, he didn't need to add that part, bro. Like if you're gonna do the video, bro, just make it unbiased, bro. You didn't need to point out that part. People could make their own opinions on it. Like, oh, Digga's actually influenced, but Central did say he had Jamaican, whatever it's called.
Moving to Harrow Road, then to South Kilburn, and finally settling in Ladbroke.
How much this shit got, bro? Damn, 500K in 5 days? They be on Trap Lil Ross's dick talking about he can only do American fucking gang wars.
Grove.
I ain't gonna lie, that Suspect, bro, that Suspect documentary might be one of his best, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I seen that shit before it got re-uploaded, like, it came out like 2 years ago or some shit. That shit was so fire.
a place that would shape his...
Like, that shit was just, like, so perfect because, like, I don't know. I feel like it's just, like, the suspect story itself. Like, he was talking about the gang war. I know I'm going on a fucking tangent, but it's, like, the gang war. Suspects come up, and it didn't really focus on suspect until the end, where it was, like, oh, he's going on his run. Where was he at? He was in some fucking country. Oh, Reddit users found because the outlets that was in the back of his Instagram. Like, bro, it's just, like, led up to this point where it's like, damn, bro, they really got his ass. He had a whole new life, whole new kid and shit. I just wish, like, because I didn't know anything about suspect. I wish before, like, in his documentaries, he wouldn't, like, give away what happens at the end. Because I'm like, damn, suspect's up next. Oh, wait. He's running from a murder in the UK, a double murder in the UK? Oh, shit. Like, oh, I wonder where he's at now. Or, like, how he's getting away. Oh, shit, they actually grabbed him at the end. Like, that's, like, some movie shit. I wish he did that. I wish he would just, like, leave it up to the fans, or, like, leave it up to the viewers to, like, just anticipate what's going to happen.
Road, then to South Kilburn,
that's
and finally
I would say.
settling in Ladbroke Grove, a place that would shape his formative years.
But I understand the intro got to be something fire, got to be a good intro with some good music, got to tell the whole story and shit.
Grove being the same place that Central Cee was born before moving to nearby Shepherd's Bush. The inequality in the area was stark, and Digga D was certainly on the rough side of that imbalance, spending his early years being raised in a council flat by his mother. But throughout all the moving, he would always attend school in Ladbroke.
What is that, Section 8?
Grove. In a 2022 interview with Cracked magazine, Digga shared his lifelong passion for music, showing family videos that depicted him at just 3 years old, already vibing to music with a close connection to his culture, like
Section 8 is Flock?
And dancehall artists like Vibes Cartel.
Bro, y'all seen they trying to take... Look, I think this is actually a good thing. But I didn't see the Say Cheese post, but it said if you have food stamps, they're trying to ban so you're not able to get junk food no more. I think that should be fire, bro.
As well as reggae and even American rappers like 50 Cent. When he spoke to Armani, he would actually cite his UK-born Jamaican mother and her family as being an early cultural and...
There's like, I think it from a lot of aspects, and one of them being like your cracked out mother, or like, you know, someone that's like willing to like someone that's not in the best mindset. They get the food stamps because like they have a lot of shit wrong with their life. They can't get a job. They have a lot of health problems. Shit. This, that, and the third. They could be drugged out, whatever. But, I've seen people fucking waste their fucking food stamps to get fucking chips, cereal, all the above, and, like, junk food that they don't need, instead of actual real food, and actually, like, cook for the fucking kids or whatever. Like, damn. But it's also, I'll see another comment where it's like, damn, they go after the junk food because this healthy shit is fucking expensive as shit. Which I agree, too. Fuck that, because a lot of people get snacks over real food for the kids. 100%, bro.
Musical influence on him.
I think that's
Did you have like a Jamaican influence growing up? Like, because I feel like in your music and the way you talk and that, bare yard talk and that.
Yeah, my family.
Bare yard talk.
Yeah.
Grew up with my mum in it, my mum's side.
Yeah.
All Jamaican.
Okay. Was she born here or in Jamaica?
Yeah, here.
Okay.
Digga would attend the St. Thomas Primary School on Appleford Road in
Primary
Ladbroke
school?
Grove,
Is
where
that
he met
elementary?
personal friend and notable 1011 CGM member M Scum. As his interest in music grew, in 2009, he would even rap on stage in a battle rap at the Royal Albert Hall when he was just 9 years old. Digga's family would later move to 3rd Avenue in Queen's Park on the Mozart estate, home to the Harrow Road Boys gang.
Wait, is Mozart from fucking UK?
His future enemy, Fredo. But despite living there, Digga would maintain loyalty to the area that he was going to school in Ladbroke Grove. He would speak on this on the intro track of his 2022 album Naughty by Nature, explaining that he lived across from Fredo and how he didn't respect Fredo's gang, the Harrow Road Boys, and he instead looked up to their ops, SSK from South Kilburn. On the same track, Digga recalled how he and the now deceased HRB member Stutz, aka Wu, used to be friends during their school years, often playing football together. However, due to him joining 1011 or CGM and Stutz joining the Harrow Road Boys, they would later become enemies, to the point where Digga would rap that he would be planning to kill him on sight, and later dissing Wu extensively after his unsolved murder. He would also reveal on the same track that at the young age of just 11, he started moving packs, and by the time he was moving in with his grandmother at 11 or 12 years old, he would move in with a decent amount of tree and even some digital scales to his name, selling amnesia out of his grandmother's house and sneaking in girls late at night. He would also explain the moment when tragedy struck, when his grandmother was diagnosed with cancer when he was just around 11 years old, eventually passing away. Shortly after this, this, he would have to move back in with his mother. In the summer of 2011, Digga's days would begin by taking the 328 bus to Grove and going to the Harrow Youth Club after school, where he would meet and spend time with his two closest friends, notable 1011 CGM members, brothers Sav O, aka J Sav, and Horrid One, aka Huncho. Digga and his friends would later become part of the Ladbroke Grove gang turned drill group 1011, which eventually reformed as rap group CGM. But before then, they would record music together at the Harrow Club, which happened to have an old recording studio in there. However, when they were outside of the studio, this group would be up to no good, committing petty crimes together like stealing bikes and assaulting anyone who tried to stop them, meaning that by the time he had joined Chelsea Academy in 2012 at just 12 years old, Digga D had been drug dealing and navigating the streets for more than a year. Chelsea Academy being the same school that Central Cee, a few years his senior, was attending at the time. However, it didn't take long for this lifestyle to catch up with a young Digga, and in 2013, when he was 13, he was caught with flour at school, leading to his arrest and expulsion. After this, he would continue having trouble with the law, ending up not taking his GCSE exams and fully dropping out of school in 2014 when he was 14. After that, he would spend all of his time gangbanging with his friends in Ladbroke Grove, with Digga apparently commonly being seen hanging around Portobello Court with his friends and affiliates that would later form the gangs 1011 and CGM. But before the formation of CGM, around 2014, Digga D and other Ladbroke Grove gang members would come together to form a crew called 916. This alliance called 916 was very active both in the streets and in the music, especially around 2014 and 15, with the leader at the time being Johnny 5, who would also be the main artist of the group. And so, it would be while being part of 916 that Digga D would release his first ever songs. On October the 28th, 2015, at the age of just 15, Digga D released his first song titled RNS. Let's call it Real N-Word Stuff. Rapping over a dark, ethereal trap beat, RNS was an extremely early example of a UK drill song despite its basic production. It would showcase Digga's uncanny ability to paint vivid pictures of his rough experiences in the streets as a just 15-year-old gangster through his music. The song begins with Digga on the hook, giving step-by-step instructions on how his trap operates, with a phone call followed by delivery of packs in a stolen vehicle. In his second song, Trap House, which was actually released on the same day and covered similar topics to the first song, interestingly, the cover art saw Digga D with a blue bandana covering his face, as the 1011 gang, later known as CGM, would actually identify as Crips and regularly wear blue. On this song, Digga went further than the trap talk and rapped openly about committing violence, claiming to regularly stab his ops with his flick knife and rapping numerous bars describing committing shootings with a shotgun. Digga's third and final release of the year was the track Jumping, released on November the 1st, 2015. It featured Digga rapping about trapping, stabbing, and shooting over a bass-heavy piano-backed trap beat. And while still not perfect, he had made some progress in improving both the production and his rapping from his previous releases. All in all, the music was full of hard-hitting lyrics, and if you weren't familiar with the UK drill culture, you'd have been shocked to learn that there were 15-year-olds running around West London shooting and stabbing people. And in 2015, this is the very early days of UK drill, when a lot of people probably couldn't have even imagined real criminals shooting and stabbing in the streets of London would then actually get on the microphone and admit their crimes openly on songs. But that's what Digga was doing, and he didn't know it yet, but he was about to be a big part of a new cultural movement that was about to sweep the city of London and change everything, with Digga D being
look at bro Maz,
part of a new cultural movement that was about to sweep the city of London and change everything, with Digga D being in prime position to become one of the most realist and most dangerous rappers to come out of the UK drill scene. Already affiliated with a gang, Digga D seemed to get heavily involved in the violent side of London gang activity. Supporting the boss of the crew, we would even catch glimpses of him in Johnny 5's Ain't Scared music video with Digga wearing his favourite Gucci scarf and hat. From here, Digga D would only get deeper and deeper into the gang lifestyle, and rapping about it as he went along for the whole world to hear. But the difference between Central Cee and Digga D was that Digga was really living the most extreme gangster lifestyle. Central Cee, on the other hand, might have been dabbling as a dealer to make a bit of money on the side, but he couldn't authentically get on the mic and rap about the streets with any kind of authority.
Bro, here we go again, bro. Just let the viewers decide if he's really like that, bro. Like, damn. The difference between Digga D and Central Cee's music at the time is Digga was really like that. Central wasn't like that. He was just a store runner.
On the side, but he couldn't authentically get on the mic and rap about the streets with any kind of authority, but that didn't stop him from eventually trying, because at the end of the day, unlike Digga D, Central Cee wanted to be a rapper more than he wanted to be a gangster. So while Digga D was in Ladbroke Grove, terrorizing the streets with a microphone in his back pocket, Central Cee was in Shepherd's Bush, prioritizing his music career over everything. But to
nah, this is crazy, bro.
More than he wanted to be a gangster. So while Digga D was in Ladbroke Grove, terrorizing the streets with a microphone in his back pocket,
nah, he eating that bitch up, bruh. Come on, bro. While Digga was on them drills, machete out, shaking shit, and then pulls out a microphone at the end, Central just had a microphone in his hand.
Central Cee was in Shepherd's Bush, prioritizing his music career.
Come on, bruh.
To begin with, he wasn't going the UK drill route, but actually dialing up the auto-tune and trying to make pop songs. Unfortunately for him, it would be around 5 years before he realized, ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Come on, bro. I see why Central Cee team hit him up, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You biased. This is biased, bro. This is biased, bro. This is biased. Ain't no one trying to hear that. Is crazy. Yo. What am I looking at? These thirst traps, bro. Like,
going the UK drill route, but actually dialing up the auto-tune and trying to make pop songs.
Oh my god. Why is his jeans ripped like that?
He wasn't going the UK drill route, but actually dialing up.
Yo, his knees got eye holes in them? What the fuck is it? Nah,
the
bro,
auto-tune
not
and trying
it,
to make
man.
pop songs.
Fuck the music,
Unfortunately
bro.
for him,
Jeans not
it would
it.
be around 5 years before he realized, ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Okay. I can let Central Cee TV. Yeah, I see it, bro. I see it. The failed pop, yo, his dick. Yo, the failed pop music career of Central Cee is crazy, bruh.
One of Central Cee's earliest public appearances in music came in the form of the song Our Time. Released on April the 15th, 2014, the music video featured Central Cee and Mo West, an early collaborator during Cee's early music career. Honestly, knowing Central Cee's hardened persona nowadays in 2025, it's hard not to laugh at how he looked in his less evolved form 11 years ago. It was clear that Cee was just starting out in rapping. His bars were simple and the production quality was low. And you can tell that he was young at the time because he's got the craziest high-pitched voice. But the lyrics of the song painted a picture of growing up hard, the hardships and pains that he was facing due to poverty and a desperate need to get money. It would be
Where did he get this shit from, bruh? Why the fuck is it 2 views on this bitch?
The hardships and pain.
Look at the way it looks, bro. What am I looking at?
That he was facing due to poverty and a desperate need to get money. It would be a decent debut for music, with Our Time reaching 1,000 views in the first 12 hours, and later hitting 10,000 views after about 2 months. During this early period, Cee and his team would refer to themselves as the Jewel Boys. Awful name. But one of the...
Alright, bro. Jewel Boys is fucking crazy,
his
bro.
team would refer...
But it could make sense, bro, if you got a catchy, I don't know, bro. A catchy, like, catchphrase for some shit.
The Jewel Boys.
Take your jewels or something like that. But why'd you say that about none of the fucking 80s fucking and 90s fucking old ass shit, bro? Talking about get more pussy or some shit, bro. Or get you, whatever it was called, bro. Them weak ass names from before wasn't bad. Yo, you got a yellow tech now. What's with these fucking discolored fucking Nike techs he got on, bro? Oakley was the real Jewel Boy.
Awful name. But one of the apparent members of the Jewel Boys was Sench's best friend Wads, who was actually profiled in a High Snobiety article about Sench. Young Wads would share a Twitter post giving an inside look at the original Jewel Boys studio setup.
Jewel Boys!
The humble beginnings of Sench's rap career, and also
what jersey is that?
Mo West locked in for 2 days recording 9 tracks. On May the 5th, 2014, the Jewel Boys returned with a
Okay, he's on, bro. This is biased, bro. This is definitely biased, bro.
Of Jhené Aiko's The Worst. The song featured both Central Cee and Mo West, highlighting their apparent life in the streets. But interestingly, Central Cee...
Their apparent life in the streets? Yo.
By stating that
I'm
he
seeing
and his
it, bro.
associates are active in the streets or on the roads, and rapping that he had to tell his mother not to worry about him dying due to his risky lifestyle, and rapping how what he witnessed in the streets made him tough and mentally cold, something that Mo West would apparently confirm later in the song. And it wasn't long before Central Cee released another music video with Mo West. On June 2014, the video for MDK was released. This song would see Centch rapping that he's really on the roads or in the streets and that his mother doesn't even know, and rapping that him and his friends ride and they die. I feel like this video is the first time...
Why is he saying it like that, bruh? They ride and they die.
Even know. And rapping that him and his friends ride and they die. I feel
Nah, this is
like this video is the first time Sench's look and flow actually comes across really reminiscent of another singing, rapping sort of street artist, Dappy from N-Dubz. I think at the time, perhaps because of his look or maybe an actual admiration of him, Sench was probably trying to take a lane in the rap game that kind of followed Dappy's success, kind of making music that appealed to the girls a little more than average, but still with a street edge. The music video would feature Central Cee with a gang of goons riding pedal bikes through the streets of West London. Pedal bikes being commonly used in the city for personal transport, an exceptional way to get around if you're running packs. But interestingly, in the video, we begin to see Central
Why does he know that, bruh?
For personal transport, an exceptional way to get around.
An exceptional.
Interestingly, in the video, we begin to see
Exceptional
Central
way.
also flexing his fashion taste, heavily repping the clothing brand Trapstar, with Central and the founders of the infamous streetwear brand actually being from the same place in the city. The brand would become heavily tied to his personal brand and identity in connection with the area he grew up in. Central Cee would also get a
real
Trapstar
Trapstar
tattoo on his stomach.
Yep.
Wow. The song MDK would
like, motherfuckers get, like, their favorite designer fucking on fucking Dream Chasers, OTF, but bro get a Trapstar fucking logo on his stomach that's only seen when he takes his shirt off. Wow. What the fuck? Like in the one thing that he can fucking hang his hat on is fucking he was in the trap, bro.
Central Cee would also get a Trapstar tattoo.
He's on his dick, bruh.
Wow. The song MDK would reach 1,000 views in a few days, and
I'm
in the same
seeing
month,
it, bruh.
on the 27th, Central Cee followed up MDK
Bang, bang.
with the street-focused song Bang Bang. And the title and the song itself kind of alluded to shootings and street violence and that sort of thing. On the song itself, Central actually revealed that another member of his family, his cousin, is in jail with apparent blood on his hands. On July the 5th, the song and music video Fake Love, another Central Cee and Mo West collaboration, was released. The track was a diss
What
towards
Heat jersey is that, bruh?
And music.
That should say 37? Who wore 37 on the Heat, bruh?
Family, his cousin, is in jail with apparent
It's
blood
Birdman?
on July the 5th, the
32. Wait, is that Bosch?
Song and music video Fake Love, another Central Cee and Mo West collaboration, was released.
Who wore the jersey number 32 back in the big 2014? Shaq? Wait, Shaq? Oh my god.
Based.
Shaq on the Heat is fucking crazy.
The track
bro.
was a diss towards any fake friends or fans showing them fake love, but most interestingly, it marked Central's earliest experimentation with auto-tune, something that he would continue to make use of during this experimental era of his career. But quite frankly, Central's sounding cheeks on this track. Look, Central's honestly just awful at rapping, but this is Central's sounding cheeks on this track.
He was selling cheeks on
Look,
this track.
Central was honestly just awful at rapping, but this is the most formative time when he's actually developing his talent and working towards his 10,000 hours.
No, like, it's good to, like, say this shit is ass, but tell me why. Like, you said, like, that was his best rap track, but before, like, why is it so ass?
So despite how terrible it was, he continued dropping whack tunes non-stop and leveling up. On July the 13th,
he kept dropping whack tunes.
Central dropped his newest solo song, Money Back. This was another experiment in making more American-inspired trap hustle rap, with Central rapping all about how he was riding around the city making money and selling rocks on his pedal bike. By April 2015, the track had garnered over 12,000 views. But following Moneybound, Cee would go missing for more than 4 months. However, his return would come with the release of a series of freestyles shining a light on his new music. The first one, called Personality Freestyle, was released on November the 4th, 2014, which upon release got him noticed by Grime Daily, one of the top UK music platforms that tweeted that fans need to keep an eye on him. The outlet
he's 26 now?
Also noted that despite Central Cee being incredibly new to the game, he showed a lot of promise and urged people to keep a close eye on him. Interestingly, noting his age was just 16 at the time. Now, that freestyle has been duly scrubbed from the internet, so I didn't even find a version of it to listen to.
Duly?
At the time. Now, that freestyle has been duly scrubbed from the internet, so I didn't even find a version of it to listen to. But on November the 6th, 2014, this would be followed up by another freestyle that he did with legendary icon of rap radio Charlie Sloth on his Fire in the Streets freestyle series. But once again, this is another freestyle that's been completely wiped from the internet. A freestyle that GRM Daily also covered in an article revealing that at the time, Central Cee was the youngest ever person to perform on the Fire in the Streets series. Now, these two freestyles are impossible to find on the net today. However, we do know that they put Central Cee's music in the ears of the surrounding hip-hop community. 2015 would be the year that Central Cee would begin to gain a minor buzz in music. In January 2015, the year would start with a very important moment for the young rapper when he appeared on the remix of Youngin's track Ain't On Nuttin'. It was ironic for Central Cee to be included on a track with famous lyrics all about calling people out for capping about being gangsters. But anyway, this verse was straight up.
Why did he do that, bro? Like, why is he...
He appeared on the remix of Youngin's track Ain't On Nuttin'. It was ironic for Central Cee to be included on a track with famous...
It was ironic? Really? Like, bro, he just, like... This is a hate piece, bro. Like, he really just hating on him, bro. I fuck with Trap Lil Ross, but he literally got something against Central Cee, bro.
Lyrics all about calling people out for
like, I understand Trap Lil Ross might be mad because Central Cee is getting a limelight and it's gritty and like there's actual people that's actually doing shit out here that's not getting a lot of representation in drill. But come on, bro.
It was ironic for Central Cee to be included on a track with famous lyrics all about calling people out for capping about being gangsters. But anyway, this verse was straight up rap from Central Cee, no auto-tune, and that would be followed up by another straight rap song. On February the 4th, 2015, Central Cee dropped a new track called Patience, set to an easygoing rap beat that was a bit more backpack rap than pack rap. Later that month...
Bro, this is crazy, bro. I don't even know what that means. Backpack rap?
Patience, set to an easygoing rap beat that was a bit more backpack rap than pack rap. Later that month, Central Cee dropped the song Clockwork featuring Mo West, a track that included Central using auto-tune on the hook once again, and it was awful, just awful.
Of course it was.
Oh, turn it off. Now, in his verse, he straight rapped.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. There's no street politics, bro.
Oh, turn it off. Now, in his verse, he straight rapped, but it wasn't much better. In one lyric, Central says that people judge him.
It's not like no other city, bro. We don't got nothing going on out here, bro. It's strictly only legal ways to get money out here, bro.
How he looks, but he's really getting active in these streets. Now, up until this point, Cee hadn't had a track that had cracked 20,000 views, and this one performed even worse, racking up just 6,000 in a year. It was bad. Like, at this point, he couldn't even decide whether he should go the full singing auto-tune route or the full fake roadman route, but...
Fake roadman route? Like, bro, he's literally, yo, I don't even want to watch this shit, bro. Like, he's literally just hating on him, bro. He giving his opinion, and it's like, bro, it's fine, but like, bro, he's supposed to make a documentary, an accurate documentary, bro. Let the fans, like, figure it out, bro. Is he really like that or not, bro? Like, what?
Frankly, we ain't trying to hit.
It's fine if it's obvious enough that he's not, like, actually doing this shit, hopping in cars and shinging people and shit.
Either of those. But Central kept going. By the end of that month, Central would be featured again on Link Up TV, this time with a Street Heat freestyle. And this was another important video that got Central on many people's...
I gotta see the comments, bro. Look at this shit. Look what he's liking, bro. I don't know why, but Gang 1 and Central Cee just don't sound right together in a sentence. Wow. I don't think people understand the depth of making... It's... Nah, bro. Nah, bro. I hope Central doesn't get tricked out of a spot trying to prove this documentary wrong. Yeah, bro. Like, what? So in a nutshell, it's actually from the hood, died a little on the streets, not an industry parent, exploited by someone who had money to push and decided to claim the neighborhood to fit his new image. Bro. Look what he's liking, bro. Like, bro. Yo. I don't know, bro.
Radar for the first time. Done over J. Cole's A Tale of Two Cities in...
This is by far the most biased I've ever seen this shit. And I understand he's from the UK, bro. I don't know where the fuck he's from, bro. But, like, bro, just look at him, bro. He's not from, like, these certain areas, bro. So, like, I feel like he just, like, it just shows that he has, like, such... Like, bro, he could be from the trap, bro. Central Cee has never been the one to, like, act like he's the toughest in the room or anything like that, bro. And even if he... Like, bro, I don't understand it, bro. I don't understand.
Another important video that got sent on many people's radar for the first time.
Done over J.
Cole's A Tale
What does Central Cee do to this man?
Where he sounded completely different from the Central you know and love now. Once again, he would rap straight bars with no auto-tune, but still with a pretty squeaky voice and a 2015 era man bun. He was coming across as quite possibly the most punchable rapper in London. Rapping pain bars about...
Bro, he's on his dick, bro.
Not knowing his father and his mother thinking he's crazy, vowing to take over the...
Now, people care if he's in the streets or not because he's the face of UK drill. And, like, there's a lot of other rappers that are locked up right now doing long-ass fucking bids and or that's really like that and have done shit in the streets, but they haven't been able to cross over. But because he makes better music, he's the face of this drill shit, and they don't think he's really like that or really putting on
the rap game and win a Mobo Award. Central also defended allegations of being fake street, addressing people calling him a liar despite his closeness to the streets and struggle coming up in a poor household. Despite being a cringe fest looking back now, for a 16-year-old rookie, this was by far the most compelling rap that Central had put out. In this freestyle, Cee managed to showcase just how much his technical rapping skill had grown in a year, managing to impress viewers with a YouTube comment shortly after its release, showing that some haters were actually becoming fans, with another commenter chiming in that Cee shouldn't be judged by his appearance because he's actually hard at rapping. Interestingly, more recent comments comments suggested that the freestyle actually proved Central Cee's ability at rapping and suggested that he later dumbed down his lyrics to go mainstream. While only garnering over 27,000 views a year later, the Street Heat freestyle most likely introduced him to a whole new audience and increased his following and respect. That would be followed on April the 10th, 2015, when Cench got busy on his SoundCloud dropping the audio for a song called Love in the Ghetto, one of the many love songs that he would drop in his early career, returning in November with the first of a series of freestyles from himself named the Throwaway series, dropping the second installment a week later and the third and fourth in December. Now, these throwaway freestyles must have been so bad Cench really wanted to throw them away, because it's another freestyle series that Cench has tirelessly hidden from the internet, so who even knows if it was fire or trash. But clearly, he was getting...
Like, why does he think Central Cee, like, got it deleted, bro? It could be someone else, bro. It could be the fucking feds.
Stopping. And from here, he continued to release music. His next song was titled Line and was later included as track 5 in his 2017 project 17. This song marked another strong example of Cench using auto-tune and rapping on the block about girls. He sings about blowing up a girl's phone and bringing her to his house and calling her his. Again, this was terrible. Regardless of how cringe it was sounding, it seemed like Cench thought that this dappy adjacent approach to his music was fire, and he kept leaning into it. And it seemed
like for anybody else, he would have been like, oh, this shit isn't the most polished thing. He tried his best. Oh, this shit is cringe. This is a cringe fest. Like, bro, it's biased, bro.
It seemed like
it's so obviously bad. What the fuck? A nose ring? Like, a piercing is one thing. A bull ring? What the fuck? What the... Oh my god.
Adjacent approach to his music was fire, and he kept leaning into it. And it seemed that it was actually working for him for a little bit. By July 2016, Line had over 134,000 views, an outlier shred of success amongst what had so far been a pretty lackluster performing catalogue of music. The next month, Central Cee would release the track AM. Snippets on Twitter of the since deleted music video show Central Cee and a girl on a rooftop as he performs this love song. It's clear that Central Cee was specifically targeting the lucrative teenage girl audience that spent part of their day perfecting their pic collage skills to make cringy tributes to their new favorite dappy clone. But Central Cee's new female-focused lane was just opening up, and it was time for him to solidify his style with a longer project. On April the 22nd, 2016, Central Cee released the 6-track mixtape Bipolar, released in 2016 when Cee was 17 years old, but with material that was apparently all recorded when he was 16. Arguably, the tape was a flop, making minimal noise, with none of the tracks even reaching more than 1,500 views even today after the fame. But Cench wasn't discouraged. Just a month after dropping his mixtape, Cee released the song and music video for Before It's Time. It was a significant improvement, perhaps the result of lessons learned. Before It's Time received over 2,000 views on YouTube on its release day, and this would also be the year where we would first start to see Central Cee organising more shows, such as this one advertised on Twitter in July 2016 at the prestigious O2 Academy Islington with an impressive capacity of 800. Now, funnily enough, this night was actually hosted by one of my best friends, content creator and rapper 96 Honcho, who even sent me some exclusive clips from the night. Central Cee was certainly taking fake it till you make it to brave new highs, but it would certainly still be quite some time until he truly made it. More than a month later, on July the 18th, 2016, Central Cee drops the song Good Girl, later included on his 17 mixtape. The music video included a cameo from some members of the Shepherd's Bush Gang 12 Anti, including YG, seen here to the left of Central Cee. With some light auto-tune and a booming trap beat, Central Cee admits to losing a good girl for a bad one and boasts that none of them are average. But if you ask me, this song was incredibly confused. It's like he wanted to make a song that appealed to the ladies and the gangsters, but he ended up doing neither. And that's really the story at this point in his...
Oh, like, what is his, like, what does he have against Central Cee, bruh?
Career. Confusion and a lack of focus, but also heaps of determination and experimentation. Not more than a month later, on August the 9th, 2016, GRM Daily would feature Central Cee for an edition of their Hardest Out freestyle series. The track was a nice refresher of Central Cee's technical rapping skills, and thankfully, it was straight bars, no auto-tune. To be honest, this was one of the better Cench freestyles, and he must have rated it too, because this is one of the only freestyles still publicly available on YouTube at this point. And even today, after all of the fame, this
bro has to know that Central Cee himself took down these fucking freestyles or some shit, bro.
Freestyle is still sitting just a touch over 40k, just showing how little interest there actually is in these formative songs from the start of Cench's career. But aside from the lackluster numbers, the appearance was a breath of fresh air for fans like this YouTube commenter who had been listening to all of his Loving on Girl songs. A comment that Cench most likely didn't read, because a week later, on August the 16th, 2016, he dropped the love song Pull Up, possibly considered the most infamous song in his early discography.
What is that name, bro? Look at the name that uploaded, bro.
2016, he dropped the
Really
love song
bad.
Pull Up, possibly considered the most infamous song in his early discography. A song that best exemplifies the sound that Central Cee was going for at the time, fully focused on his female audience. And on the track, he sings and raps with auto-tune on a Caribbean-style hip-hop beat, coming with auto-tuned raspy bars that I can only describe as RD meets Dappy on a Freshers' Night Out. At the time, Cench must have believed that he could have broken into the music industry through his female following, but this strategy proved unsuccessful. And this song went down as one of the most cringe and embarrassing attempts of Cench to have been taken
Central Cee then went from being a gassed up lady to a drug dealer?
seriously in music in his whole career, leaving this song as being often referenced by those who label Cench as a wannabe gangster and having a fake persona. Today, the re-uploaded music video on YouTube is mobbed by comments saying that puberty was a huge part of his success, thanking God that he switched up his style. His small army of ravenous female fans weren't enough for him to achieve the numbers he wanted or needed. But joking aside, I really admire Cench's determination to keep going, experimenting and working out what people actually wanted to hear from him. And he wouldn't stop or be discouraged by the haters like me pointing out that his music was diabolical at this time. Anyway, Cench wouldn't drop for the rest of the year, and despite creative setbacks, Cee continued to grind and craft his sound over the next few years, steadily improving his style. Interestingly, this period from 2014 to 2017, Central Cee would rather forget. Many of these early songs and freestyles have been deleted from the internet, and in a Guardian interview only years later, he claimed that he only started putting out music in 2017, and calling his style inspired by melodious trap wave using auto-tune and making as Cench called it, pretty boy music. Then, Cench would announce the drop of his second mixtape EP, Nostalgia. Dropping on March the 10th, 2017, the 5-track mixtape featured a cover of Central Cee, flowers in hand, looking like a romantic Spanish lover from a telenovela. This release, tailored for his young female audience, featured tracks like the seductive Baby Cakes, the romantic-driven Getaway, and the heartbreak anthem You've Been. And Cench was getting in full Dappy mode on this project. Overall, this mixtape saw Central Cee leveraging his good looks and female fanbase in an effort to make it big in the industry, but it still wasn't getting him traction. On the same day Cench dropped his Nostalgia mixtape, Cench and Bambino would be seen together for a joint freestyle on the Black Box YouTube channel. At the time of release, commenters questioned why Cench kept singing tunes if he knew how to rap, pointing out that he's fire and that he doesn't need this garbage auto-tune, continuing to encourage Bambino and Cench to actually rap more often. Not long after, on the 21st of March 2017, Cee would make a guest appearance on the UK rap show Rinse FM hosted by Morgan Keeves. And although this appearance was one of the less exciting freestyles, featuring an unprepared Central Cee reading bars off his phone and occasionally messing up whole words, he was heavily criticised in the comments, questioning how he's coming to prove himself without even knowing his lyrics.
6 likes, bro. Bro, put this shit
Shaking
in
their
here
heads
with
at
6 likes, bro. Come on, bro.
Reading the bars off his phone, with it getting so bad that multiple comments even had to come to his defense, telling the haters to...
He's talking about it got so bad that the comments had to come to his defense, bro. They're just saying what they feel, bro. Like, bro, this shit's crazy, bro. Let the kid shine. All the hate just because he's reading all doesn't make him trash.
Let the kid shine, and saying that reading bars doesn't necessarily make him a bad rapper. This freestyle was a step in his journey that few people would get to witness live, with his UK rap show appearance ending its first 24 hours with only 157 views. But he kept on cooking and working regardless. In April the 24th of 2017, we would see another Cench live performance as a supporting guest, this time alongside future collaborator and somebody actually good at using auto-tune, Young Fume, for his headline show. And if that
someone actually good at, like, bro, what is it? Yo, bro, I see why Central Cee's team was mad at this shit, bro. This shit, bro, Trap Little was his #1 hater of Central Cee,
collaborator
bro.
and somebody actually good at using auto-tune, Young Fume, for his headline show. And if that name sounds familiar, it could be from Young Fume's December 2018 track Secrets featuring Chicago's Lil Durk, or his other Lil Durk collab, the track Help You Out. But anyway, the performance...
Anyways, bro, this is wild, bro. I don't understand it, bro.
Performance as a supporting guest, this time alongside future collaborator and somebody actually good at using auto-tune, Young Fume, for his headline.
Like, bro, if you're gonna make a documentary, bro, you gotta be as, like, unbiased as possible.
Lil Durk, or his other Lil Durk collab, the track Help You Out. But anyway, the performance, this time in a club setting, kicked off with Central Cee telling the small audience to join in and have fun, even though they didn't know his songs.
We're gonna turn up, innit? If you don't know the song, yeah, just turn up with me, vibe with me, innit?
What was he gonna say?
Hey.
Starting his set with the recently released track Pull Up, and closing out with Good Girl. But soon, he'd be back with his biggest project to date, on June the 14th, 2017, releasing his third mixtape, the 8-track EP called 17. The tape essentially defined him as a trap wave artist, fully incorporating auto-tune with hard-hitting beats, street-oriented lyrics, and love songs with the emotional qualities of wave music. Then on the 26th of June 2017, Cench would join forces with Cairo Keys, aka Lil KG5, on a full-on dancehall track sampling the Dream Supreme's I Love Your Girl. The Afrobeat and style track really had Central trying his hardest to bring those Caribbean vibes that he'd been soaking up every year at Notting Hill Carnival, and this would be the first of many collaborations between
like, you
Central
see
and
this
Cairo
shit,
Key.
bro? Like, damn. Yo, this shit is crazy.
Been soaking up every year at Notting Hill. Track really had Central trying his hardest to bring those Caribbean vibes that he'd been soaking up every year at Notting Hill Carnival, and this would be the first of many collaborations between Central and Cairo Keys, who were clearly strong influences on each other's music at the time, but once again, that relationship too would sour sometime later. While the song came with a music video at the time, once again this has been completely scrubbed from YouTube. Central Cee's fourth project was released at the start of September 2017, and other than a couple of tracks that we've already mentioned that were released earlier, all the other tracks from the CS EP Volume 1 have been scrubbed from the internet too. This latest project also continued a similar genre of auto-tune tracks that was still a heavy part of his music arsenal, tropes that Central would continue throwing at the wall throughout 2017 and 2018. It would be several months later when he released again on July the 15th when he would drop the track Wake Up. In October, Central Cee would drop his final track of 2018 titled Running Man, with the music video being released the next year. But interestingly, this song was also the first time that Cee mentioned his branding and team philosophy, Live Your Movie, or LYM, which later became Live Yours, a slogan that fans would seemingly gravitate to, and something that became the basis of an impressive jewelry collection years later. Central's last music drop of the year would be on October the 15th, 2018. This would be another remix to Lil Baby's song Drip Too Hard. Central's Drip Too Hard remix showcased him flowing on the beat in his unique tone and delivery, combining singing and rapping with the heavy use of autotune that we have come to know and despise. And he would be seen rocking his new Live Yours merchandise throughout the whole video. By the end of 2018, Central Cee had barely established himself as an underground rapper. The fact was, things weren't really taking off for Central Cee rap-wise. His freestyles and solo drops rarely crossed over 20,000 views months after their releases, and despite a few rare exceptions, even Central's pretty boy raps weren't taking off. By the end of 2018, we were entering peak UK drill. The year concluded with Russ releasing his song Gun Lean, a shooter's anthem which came with a jiggy dance, taking the most gangster, gun-toting rap music in the UK and commercializing it. And going into 2019, all the attention in the UK rap game was on the gang-banging demons really shooting and stabbing people in London and having the confidence to rap about it openly.
Who was that?
One UK drill rapper who gained
why did he blur someone's face out? What is
stabbing
this?
people in London and having the confidence to rap about it openly. Particularly, one UK drill rapper who gained a reputation in the streets as one of the most ruthless was the old schoolmate of Central's, Digga D. So in 2019, Central Cee had the bright idea to copy the flow and make his music much more street oriented, capitalizing on the gang mentality that was sweeping the UK drill scene at the time. And this would wind up being a huge success for Cee, whose career went from strength to strength. The only problem was that Central was never really in the streets like that. In fact, while Central Cee was playing around with auto-tune and trying to crack the music industry, Digga D had been knee-deep in a West London gang war, actually doing the things that all the drill rappers rapped about, and then making music about it effortlessly and authentically, capturing the hearts of drill fans all over London. And as years went by, dominance for the West London drill scene has truly become a battle between Central Cee and Digga D. But beneath their rap rivalry was also a very real and deadly gang war between two warring West London postcode gangs that eventually Digga D and Central Cee became the respective faces of. And by the time that both of them made it in music, West London streets were hotter and more dangerous than ever. And eventually, this street war would make its way into music, with both rappers becoming the generals of two very dangerous crews who couldn't help but bring their deadly gang warfare right into the music industry.
Oh shit. We got 10-11 versus 12 World War in West London. Ah, shit.
In West London, the gang politics have evolved a lot over the years, but in the modern day, there's just a handful of sets that are the most significant when it comes to the affiliations of West London's most infamous rappers. As mentioned before, the gangs in the streets of Shepherd's Bush, where Central Cee spent his formative years, would eventually break into two main gangs, 12 World and 12 Anti. Meanwhile, their ops in rival hood Ladbroke Grove would begin to call themselves 10-11. 12 World was known for particularly two main rappers, Sav 12 and S1, while other lesser known members would include guys like R2, TR2, SJ, Paps, Nico, SB, J-Trap, and J-Jugs. 12 Anti, who were at least at the time very close with 12 World, is nowadays best known for seemingly being the main gang that Central Cee associates with, while other rappers from the gang include guys like F. Box 12, Little Catty, A2 Anti, Two Things, Bankroll Bugs, S2 Saucy, and Longs aka Hamilton. 10-11, on the other hand, is of course best known for Digga D, while their other known rappers include guys like ZK, Savo, K-Sav, aka Loose One, Horrid One, M Scum, TY, Dodgy, Striker, Rack 5,
so he blurred Dodgy?
Splasher,
What the fuck?
See Me Say So,
Splasher.
JDF, and Johnny 5. Now, it's not clear exactly what started the beef between Shepherd's Bush and Ladbroke Grove, but once things went sour, they would soon begin escalating. An old clip, allegedly from 2016, but more likely from 2015, can still be found online, where a group of youths from Shepherd's Bush actually catch and confront a young Digga D, pressuring him to say F the Grove and F Johnny, aka Johnny 5, one of their biggest rappers at the time, and according to some, the leader of the Ladbroke Grove gang, which would later become known as 1011.
Where you from, fam? What? Bro, so you with that youth? You with them? You got these youths? You got these youths? Or any of them? Have you got these youths? Speak up, open your fucking mouth, fam. Speak up, fam. Open your fucking mouth and my talking. You got these youths? Speak up, fam. So what? Have you got these youths? Are you involved in it? Are you involved? You want anyone from Bush? Nah. I didn't think so. You're not involved? Nah, we're not involved. You're not involved. Say
now what do you say, Traveler Ross?
Buck
Grove is crazy.
Say it, go on, say it in your face.
Digga has since rapped about this incident on numerous occasions, like on his intro song for the
you can't say that's all you say,
man. He mentioned that it happened on Boxing Day, the day after Christmas, and that he brought himself a shotgun soon after to protect himself, as well as ending the song saying that after buying the dots, or shotgun, he then got the nickname Shotty Shane as he begun his Get Back campaign, even accusing the Shepherd's Bush members of turning him into a demon in the streets. In May 2016, Digga would
That's all he says, bruh. If that was Central Cee, there would have been
music video called Hella Bands, where he can be seen in Grove with the rest of the 1011 members, AR916 as they were going by at the time. But this is a track all about trapping, specifically cooking up good rocks, and there's no real disses to specific ops in the song other than just generic references to rivals. But Digga does make it clear that he's well armed, even mentioning the shotgun that he'd supposedly bought after that incident with the Shepherd's Bush members. A few months later, in July, 12-world rapper Sav12 would drop a song originally titled 12/10, although the title has since been changed to No Hook. The song's reference to 10 appears to be a clear diss towards the W10 postcode, which guys from Ladbroke Grove like Johnny 5 would be repping on their social media at the time. And saying 12/10 essentially means that his crew from 12 World are above the 1011 crew. As only a few months later, he would also drop the song Let's Get It, where he would repeat the same lyric, whilst making it clear he was talking about their ops. However, in general, both sides would keep releasing music with rather generic disses towards their ops, until November 2016, when Digga would drop the song and music video simply titled The Truth. The music video would show a young Digga surrounded by masked up goons, while he would rap bar for bar, dissing numerous ops explicitly by their names, many of these being Shepherd's Bush members, like a guy called Guaps, and Creep Sav, aka Sav12, saying that he left his bike and ran when one of Digga's members pulled out a gun on him. Digga would once again mention the time that he had been pressured to diss his own gang, saying how he had got a gun afterwards, and seemingly admitting that his friend R9 got arrested for the same firearm. The self-snitching would continue as Digga would also seemingly admit that his gang had stabbed an op called L1, this actually being a female member from Shepherd's Bush, with Digga actually bragging on another song called Violence that the gang will stab their ops regardless of gender, and that they stabbed up L1 because she was from 12 World, as well as saying that he stabbed the boss of his rival gang the same way that his friend had scored on Harrow Road rapper from the Mozart estate, Fredo, an apparent reference to an incident where Fredo was stabbed by a 1011 member named CJ at a carnival, apparently leading to a retaliation days later where CJ was stabbed in the eye. Digga would then end the song by saying how he's shooting.
Oh shit!
To an incident where Fredo was stabbed by a 1011 member named CJ at a carnival, apparently leading to a retaliation.
Didn't Digga get stabbed in the eye in jail too?
Days later, where CJ was stabbed in the.
When Fredo was stabbed by CJ in March 2016, and 2 days later, CJ was stabbed in the eye by
Digga would then end the song by saying how he's shooting people from Notting Hill Gate to the end of Bellow or Portobello Road, meaning basically the entire W11 and W10 area that he reps, and that the beef can't be settled, and that's why he keeps a gun on him. Songs like The Truth would help 1011 to gain momentum in the UK drill scene, as they were one of the first groups to go so in detail about the specific crimes that were going on in the area. In real life, they were deeply entrenched in their beef with the Shepherd's Bush gangs, and on the 15th of September 2017, they would allegedly attempt to score. At around 9:40 PM, 3 alleged 1011 members were seen walking on the Primula Street near the White City estate wearing masks and armed with machetes. However, when the police would make it there, the trio had already left the scene, but about an hour later, the same trio would then be spotted walking within the White City estate, seemingly looking for their ops. Now, what happened next is somewhat open to interpretation. According to local news, one of the Shepherd's Bush gang members from the White City estate would notice the trio and begin following them around the estate, while calling other members to help, who would then join the hunt armed with their own weapons. This hunt ultimately ending with one of their own, a 16-year-old, somehow getting stabbed by the 1011 members, but fortunately surviving after being taken to hospital. However, according to the online drill detectives, the 16-year-old, who would allegedly be a 12 anti-member called Twin, would be stabbed first, after which his friends would try and hunt down the 3 1011 members, with a widely circulated CCTV footage capturing 2 of them, Scum and JDF, successfully running away from them.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Look what they... Look. Was him so stabbed before... Interestingly, this is the same exact spot Central Cee shot day in her life.
2 of them, Scum and JDF, successfully running away from them.
Oh, no. Look back. Who's that? Oh, shit. What in the light jogging they at? Dominic Charles. I don't know why. Alvin Johnson. Megatron in the field. On feet with it. Wait, hang on.
CCTV would then capture the Shepherd's Bush.
These motherfuckers deep now. Hang on. Whoa.
Friends would try and hunt down the 3 1011 members, with a
they was trying to chase
white member called Twin would be stabbed first, after which his friends would try and hunt down the 3 1011 members, with a widely circulated CCTV footage capturing 2 of them, Scum and JDF, successfully running away from them.
Oh, okay, there was outnumbered type shit. So they already stabbed him and motherfuckers hopped outside that quick before the police could get him? On feet? I'm confused who's who though. That gotta be CGM, right? Dominic? Then Megatron. Motherfuckers don't got no guns, bro. This shit is crazy, bro.
The CCTV would then capture the Shepherd's Bush
Minecraft,
members after the
bro.
incident, hiding their weapons in a dumpster where K9-assisted police officers would later recover them.
Shit. They wore gloves though, right? Of us lined up to dump that shit. 1, 2, 3. Got that shit right there in the trash bags.
Only a few weeks after this incident, 1011 would
the
come out with the song
Pagans?
Play for the Pagans, including Digga D, Horrid One, and Sav O. The song would feature this trio dropping numerous disses towards Shepherd's Bush members, with Digga starting the song by saying how he saw 12 anti-
So wait. So they stabbed the 16-year-old and just walked away from the shit? All 3 of the CGM members just got away?
ST, also known as the rapper S2 Cee, and Banks on Instagram Live, and instantly went to their location with a shotgun but ended up missing 2 shots. He would then continue by seemingly referencing the incident a few weeks earlier, saying that he swears that several 12 anti-members got stabbed, before listing several names, including Guaps, who is better known as the rapper Box 12. But Digga wasn't done, as he would next aim his disses towards the 12 world side of Shepherd's Bush, saying that if Jeezy, also known as the rapper J Trap, had tripped, he would have gotten stabbed, before also dissing Creeps, aka Sav12, as he would make a reference to a rumored event where someone from his own gang had allegedly shot at his mother's house, and how he hadn't done anything in revenge. Play for the Pagans was...
They said he was on life support though, but he made it.
The next month with the song and music video titled No Hook, where 1011 would continue on their well-trodden methods of dissing their enemies, with Scum rapping how they left a man stabbed, so that the 12, aka Shepherd's Bush, is hot and crawling with police, and now that they're hot-stepping in Zart, aka the Mozart estate, where Fredo and the Harrow Road Boys are from, meaning that they're also trying to stab their ops there, and calling the whole of West London the Wild Wild West. But unfortunately for 1011, later that same month, their promising careers in the rap game would come to a screeching halt, as 5 of their members, including Digga D himself, would be stopped by the police, who would find numerous large knives, machetes, and baseball bats, as well as masks and gloves in their car. The 1011 members would claim to the police that these were all just props for their next music video, but the police would claim that they had in fact stopped Digga and his goons right as they were about to go and slide on their ops in Shepherd's Bush.
No,
once again, as the police
that's
had actually found a recently posted video online where Shepherd's Bush gang members were allegedly harassing Horrid One from 1011's grandmother, who was out on their block, and attempting to provoke 1011 to respond. The police got wind of this and shut everything down before it could spiral out of control. And from here, the 1011 members would remain locked up.
Yo, was that her? What?
Everything
She looks scary as hell though.
Down before it could spiral out of control. And from here, the 1011 members would remain locked up for the time being. But in true UK drill fashion, they would end up turning their misfortune into success by taking advantage of the growing infamy around them in the music scene. And at the end of November, they would end up dropping their next viral hit, and a song that would go down as one of the most iconic drill songs in history. A song, or technically 2 songs, that they had recorded for the highly popular Mixtape Madness YouTube channel as a part of their Next Up freestyle series, which showcases new artists who have shown promise in the drill scene. The song that also included a live performance style music video. Next Up would once again showcase familiar.
Like Flock said that like you can't carry a certain like you can't carry a certain like long like knife, I guess. Like it got to be a certain amount of inches. Pause. Or you can't walk out the house.
Bars with references to seemingly real events that had happened between 10-11 members and their specific ops. This tried and true tactic, mixed with a popular platform like the Next Up series, a hard beat, and clever wordplay, would turn out to be a deadly combination that would immediately go viral in the UK drill scene. The following day, Play for the Pagans music video would break 1 million views. And just like that, 10-11, particularly their frontman Digga D, had become one of the hottest commodities in the UK drill scene, all while sitting in jail. Only a few weeks later, the Next Up freestyle would also hit 1 million views, as well as getting added to the official Rap UK playlist on Spotify. And only a few weeks after that, the Play for the Pagans music video would then break 2 million views, followed by the No Hook music video hitting that milestone in February. And from there, the numbers would just keep growing and growing. Years later, during his interview with Armani, Take Risks on the Members Only network, Digga would reminisce on how he had felt in jail as he realized that their music was blowing up.
When would you say that the music thing started kicking in terms of like you started realizing that, bro, like man's actually like someone out here type of thing?
It was someone in here because man was in jail when man clocked.
Okay.
So it was like man done the Next Up, we done No Hook, Play for the Pagans. Then man recorded the Next Up right before man went jail. Recorded it and then went jail. And I used to ring Hunch and that, like, yo, where we going? What's going on? I was like, yo, we ain't really got nothing to put out there. Like, might as well drop the Next Up. I'm like, bro, like, man, that's long. Like, kind of save it, because I know man sitting in here for a while. Man's trials all
Oh, damn, he said kind of save it.
It's like November or something. I said, bro, like, I want to drop what man's got straight away.
Yeah.
So, okay, might as well do it. The name's ringing anyway. Come out and boom, man's hearing this going off. But these times, man's like, ain't even seen, I don't even know if man's seen 1 million views yet. Do you get it? The last time I was on the road, I don't even know if No Hook hit 1 million and that before man even went jail, you get me? So I was like, boom. Kid officers are coming saying, yo, you lot got 1 million, you know. Saying, bruv, what? That's mad. Man's excited. Man saying, what? But man's not believing it. So man's telling them, bro, go on the computer, go on YouTube, type the thing, print it out and bring it to man's cell, and then I'll believe you. And they're doing it and they're bringing it. I'm saying, yo, the views are going up. I'm chatting to my mom. Yeah, it's going off. Then that was really like about it. That's it. Like just all the officers and telling man, yo, 5 mil now, 6 mil, 7 mil, 8 mil throughout the months.
That's crazy.
You get me?
However, the Next Up freestyle would also have one specific lyric that seems to describe a real-life event that almost allegedly destroyed Digga's rap career for good. This being a bar that TY raps about Digga having the whole HR locked off when he crossed that bridge. HR is short for Harrow Road, an infamous street that Fredo's gang, the HRB, or Harrow Road Boys, represent, while the accessing of this road from Ladbroke Grove happens by literally crossing a bridge. Many fans see these lyrics to describe an event that happened sometime in 2017 when Digga D allegedly shot up 2 rival gang members with a shotgun, one of them allegedly being a guy called Tubbs from
Yo, not the points.
Bush and another man. However, both victims would end up surviving this incident despite serious injuries. And Digga would seemingly beat the attempted murder charges related to this, later posting his paperwork online, only showing that the shooting had happened in the W10 postcode in 2017, as well as the eerie detail that one of the victims lost something, with rumors later circulating that Digga D shooting this person in the face actually left them blind. And years later, Digga D would brag in numerous bars about shooting someone in the head, like on the track Violence with Savo, and lyrics from his crib session where he talked about being interviewed about 2 attempted murders. And he would even say on the song Red Light Green Light years later that the police told him that he shot someone in the face and left them blind. But despite the disrespect, this wasn't a one-sided beef, and as time went on, Digga's rivals from Shepherd's Bush would also keep releasing music, like the March 2018 song called Grenfell by 12 Anti-member and Central Cee's good friend F. as well as 12 World member called Rems, who would later become known as the 12 Anti-rapper Two Things. The song's chorus ends with F. rapping how they came for the violence, not to be gentle, and that they'll leave their ops block like Grenfell. Many people would find this song very distasteful, as the Grenfell Tower was a real 24-story high-rise that burned down in a massive fire in June 2017, killing dozens of people. Moreover, Grenfell Tower was practically
dozens of people
located in the hood of 1011, with this song not only making an offensive reference to the tragic fire, but also directly dissing the people that were likely to be most affected by the tragedy. Central Cee, on the other hand, had a completely different approach to the gang members in his area, as at the time of the fire, he actually offered a place to stay to the victims of this tragedy, which for the record seems like a genuinely nice thing for such a young guy to do, particularly given at this time he was still struggling as a small-time rapper. And it also goes to show you that at this time, Central Cee seemed like a pretty nice guy, having
He's like that, yeah, it's a genuinely nice guy, but yeah, if he was really in that gang shit, he wouldn't offer nobody shit. He wouldn't offer his ops no fucking, or any civilians in his ops hood no fucking shelter. What? Nah, he's not like that.
Rapper.
He's a good fucking guy, man. He's just a good fucking guy.
It also goes to show you that at this time, Central Cee seemed like a pretty nice guy, having not yet fallen into the clutches of the local gang members. Anyway, overall, the
Yo, not the red tech now. Look at this guy. Yo, this is the guy that's telling Central Cee's not like that, bruh.
Were also benefiting
this guy,
from the increased
bro.
attention that the fans of UK drill were paying them due to the beef between them and 1011, with the 12-world rapper S1 in particular gaining increasing popularity at this.
Why is his face tattoo like fucking crooked?
Time with his energetic personality and disrespectful bars, often doing songs together with fellow 12-world member Sav 12. However, both sides were about to find themselves in some serious legal troubles. First, in June 2018, the 1011 members who had been arrested in November 2017 would finally face justice after going viral behind bars and after pleading guilty to a conspiracy to commit violent disorder. All five would get sentences ranging from 10 months to 3.5 years, with Digga D, real name Reese Herbert's sentence, being amongst the lowest, likely due to his age being just 17 at the time. But that wasn't all, because in an unprecedented move by the courts,
how do you ban
members from
free speech? Is it a thing?
Drill music, giving them so-called CBOs or criminal behavior orders, which ban them from mentioning death or injury and postcodes in a gang context in their music and on social media. This essentially meant that they couldn't even use the name 1011 as a group anymore, as this was a textbook example of them repping their gang. They would also need to notify the police 24 hours before releasing any music or videos and give a 48-hour warning before doing any shows or recording together, providing their location. The police, on the other hand, would comment that they were now likely to target other gangs with similar restrictions, which they indeed would. And only a few months later, in September, numerous Shepherd's Bush gang members, who the police had been investigating since at least September 2017, after the incident between them and the 3 1011 members in the White City estate, would also receive similar sentences. These members would also include Central Cee's close friend F. from 12 Anti, real name Fernando Johnson, who would receive a 3 years and 4 month sentence for violent disorder and conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm. All of the sentenced members were also banned from appearing in videos or audio that references gangs or weapons, as well as associating with each other in public, wearing face masks in public, entering the borough of 1011 during certain hours, and perhaps most tragic of all, banned from attending the Notting Hill Carnival. Digga D himself, on the other hand, would later tell
motherfuckers got banned from a carnival just because they're fucking menaces to society? What the fuck?
Takes risks. How he had first thought that it would have banned him from rapping completely.
You've gone jail next up, then they've hit you with a CBO, taking out bare tunes, boom, boom. And then you've come out. Yeah. Did you think you could rap? Like, when you got the CBO now, you're thinking, like, what was you thinking?
I said, done it.
Okay.
No more rapping.
And I don't remember CBOs before that. In fact, maybe LD got one. Did you get one where he had to not wear his mask or something? I can't remember.
I don't even know, innit?
Yeah.
But we're in a mess right now.
But you lost thing.
They were saying man's the first to get the CBO.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Man's just cool, just going off what they're saying.
But get picked up immediately if you had to switch.
Yeah, man's come out. That's why man took so long to release. Normally, you think these men are in jail for a year.
Yeah.
Done a whole 12 months. They're gonna come out and release them straight away. Bro, man's come out, but bare man's thinking, bro, man can't even rap.
Yeah.
So I think man come out in October or something.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If they didn't have these captions, bro, I'd be so lost in what he's saying.
Released till like late November.
That's
something crazy like that. People are like, bro, these men have been out here for a time. My man's name was just ringing bells. Like, why is he not dropping?
I think he's just wasting it.
Yeah, but man saying, bro, man didn't know man can rap.
Yeah. Oh, you thought the CBO meant it's over, like no rapping?
Bro, no rapping.
Okay.
But of course, this was not the case, and after Digga was released in October 2018, it would take him a full month to release any music, even though the entire UK drill scene was now waiting for him to drop. Then, in early November, he would finally put out a new song, No Porkies, together with Sav O and ZK from the former 1011, who were now officially going by the name CGM, which at least officially at this point seemed to stand for constantly getting money, as they would state in the intro to this track. But while Digga and Sav O had both been ordered not to make any references to death or injury, they were seemingly still not holding back too much, as they were still rapping about sliding on their ops and not settling any beefs, with the only clear difference being that they were no longer mentioning their ops by name. However, in real life, it seems like very little, if anything, had changed when it came to how Digga and the 1011 members moved in the streets, and already in November 2018, they would allegedly get themselves involved in another violent incident, only this time Central Cee himself would be involved. Now at this point, Central Cee was still experimenting.
Hold on, let me sit up. He about to this his brother, watch this shit.
Auto-tune and
he hate this man.
Act that honestly wasn't really going anywhere, but he was about to come.
Central Cee was front row, seats to see his brother get stabbed in his face, and Digga just stared him in his eyes. And what did Central do? Look the other way.
The face.
Like I'm hearing it, bro.
Roads that he'd occasionally referenced in his early music, and it would be his ties to Shepherd's Bush and his friends affiliated with the 12 World and 12 Anti gangs that.
What the fuck is this purple pen that he got on? That shit is not it, bro.
Would get him tangled up in the violence, forcing
that
him to
made that clay, bro.
On the 30th of November 2018, Central Cee and his brother were with some friends outside of a Sainsbury's grocery store on Davisville Road in Shepherd's Bush. Here, they were approached by two males, one of whom was allegedly Digga D himself. A verbal altercation would take place between the parties before a knife was pulled out and Central Cee's brother was stabbed. As the police arrived to the scene, they would begin to assist his brother, who appeared to be partially slumped and in danger of going unconscious. Central himself would first act hostile towards the police, and nobody would provide any details of what happened at the scene. Central Cee's brother was then taken to a hospital where his lungs were treated and he was given a blood transfusion, while the hospital staff would reportedly find numerous small bags of grass in his trousers, indicating that he had possibly been drug dealing at the time of the attack. Now, not much information is available about this incident other than the apparent police report, which one of the CGM, formerly 1011 members, called Duppy, would post on his Instagram in 2021 whilst
Oakley, you watched your brother get got. ... Why didn't you move wild then? Period. Weren't you gonna talk on this until you started putting 100 ops in your vids? ... You wanna be involved? Question mark. No. Now you're involved. Period. Shoulda stayed a good you. Period.
Dissing Central Cee and asking why he didn't move wild in the West that day, as well as saying that
he did not say why did he move wild in the West, bruh. He added shit to his shit.
And asking why he didn't move wild in the West that day, as well as saying that he wasn't going to talk about the incident, but since Central Cee started putting 100 ops in his music videos, he's now fully involved in the beef too. But more on that later. Digga D would
more on that later.
To rap about this incident on several songs. In 2021, he dropped his beatbox freestyle, while the song was originally released as a censored version. An uncensored version would eventually leak, with Digga rapping how they stabbed Central Cee's brother, pleaded not guilty, but still ended up beating the case. Also in 2021, an alleged plugged-in freestyle with Fumes the Engineer would apparently leak, where Digga D would rap how Central Cee just stood there and watched them stab his brother, with fans reacting on social media, saying how the song was definitely going to get Digga recalled to prison for breaking his CBO. However, Digga himself would deny ever even being at Fumes' studio. The song still circulates. Meanwhile, on Reddit, the online detectives have alleged that a member of the so-called LA gang was the person who did the actual stabbing in this situation. This gang, which is from around the Latimer Road area, is apparently very close with 1011 or CGM members. But whoever was behind the actual stabbing, this was only the beginning of the troubles that Digga would find himself in, as he had seemingly learned very little from his run-ins.
So wait, why did they say was Digga with YD or whatever that dude's name is?
Stabbing, this was only the beginning of the troubles that Digga would find himself in, as he had seemingly learned very little from his run-ins with the law, and already the following year, in 2019, he would find himself locked up again. But even more interestingly, it would be after this knife-point brush with death that Central Cee would have a spark of inspiration, deciding to get even closer to the streets rather than backing away, and taking inspiration from Digga D's life and violent drill music, and deciding it was time to do a complete 180.
This man just said, yeah, Central Cee just watched his brother get killed by Digga D. So what did he do? He did a complete 180. He looked up to Digga D now. He wants to do the same thing as him. And he knew Digga was blowing up in his rap shit. So he's just going to take inspiration from him. What? Like, bro, look. Could it be that Central Cee was a drug dealer? His brother had fucking grass in his pocket when he died. They was posted up on a block selling drugs. A tragic event unfolded with Central Cee. You know, he's just a fucking drug dealer. Doesn't have nothing in his fucking pocket to do anything about it. What the fuck? Is he Superman? Is he supposed to run up and boom, knocked out Digga D? He dropped his knife. It's a fight for the knife. Like I understand it's his brother and you should do everything like to protect him. But Central Cee may not have ever came to an experience where he needed to fight for his life and or never been in them cars. He was never like that. He was never like that up until this point. Like, could a tragic event like that happen and you have to do what you gotta do? Now you gotta get back. Like, bro, that happens all the time over here, bro. Motherfuckers not in the streets, bro. They brother, they cousin, someone they was close to dies. Oh, they the first one that get that call. They gotta hop in them rides and go do something about it. That's just what it is. Like, a tragic event like this could swing anybody, bro. His blood brother just died in front of him, bro. Like, motherfuckers not ready for, like, bro, like, that experience just to happen to them, bro. Like, it's fight or flight. Like, he didn't have to fight, so, like, I don't know, bro. I see it. I can see how, bro. I can just see how.
Rather than backing away, taking inspiration from Digga D's life and violent drill music, and deciding it was time to do a complete 180. At this point, Ray would have a spark of inspiration, deciding to get even closer to the streets rather than backing away, taking inspiration from
Digga stabbed and killed my brother. I'm gonna rap like Digga. I'm gonna blow up and be Digga's main op now. I'm gonna diss him in my tracks now. I'm gonna be the biggest UK drill rapper now.
Spark of inspiration.
I don't need to go on no drills to get my brother back.
Rather than backing away,
I'm gonna rap about it.
Inspiration from Digga D's life and violent drill music, and deciding it was time to do a complete 180. At this point, Cench dropped the auto-tune and begun to make much more gritty drill music that appealed to the gangsters on the streets rather than the girls in the club. And it would turn out that this strategy would take Central Cee right to the top of the game, but it would also have the unintended consequence of making him a bigger target in the streets than he had ever been before.
The rise of Central Cee.
Central Cee had been making and releasing music since 2014, and despite showing early promise in a few of his freestyles, mainstream success still eluded him. Having tried multiple styles of rap so far, Central Cee was still riding the wave of melodic singing and auto-tune rap at the beginning of 2019. Cench's next release was teased by Cairo Keys on Instagram with the Live Your Movie hashtag on March 24th, 2019, hinting at another collaboration between the dynamic duo. Their next song would be a sequel to their last collab that dropped about a year before, when Central Cee featured on Cairo Keys' album Heartless, another track that had that early trap wave style. Just a few months later, on June the 24th, Grime Daily would upload the song back to back, which featured Central Cee and Cairo Keys, a Live Your Movie production. The song had a catchy guitar melody with a trap beat, and Cairo Keys soon followed up with a catchy hook focused on chasing the money and buying designer drip for his girl. The feel-good track was heavily influenced by Lil Baby and Gunna and saw an amazing chemistry and back and forth, with an effortless dynamic clearly developing between Cairo Keys and Central Cee. The track had all the ingredients to become a decent summer jam. Although he wasn't yet the artist we know today, Cench was at least starting to get better at flowing melodically over trap beats, with much less of that dappy from N-Dub's cringe from his earlier work. This track didn't feel forced like some of his previous songs. It sounded good, but it's hard to deny that the up-and-coming star Cairo Keys played a major role in the song's success, and at the time of its release, fans in the comments shared the same sentiment, predicting the track was destined to blow up, and while some gave their
You see how he just like, yeah, this is like an effortless track from Central Cee. He's not trying too hard, but it's hard to act like this only is good because Central Cee, or like the song is actually good because it was destined to be good because Cairo was on the track. What the fuck?
Today, Cench was at least starting to get better at flowing melodically over trap beats, with much less of that dappy from N-Dub's cringe from his earlier work. This track didn't feel forced like some of his previous songs. It sounded good, but it's hard to deny that the up-and-coming star Cairo Keys played a major role in the song's success, and at the time of its release, fans in the comments shared the same sentiment, predicting the track was destined to blow up, and while some gave their props to Central Cee, there appeared to be a clear bias towards Cairo Keys being the better performer on the track, with one commenter even asking what Central Cee even contributed to the song. But
this has no likes. This man is just looking through the comments and just finding any way to Central Cee. Hey, bro, you look at this shit, bro.
Success. And at the time of its release, fans in the comments shared the same sentiment, predicting the track was destined to blow up.
Definitely soon to blow, 100%. This should blow, man.
While some gave,
because the song is good.
Give their props to Central Cee.
Been too long, Cench. This one's cold though. 6 likes, right?
There appeared to be a clear bias towards
Cairo is cold. This isn't no bias.
Cairo Keys being the
got 8 likes, bro. This is not no bias. He just said Cairo is cold, bro. Just because he just said Central Cee was cold doesn't mean he's hating on Central or fucking saying Cairo was so much better, bro.
Better performer on the track, with one commenter even asking what Central Cee even
retweet. What did Central Cee actually do in this too? No one retweeted this shit. No one liked this shit.
Contributed to the.
But it made a fucking Tribal Roast video for the
song. But all in all, fans were still happy with the collaboration, calling the pair brothers for life. And Back to Back became one of Central Cee's best performing songs so far, with 108,000 streams in less than 3 weeks. Central Cee's determination and creative growth was starting to show. His flow had improved, becoming more confident and refined, while his beat selection was also improving Americanizing his sound.
Shit.
However, at this point, it still wasn't enough.
Why is bro in the train station, bruh?
His beat selection was also improving and Americanizing his sound. However, at this point, it still wasn't enough. Their collaboration on the track highlighted the talent and chemistry between Cench and Cairo, but unfortunately their partnership would later come under strain too, leading to a series of unfortunate events that became a topic of discussion on Reddit and for YouTube documentarians, which accused Central Cee of jacking Cairo's style and then leaving him in the dust. But arguably, Cench didn't actually succeed until he changed his style away from what he was doing with Cairo.
Okay, finally.
Cairo himself eventually found massive success in his own original style with the song Gang. But Cee's next appearance would prove to be a defining moment in his career and a big evolution of his style. style. After his violent altercation with Digga D, where his brother was stabbed at the end of 2018, it would be ironic.
Like, bro, I'm already knowing what he's about to say, bro. I'm already knowing what he's about to say, bro.
Style. After his violent altercation with Digga D, where his brother was stabbed
now
at
he's
the
inspired by
end of 2018,
Digga D, and he
it would be
made a song.
ironic to just about a year later see Central Cee popping up on the very same freestyle platform that saw West London menace Digga D catapulted to fame. Because on October the 9th, 2019, Central Cee was featured on Mixtape Madness's Next Up freestyle series, rapping.
All right, bro. So this man Digga D stabbed his brother, killed him. And it was very ironic that he just showed up on the same platform. Like, there's only a couple platforms in this UK drill shit that got momentum and shit, bro. It's not that fucking hard, bro. Like, damn. He getting older, Central Cee getting better. It's just a fucking coincidence, bro. Like, damn.
Central Cee was featured on Mixtape Madness.
Yeah, he's on the same platform a year later after his brother got stabbed by Digga D, who also had a Next Up performance. Like, bro.
Next Up freestyle series, rapping into the mic in the same iconic.
How long did Digga do in prison or jail or whatever, bro? Because it feel like he hasn't took no long bid.
Location beside.
I thought he took a long bid, like
the Thames River,
at least
London.
a year.
Now, in a stark contrast to Digga D's aggressive and violent Next Up
What? Wait, he started singing
Central
this.
Cee would start the track with heavy auto-tune, singing melodic raps all about his time as a drug dealer and his ambitions to become rich, bragging in auto-tune about even selling drugs while in
When
school.
you're at this time,
and
oh, he's still locked
saying
up.
that everything he says is authentic.
Shit. I wouldn't tell Digga was locked up because this man Trap Lil Ross is still glazing him.
Tune about even selling drugs while in school, and ironically saying that everything he says is authentic. But make no mistake, even though it wasn't a violent UK drill style Next Up freestyle like Digga's was, it was still fire. Central was really doing his thing, singing.
Really?
Sound really good on the mic. But then, in a surprising move, more than halfway through the track, there would be a beat switch, as is usually the case on Next Up freestyles being two-parters. And really, this is the moment where Central Cee truly evolved. Suddenly, the auto-tune turned off, and Central begun rapping over a dark, moody rap beat in his natural voice. This was the pivotal moment in Central Cee's career. He would drop the pretty boy act and keep it real rap. He sounded better, more confident, more himself, and his lyrics about drug dealing in this context suddenly felt a lot more believable and respectable. One YouTube...
Really, bro? Really?
And his lyrics about drug dealing
sounded more believable now, right?
Context suddenly felt a lot more believable and respectable. One YouTube comment later said, referencing famous lyrics from his later track Day in the Life, this indeed was the moment where he turned off his auto-tune so we could hear how he really raps. The video is now flooded with more recent comments saying that the beat switch was indeed the moment that we met the Central Cee we know today, pointing out the many styles he had tried out before finally finding this perfect style. As 2019 began with Central Cee releasing the track Transition, it fittingly concluded with yet another significant transition in his career. By the end of 2019, Central Cee had refined his style and flow, finding that sound that would eventually propel him to the top of the charts in the UK and beyond. The Next Up freestyle marked this breakthrough, testament to his hard work, and little did he know he truly was next up. In his 2023 interview with Vogue, Central Cee reflected on his defeated mindset that he had in 2019, saying that after 7 years of making music and experimenting with different styles, gaining no recognition, his confidence had hit.
Nah, he's never biased, bro. He usually keeps an unbiased perspective, but he makes a lot of game documentaries on like United States like fucking gangs and like out of country shit. But he's from the UK, bro, so it feels like he has some type of bias towards Central Cee for some reason.
Of making music and experimenting with different styles, gaining no recognition, his confidence had
like
hit
just hating.
But it was during this
he usually doesn't hate, bro.
His current manager, YB's, a mysterious figure that is apparently a big part of Central Cee's success. With an air of mystery around him, YB's keeps his face covered. A bit of a pointless exercise when he used to be a bait-faced rapper, but still. In a 2024 interview with GQ, YB's revealed that he'd reached out to Central Cee after he saw a post of him rapping on Instagram in 2019. YB's is often credited with playing a crucial role in Central Cee's dramatic shift and subsequent success, helping Central adapt to not using auto-tune and getting distribution for his music, something that Central and Adam22 would discuss in detail in his No Jumper interview.
Like, had you started to have like a manager or any kind of people behind you when these songs started popping off?
Yeah. I had my manager, I met my manager like a year before we dropped that song. And he hit me like...
YB's?
Yeah.
I heard that he was I heard from a friend of mine that he's like pretty respected and that they think he's kind of pretty integral in you being able to pull all this off. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, he is for sure.
Central also told Adam about YB's constant encouragement that pushed his career forward.
But I didn't have no music really, like at all. And I didn't know what I was doing. I was more so on the roads, and he was meeting me here and there, just trying to like encourage me to do music and take it more serious. but I didn't have like the right song. I was going studio here and there.
So Cench hired YB as his official manager, despite not having that much industry experience, simply because he believed in him and the vision that he had for his career.
But the weird thing was he had no experience in music. He was just telling me like how it is. He was telling me I don't really have too much experience in managing or anything, but I'm a quick learner and whatever. And he didn't tell me, like, you see when you meet a lot of people in music and whatever, they sell you a dream and they tell you like, they tell you what you want to hear. He wasn't doing any of that, and I hate that stuff, like when people do that and try to sell you a dream, tell you what you want to hear and all that.
Although new to management, YB's was no stranger to the rap game, because before 2013, he had actually been rapping under the name YB Bello, such as on the May 2013 track Find My Way intro, where he raps over a dubstep beat with even a young Tion Wayne making an appearance in the video. But you can best hear his rap style at the time from this December 2012 mixtape Madness freestyle, with plenty lyrics about trapping that no doubt meant he would be capable of helping Central Cee come up with similar lyrics. Now, clearly Bello's music career didn't take off, and rebranding himself
come up with
YB's
similar lyrics.
Hide.
Like, is he trying to say he fucking helped Central Cee come up with the bars?
Style with plenty lyrics about trapping that no doubt meant he would be capable of helping Central Cee come up with similar lyrics. Now,
or he's just saying like, oh, he has trap. He was trapping too, so he can help Central Cee put his story into bars type shit.
Clearly Bello's
right?
music career didn't take off, and rebranding himself as YB's and beginning to hide his face to create a mysterious aura no doubt helped him and Central Cee capture their fans' interest. And while we don't have much information on any contractual agreements between the two or YB's actual qualifications as a music manager, it was clear that behind the scenes he was a man with a plan, and his help would certainly make a difference in Central Cee's career from here on out. Now, a lot of posts on Reddit have circulated speculating on how YB's was able to put Central Cee on in the rap game so effectively, with some suggesting that at the time he became Central Cee's manager, YB's actually had a lot of money already through his investments in crypto and jewelry, no doubt made possible by some of that trapping that he was rapping about doing back in the day. And apparently this wasn't YB's first rodeo, as he had previously managed another prominent UK rapper, RIMZY. So YB's used some of his mysteriously gotten money to provide Central Cee with the necessary financial support to get his career moving. But for someone who likes to hide his identity, YB's really does seem to love attention on social media, because ever since becoming Cench's manager, associating himself with this talented rising star has led YB's to get a little drunk off his own success. And over the years of Cench's rise, he's found himself constantly bragging on social media and positioning himself as the real brains behind the operation. YB shared some screenshots of conversations between him and Central Cee after they became successful, with photos showing £100,000 in cash and a caption boasting how when labels were offering them £1 million deals, he was already running up $1 million some other way, and later sharing screenshots of one of his Bitcoin wallets with Central Cee in a conversation where he seemed to be updating Cench on every few $100s that he was making in crypto. Years later, while on No Jumper, Central Cee would speak on approaching YB's for help, working on and pushing his breakout track Day in the Life.
So when I came with that song, came to him, I said, look, this is the one. He's like, you sure? I said, yeah, cool. I said, yeah, this is the one. Let's push it. I want you to help me work it. He said, all right, cool.
So now, with a sharp strategy to drop the auto-tune, pick up a more gangster persona, and with the backing of his mysterious ex-trapper crypto-pumping manager,
just pick up a gangster persona.
It would be time for Central Cee to begin his full takeover of the UK drill scene, and conveniently doing so whilst his biggest rival in West London, Digga D, was facing massive hurdles in his career.
Why are they grabbing that man? He's just trying to perform.
Together, they would carefully craft a unique drill persona, with Cench going forward positioned more like a mascot for West London roadmen, a drastic...
He calling this man a mascot is crazy. That's not the approach.
Cench going forward positioned more like a mascot for West London roadmen, a drastic switch up from his old pretty boy image. They created a clean artistic slate by removing old content and photos from the internet, including releases with other artists like Cairo Keys. Central Cee didn't really want people to know about or see his embarrassing auto-tuned attempts to become a rapper now that he decided on this new lane to be in. So you know he's gonna hate this video. But once he had scrubbed all...
He hates the video because you fucking hella biased, bruh.
Cringe passed from the internet, Cench went dark for a 7-month period and didn't drop any music, but he was still active, apparently taking steps to continue positioning himself to be as street as possible and posting up around the serious gangsters from his area. As this musical hiatus was also around the time that we have the earliest publicly available proof of Cench, together with the infamous 12 anti-member F-Dot, both being seen on an Instagram story made by Central Cee.
So the whole strategy of this gangster persona was, let me take a 7-month hiatus and start befriending these gang members around my area. You good with that, manager? You good with that, YBs? Yeah, sounds good, man. That sounds good. Then we'll release music under the new persona where we'll make you the mascot of the Wild West. bro. Facts.
Central Cee rocking the same hairstyle that he had in his Next Up freestyle from October 2019.
Shit is crazy,
now, Central
bro.
apparently also begun inviting West London gangsters.
That's the same hairstyle?
Up freestyle from October 2019. Now, Central had apparently also begun inviting West London gangsters to the studio with him to create an authentic UK drill vibe whilst he was recording.
Oh, perfect! Motherfuckers brought the gang members in, like, hey, bro, tell me how that drill went, bro. I'm gonna rap this shit real quick. Just give me a rundown of that shit, man.
With the presence of these gang members apparently encouraging him to rap bars and come up with lyrics that would impress these street-focused thugs.
Facts. Nah, that was a good bar, bro. But like, I did it this way though. Like when I stabbed him in the chest, like when it came out, the blood was coming out his chest. It was squirting type shit, bro. His blood was on the knife. I had to wipe it across his shirt to get the blood off, and then I put it back in my pocket. You gotta rap it like that, bro.
With Cee explaining in a later interview that his next song was recorded in a local studio with about 10 people, including Box 12, A2 Anti, and other local affiliates, and that he would, quote, feed off that energy. Cee would ultimately...
So it couldn't be a thing of, hey man, I don't really want to rap right now, bro. Like this man fucking Digga talking crazy. He's in jail right now for killing my brother. I gotta do something about it. Like he's not telling his manager that, but that's what he's doing in his head. Like, bro, I don't want to rap right now. I want to, you know, knee deep in the streets now. Like, it can't be nothing like that, bro. It's just, he's got to, like, adopt this persona and stay off social media and go black because he wants to befriend these gang members in his area and become more knee deep in that without doing anything. He doesn't have no consequences with it. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, bro.
A2 Anti and other local affiliates, and that he would, quote, feed
it
off
could
that
win
energy.
like this.
Cee
It
would
could win
ultimately
like
break
this for
his
sure.
musical silence on April
just-
5th, 2020 for the
know.
select few that were watching Central Cee's Instagram live at the time. Once again, taking the fake gangster persona seriously, strategically donning Cee's Instagram live at the time. Once again, taking the fake gangster persona seriously, strategically donning latex gloves as if he was about to go on a non-existent drill with
Nah, bro, this shit is a 3-hour documentary hating on Central Cee, bruh.
Bambino behind him in the studio, Central Cee played over a minute of the nearly finished song that would be his next release, the track Day in the Life. Now, from the very start, this song was an undeniable banger, and at the end of playing it, a very proud Central Cee would end the Instagram live. Central clearly knew that he had something special here, but him and his team...
What the fuck? Who the fuck is this? Nah, bro. What the fuck? Why is the eyebrow so high?
Later on April the 11th, with an
that
Instagram
shit.
freestyle, with him rapping
IGTV?
over a traditional rap beat. Cee shared raw tales of his drug dealing past, his struggles, the harsh realities of trapping, and his determination to succeed.
What about the
Drastic
fake
shift
gangster
from the dappy
persona?
style love songs of his past? He was now knee deep into the street drill sound, and Central was the only one.
there
As
you
before
go.
he fully came out of the roadman closet with a fresh Nike tech, some of the
roadman closet is crazy, bro. Yo, this shit funny to me, bro, but this shit takes away from the documentary, bro.
real gangsters from his area would continue making noise in music too, as on April the 12th, 2020, 12 Antis, Box 12, and F. and Bankroll dropped a plugged-in freestyle with
The real gangsters dropped, okay.
TV's YouTube channel. The track was characterized by hard-hitting drill lyrics, all about the 12 Anti members' gangbanging activities in the streets. F. rapped about his past stabbings, saying that he's lost count of how many he's done, and that he's always ready to attack his ops any day, any time. Even eerily at one point describing filling a gun with bullets and shooting his ops in the head, and dissing an op for playing dead during a stabbing incident. 12 Anti were keeping their gang relevant in music after Digga D and 1011 turned CGM had such an incredible run over the last few years. But within a few months of this freestyle dropping, it would be Central Cee who would be taking the crown as the most relevant rapper associated with the 12 postcode gangs in London. As on June the 14th, 2020, Central Cee's life would change forever when he releases the song and music
got like
video
50
for
million,
Day in the
right?
Life, a release
Or he
that
got like
marked the
100
biggest
mil.
turning point in his more than 7-year career. With its captivating bars and infectious horn sample looped over a booming UK drill beat arrangement, combined with Central Cee's new roadman persona and an impeccable collection of Nike Tech and Trap Star tracksuits, the track was a bullseye for his target audience. The song featured aggressive, vivid lyrics, with Central painting a picture of life in the streets of West London. The first two bars being the hook, as Central references what he did in part 2 of his Next Up freestyle, and continuing on this song, telling the audience to turn off the auto-tune and see how people really rap. He would of course talk about selling drugs and trapping extensively, and in an effort to appeal to the hardened gangsters losing friends to the streets, he ended his first verse with a tribute to a 12 World member A1 who was stabbed to death whilst trapping before turning 18. Day in the Life was Central Cee's finest hour so far, and the comments at the time of its release would confirm that, saying that this song was 100 times better than anything in his previous catalogue, with many positive comments from international audiences who claimed to have fallen in love with Central's British accent. The song was doing numbers, racking up over 150,000 views just 2 days after its release.
What? Oh, 150,000. I thought it was 150 million. Yo, I was like,
was doing numbers, racking up over 150,000 views just 2 days after its release. Central Cee's biggest debut yet, hitting a massive 2.4 million views within just a month. Even Cairo Keys at the time was happy for him. Day in the Life today currently sits over 94 million views and over 234 million Spotify streams. And the track would debut on the UK singles charts the next year, around the time of the release of Central's Wild West mixtape that had the song on it. But despite the late debut, Day in the Life would be Central Cee's first big hit, peaking at number 44 and spending 5 weeks on the UK Top 100 charts. And it was an international hit too, as Day in the Life went on to be certified gold in the UK, Sweden, Canada, France, and New Zealand, and even platinum in Australia. Central YB's new strategy hit the nail on the head.
Not the UK though?
The lyrics, the outfits, and the overall message was perfectly on point.
The outfits, facts, the outfits did it.
Had hit the nail on the head. The beat, the lyrics, the outfits, and the overall message was perfectly on point. And the track really did paint a picture of a genuine day in the life for thousands of London youths, and as a result, the song would resonate with the streets like crazy. Speaking with URN Network years later, Central Cee's manager YB's would actually share their plan after the release of Day in the Life. Apparently, C and his team decided at this point not to overwhelm the audience with a bunch of remixes and efforts to milk this one track for more than it was worth. Instead, they focused on just releasing brand new songs. YB's explained that by taking this approach, new listeners would discover Day in the Life alongside Central Cee's other tracks, helping him avoid the one-hit wonder curse. Just a few days before dropping his next track, Central Cee was seen giving fans a sneak peek by rapping along to it in his car. About a month after Day in the Life dropped, on July the 26th, 2020, Central released another drug dealer anthem called Molly. The music video started with a huge crowd in Shepherd's Bush, all rapping along to the earlier release song Day in the Life. In the next shot, Cench flaunting his Live Yours chain, the new, more punchy evolution of Live Your Movie, on this new banging beat produced by Ghosty and Chris.
So, okay. So his next up freestyle was like his first taste of success. So is the picture right now that's being painted is Central Cee had his next up performance. He took the platform that fucking Digga blew up on after he fucking killed his brother. Central Cee used that platform to basically take over UK rap, and after that song he was able to get fucking extorted by the gang members in his area or the gang members he knew. He just like took on what they're actually doing. Like I'm confused. And then it's like he just had this hit Day in the Life, and now it's like everybody's outside for Central Cee. Now everybody's claiming him. Is the whole thing like they're just fucking extorting him? Or just letting him claim this shit?
Live Yours chain, the new, more punchy evolution of Live Your Movie. On this new banging beat produced by Ghosty and Chris Rich, we would hear Central Cee rapping drug dealer bars over a haunting beat, referencing his previous bars in Day in the Life about selling party drugs, but this time specifically mentioning that he was the one passing out Molly at parties. Central Cee also moved beyond just rapping about interactions with women and life living in the bando, rapping that he was having endless talks with labels, being lowballed, and making it clear that he was looking for the same record deal as Manchester rapper H, someone that he would have jealousy issues with later in his career, with Cench rapping that he wants at least £1 million to sign a deal, and that his deal must be as big as H's deal, with H having recently just signed an enormous deal with Caroline International in February 2020, while Cench at this time was apparently being offered deals as low as £20,000. Cench's struggles to get signed was something that YBs would joke about in their conversations at the time, asking C if he would join a reformed N-Dubs if they offered him £1 million. But anyway, Molly was Central Cee's latest drug dealer anthem, and the fans were loving it. Upon release, YouTube comments noted how Cench went from average to dropping absolute hits, and how it was about time that he blew up in the rap game, praising him for finally finding his sound. Day in the Life and Molly were a powerful 1-2 punch, and Cench's name was now buzzing in the UK drill scene, with Day in the Life being the better performer, and Molly dropping within a month of his initial hit, giving fans even more music to enjoy, especially since Cee's old catalogue had been scrubbed from the internet. Molly would
Can't forget that, bro. Can't forget that he won't let you forget that.
Since Cee's old catalogue had been scrubbed from the internet. Molly would gain over 3 million views over the next 3 months, and as of today, it has over 18 million views, and close to 39 million streams on Spotify. This would have been a massive success for C had he not just had an even bigger track with Day in the Life, but from here, Cench showed no signs of letting up, and he would continue to make big appearances in the UK rap scene. On August the 16th, 2020, Central Cee delivered a memorable freestyle on the Mad About Bars series, hosted by leading British DJ and radio presenter Kenny Allstar, with Kenny Allstar introducing Central Cee as destined for greatness. Building on the success of his previous 2 releases, even Central Cee's freestyle received 1 million views in less than a week. At this point in his career, making 8 figures from music might have seemed like a dream, but as time went on, this began to seem more and more like an inevitability than a dream. Following his 2 previous successes with Day in the Life and Molly, Central would release the music video for his hit track Loading on October the 22nd, 2020. The music video, like his previous ones, was shot in Shepherd's Bush. Cairo Keys and 12 Anti-members made appearances in the video, giving C a much-needed extra dose of street credibility. And despite claiming on the hook not to be on the roads too tough, in other bars he alluded to his little brother carrying a knife and openly claiming that his homies leap out of cars with masks on to do drills, even claiming that when he goes on dates with women, he makes them hold his weapons. He also showcases iconic West London locations like Shepherd's Bush Market, as well as extensively shining a light on London street culture at the time, riding around the city on electric scooters in a plethora of hyped tracksuits. Central Cee struck gold with
tracksuits, bro. He want
quickly surpassed Day in the Life. The song achieved over 1 million views within just 5 days of its release, over 4.5 million views in a month, close to 9 million views by the end of 2020, and today, Loading has a whopping 104 million views on YouTube.
That's
and
crazy.
394 million streams on Spotify.
Yo,
Loading
that is
debuted
wild.
on the UK singles charts at number 37, the song would eventually rising to number 19 and enjoying a solid 20-week run on the charts. The track also made waves in the Irish singles charts, peaking at number 39 and staying on the charts for a remarkable 30 weeks, as well as going on to get certified platinum in the UK, Australia, Sweden, Canada, and New Zealand, and going gold in France. By the end of 2020, Central Cee had cemented himself as one of the rising stars in the UK drill scene, making it onto Capital Extra ones to watch at the end of the year alongside upcoming American artists like Chef G, with the station labeling him as one of London's most exciting emerging artists. His unique blend of infectious beats, compelling storytelling, and fake gangster rap, and authenticity attracted a wide audience all around the world. However, immediately after the release of Day in the Life and every subsequent track, Central Cee's authenticity would come under more and more scrutiny.
I bet.
Debates would begin online about whether Central Cee was an industry plant, whether he was a fake gangster, or simply lying about or embellishing his experiences from the streets. The industry plant allegations were mainly born out of the fact that he seemingly came out of nowhere and grew too fast, likely from people who weren't paying attention for the first 6 years of his career. And ultimately, there were many people that came to his defense. Cage Birds would discuss the industry plant accusation, noting his long history in the music industry and extensive marketing.
He's an industry plant, bro, and I feel like
he's not industry.
Oh man,
I call him an industry. So I tell you why you cannot call him an industry. Why? One, because you can see his progression from time ago.
Prolific UK rap manager turned YouTuber Bouncer would point towards Central Cee and his manager's plan, suggesting it was truly authentic.
Big shout out to Bello. He saw his artists, they thought of a plan, they executed the plan. There's nothing more. You guys can't keep on overthinking and thinking because someone's got so much success, they're industry plant.
Critics would question whether Central Cee's portrayal of street life and his personal anecdotes in his songs were authentic or not. And a lot of people would highlight potential discrepancies between his persona and the actual life that he lived. And a lot of skeptics would indeed label him as a capper, believing that he has exaggerated or completely fabricated parts of his narrative to gain popularity. Now, his manager YBs would later defend Central Cee extensively, calling out people who have unrealistic aspirations from trapping rather than seeking valid opportunities to make money. He said that unless you're black or have been to jail, then you shouldn't even chip in and talk down on Central Cee. And YBs would claim that being a former trapper himself who had been to jail, he was an authority on the topic, saying that if you haven't made $1 million or ain't gonna make $1 million, quit trapping and get a day job. Another prolific rapper turned viral podcaster, Young Spray, had also come to Central Cee's defense numerous times, giving him a blanket pass for anything that he said in his songs, loyalty that would ultimately be rewarded years later.
For two different things. Central Cee, I don't believe he is anything what he says.
Pick up Central Cee.
I don't believe he does anything. I don't believe he trap. I don't believe he does none of that.
I do.
But
bro, this man's in khakis, a fucking sweater, and a button-up, bro. Talking about Central Cee doesn't rap what he lives.
I don't believe he does none of that.
Why is he wearing his fit? Look at everybody. His fit, bro. Look at his fit, bro. Look at the way he dresses, bro.
I do.
I don't.
You been in the trap?
I don't. Something about it. It just doesn't sound right.
And ironically, even Central Cee's ops would eventually come to his defense, with Striker from CGM talking to UKL on The Tremendous Show and admitting that Central Cee had indeed trapped, but that it was unlikely that he'd been on drills.
Who's making the hits?
Yeah.
The GOAT on this thing right now is Central Cee. At least you gave him his flowers. I'm so Central Cee. Central Cee used to rap before Digga, bro. The guy's been rapping for time, bro.
For a while.
The guy used to have flipping a nose ring and a ponytail and that rapping and doing mad freestyles and that. So, and that's another thing. You know how I said commitment and dedication? I give it to a man because a man was rapping from donkeys. And now look.
Instead of quitting, he tried something else.
This is what I'm saying. And he's doing his thing. But the only thing that I just don't like is that there's a lot of cat, man. There's a lot of cat. Like, bro, like there's certain times I've heard some tunes and I'm like, bro, he's talking great. I'm thinking, what's going on? I'm keeping it real. Digga's a road youth. Central Cee has never been a road youth, bro. They know there's certain men from certain blocks. I would rather them be rapping than that guy talking grease because you've actually mashed works. So certain man can't talk this chat. So look, if a man's talking about trapping, I'm not gonna be like, oh, he's capping, because I know he was trapping because he was jogging from my bedroom, bro.
The debate about whether or not Central Cee was truly authentic in the streets has raged on for years ever since he became successful. However, the one person whose opinion we would want to hear the most was of course West London menace Digga D, who in October 2020
West London menace, bro.
After
bro giving them nicknames.
The raging success of Central Cee's song Loaded would be spotted on Instagram listening to that song live, saying that he knew Central Cee and that he went to school with him, but other than that, he's not saying too much. Clearly giving some impression that the two had some kind of history. Someone in the comments would even ask Digga if Central Cee was capping in his raps, to which he would reply simply saying that he doesn't know.
Is he a capper? I don't know. So I don't know if he's capping. I don't think he's capping. I don't know if he's capping. He might be capping. So mad questions.
Central Cee's new persona and gritty street gang inspired lyrics would catapult him to new highs in the UK rap game. But
he's not gonna speak on Digga though. He said he could be like that, bro. We don't know. That's Digga's opinion, bro. He didn't say anything about that though.
He's saying that he doesn't know.
I don't think he's capping. I don't know if he's capping. He might be capping.
I don't think he's capping. I don't know if he's capping. He might be capping. So mad questions.
Like, come on, bro.
Central
You ain't gonna
Cee's
say
new
nothing about
persona
that
and
though.
Gritty street gang inspired lyrics would catapult him to new highs in the UK rap game. But for his more authentic rivals in Elaborate Grove, like Digga D, who had really been living the kind of life that Central Cee was rapping about, music was still secondary to the streets. While Central Cee was finding his sound and taking his career in a popping new direction, Digga D and his homies from 1011 would still be going in and out of prison, fighting murder and firearm cases, and once again rapping about it for the whole world to see, with these gritty and authentic raps captivating the UK drill scene. So before Central Cee had...
And then when I go down here, bro, and we click on this fucking video, Traplo Ross gonna be like, I don't know why Central Cee's team is so mad at me. Like, bro,
truly perfected
look
his
how the way
roadman
you put
persona,
his
it would be
ass,
the
and
real
you don't know
roadman
him.
Digga D and CGM who would be dominating the streets of West London musically. But unfortunately for them, it would only be a matter of time before the copycats perfected that style too.
Oh, this man a copycat, bro.
Musically, but unfortunately,
like Digga was the first one to make road music, bro. Like he's the first one to grab a fucking UK drill beat and fucking rap crazy on that shit, bro. Central Cee's copying Digga's whole formula,
for
bro.
them, it would only be a matter of time before the copycats perfected that style too and completely overtook the real gangsters.
Wow, bro. This dude, Jesus, how killer rappers took over UK drill.
At the end of 2018, Digga D would be released from prison after going on a legendary run in the UK drill scene from behind bars, announcing his freedom with a video posted to social media where he dissed the prison guards as he left.
See this place? Get all the gloves and that. Special.
After being released, Digga D and the rest of the 1011 gang members turned rappers from Elaborate Grove were forced to rebrand musically, as the name of their gang was directly in breach of their CBO, criminal behavior order, that had banned them from rapping about postcodes in a gang context. And so from here, they began to go exclusively under the new moniker CGM, which stood for Constantly Getting Money, Cherish Godmore, and allegedly in the streets, Certified Grove members. Or perhaps at times, if they're wearing blue, Crip gang members. But more of that later. Things
What about that last one, Flock? Do you think it stands for that?
we're off to a good start, with Digga's popularity being through the roof at this point, and UK drill.
Has anybody ever said that, bro? I feel like, bro, he was just looking for shit that just goes with it, bro. Oh, it could mean this.
Fans eagerly waiting for his every drop.
Yeah.
A November track titled No Porkies would see
No
the crew
Perkies.
repping their new police-friendly name, CGM. However, as we'll discuss next, a repeating pattern in Digga's career would be that he simply wasn't able to stay out of trouble or jail, as already at the
Like,
beginning.
the thing is, bro, I take the good with the bad, bro. I think Central Cee was actually selling drugs, bro. Does my opinion matter? No, but I just, that's what I get from his music, bro. But I think seeing his brother get knifed and stabbed and killed right in front of him, bro, could have just, I don't know, turned him into something else. And it's one thing to just hop in that car with other people to like, but he didn't need to do that. He could have just went by himself, bro. He's the only one. He don't need nobody snitching on him because he's the only one there. That could have just been him, bro. Is there fucking evidence to prove that? Probably not, bro. Did it happen? Maybe. Probably not. Did he ever fucking take someone's life? I don't know. I'm not the police. I'm not. But I'm just saying, it could happen, though. Like, that could be what happened, bro. That could have just turned him up, bro. And, like, he could have just been in the moment. He didn't know what to do. Like, he's never seen nothing like this. Never seen no violent shit just, like, right in front of him. Two feet away from him, bro. And could just... That was that. That's what turned him up. But I just don't think, like, bro, he just like, oh, me and YBs was talking. We gotta do this new gangster persona. Like, he's just making it seem a certain way that it's not, bro. Just to, like, throw salt, bro.
Eating pattern
That's what
in
it
Digga's
feels like,
career
bro.
would be that he simply wasn't able to stay out
I
of
mean,
trouble
Central Cee
or
probably
jail.
said something about
Already at the
TLR
beginning
before,
of
and he made a whole
2019,
video on
he
him
would
to hate
quickly
him.
find himself facing yet another major legal battle. Only a few months after the confrontation that saw Digga and a friend allegedly stabbing Central Cee's brother, another wild spur of violence popped off with 10-11 members involved. On the 2nd of January 2019, at around 7 p.m, police were called to a mass brawl taking place near the
Wait, this shit didn't even happen yet?
Stay out of
Fuck.
trouble or jail is already at the beginning of this point, and UK drill fans eagerly waiting for his every drop. A November track titled No Porkies would see the crew repping their new police-friendly name, CGM. However, as we'll discuss next, a repeating pattern in Digga's career would be that he simply wasn't able to stay out of trouble or jail, as already at the beginning of 2019, he would quickly find himself facing yet another major legal battle. Only a few months after the confrontation.
Wait, I remember this shit, Flock. I thought it already happened, bro. Bro's going back to jail.
Saw
Fuck.
Digga and a friend allegedly stabbing Central Cee's brother. Another wild spur of violence popped off with.
Yeah, no, it's after the Central brother shit. I didn't know it was after, bro.
Around 7
I mean, I
PM,
did know it was after. I just thought it already happened.
Police were called to a mass
Y'all
brawl
got KFC?
taking place near the intersection of the Great Western Road and
getting
Harrow
stabbed
Road
and
in
shit,
the
bro.
W10 postcode. Arriving at the scene, the fighting had already stopped and everyone had fled, except for one man who had suffered a stab wound, while another teenager would take himself to hospital with a slash wound on his face. However, checking the CCTV in the area, the police would see the brawl took place, noticing a grey and red vehicle arriving at the scene. The people from these cars would then confront several people who were already at the scene, with both sides being armed with weapons like large knives, and seemingly even a handgun which one person would aim towards rivals, while the public can be seen running away from the scene in panic. It would later turn out that this had been a fight between rapper Fredo's Harrow Road Boys gang and Digga D's Ladbroke Grove gang, formerly 1011, who were now calling themselves CGM, with members like Digga D, Sav O, and ZK personally taking part. Later that month, Snapchat stories from several CGM members would show that Digga and Sav O had been arrested once again. They would not reveal the reason for the arrest at this time. Sav O, aka J-Sav, would then confirm the arrest as he would tell his fans to write to him at the Feltham prison. News reports would later reveal that these arrests were indeed linked to the brawl, as the police had carried out a warrant at Sav O's address. And apparently, the warrant was carried out soon after Digga and Sav O had posted a video of them on Snapchat brandishing two guns.
Did bro shot him so foul, bro? Trap Lord script is crazy.
Show them the side.
With the arrest warrant mentioned in this video and the violent disorder for justification on the raid of Sav and Digga. And in the search, they would find clothing that matched the suspects in the CCTV footage, while their phone examinations would also place them at the scene. Still, already the following month in February, Digga would seemingly be back straight away.
Fresh home again. Oh, that's fucking pool stick.
He would get straight back to the music, teaming up with Savo again for the track Who, which came with a creepy horror movie inspired music video and boastful lyrics where Digga D said that he went to jail and the shooting stopped, and when they let him out, they started again, referencing that showdown with HRB soon after his 2018 release.
Showdown.
Unfortunately for Digga, his lyrics appeared to be zero cap, and already next month he would be in yet another dangerous altercation, as his other ops, a gang called B-Side, all the way from the Bellingham area in southeast London, would engage in a car chase with him, chasing Digga in traffic and posting it live on their Snapchats.
Hey, look at this, fam. He's not stopping.
Yo, bro, he not cold behind the wheel, bro.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo, speed it up, buddy. They on you.
Hold on.
Man, someone don't hang out the window. You ain't cutting up though. Yo, cut up with the wheel. Come on.
Hey, wait,
they got your ass.
Where
they going?
Bro, man. Hey, fam,
what the
stop,
fuck?
Bro.
Let's go, Siji.
Hey, look, get his face in there. Get his face in there. Get his face in there.
Get his face in
Digga
there.
D would then comment on the chase on his own social media, claiming that he had actually initiated the encounter by throwing a bottle at his op's car and then dashing away in style, something that B-side members would then refute.
It's getting out of hand now, man. Man, stop trimming videos. Yeah.
Trimming videos.
And get the bit in where I pulled up right beside you like that. Lick the bottle and man said, "Oh, what are you man doing?" You get it? That's how quick.
I see no glass. Did the bottle break? Men are out here scared. Well, no one got bottle. Take that.
How can a man say man got bottled? Hey, fam, all the man were good, bro.
Despite a willingness to shoot his ops at any given opportunity, it was clear that when it came to the internet games, Digga was also a world-class troll. As also around this time, Digga D would successfully troll the rapper S1 from 12 World and completely trash his reputation in the streets. S1 had been going back and forth with Digga for quite some time, with one video circulating at the start of 2019 where S1 had an argument on live with a Digga fan and claimed that CGM didn't have the strength to shoot him.
Yo, unique. Bare chattings. Digga D's gonna snipe you, unique. No one's sniping nothing, but
sniping is crazy.
Them man ain't got no strength to slap off no.
A little while later, Digga made a post seemingly showing blood on his Nike Tech tracksuit and a caption suggesting that the ops finally scored on him, with none other than S1 instantly posting a video
Ask
where
Digga what happened.
The car window telling his fans to go ask Digga what
that was
happened.
juice, bruh.
CGMK, you know? Huh? Wet man down noom.
Long ass sideburn,
huh? Ask Digga what happened. Ask Digga what happened.
Alright. Let's ask Digga what happened.
Out, S1 had done absolutely nothing. As it turned out, Digga D was trolling all along, accidentally spilling a Jamaican Magnum drink on his leg that looked like blood while he was watching a
Magnum
football match. He decided to post it as if he had been injured.
Yo, Digga D put a Magnum on his trousers and claimed he got stabbed on Snapchat as a joke to see if his ops would claim they did it. S1 made a video claiming he stabbed Digga. That is crazy, bro. Why would S1 feel confident enough to say, "Oh, I did it," knowing that Digga got ops in South or West London? I don't know where S1 is. He's from like B-side, right, or wherever they said. But why would he feel confident enough in claiming that shit, bro? Like, if he didn't do it.
To see if any of his ops would claim the attack. This now classic moment in UK drill would single-handedly play a key role in destroying S1's, at the time, burgeoning rap career, as claiming this fake drill would completely trash his credibility in the streets. Messages would then circulate of S1 backtracking and saying that his friends knew that Digga was joking, and that S1 apparently really thought one of his guys had actually stabbed Digga when he posted it. But from here, S1's street cred would take another hit after more questionable headlines came out, accusing S1 of allegedly committing a burglary and then going on the run. But Digga wasn't just causing trouble for no reason. He was still locked in and planning to drop major music. In April, he would release a breakthrough single from his upcoming mixtape called No Diet. Digga would promote the song by using 2 emojis, a cross and a cup of coke, even making stickers with these emojis that he would then post himself, sticking one on the sign belonging to the block of a rival gang called CSB. Now, the track No Diet itself was actually a genius concept that saw Digga getting around his community behavior order, banning him from making gang music by using a metaphor likening coke from his trap house to Coca-Cola and assuring his fans and clients that his coke is not diet. And in the video, he would be seen whipping coke in a Pyrex jug using actual cans of Coca-Cola rather than illicit substances. No Diet would go viral, and the music video trended at #1 on YouTube, with the song breaking records, becoming the highest charting solo drill track in UK history at the time. But anyway, No Diet became Digga's breakthrough moment in the music industry, landing him at number 20 on the UK singles charts. The highest charting position for a UK drill song in history at that point. But once again, Digga's past would come back to haunt him, just as he was about to take his career to the next level.
Shit, 3 hours?
Locked up once again for breaching his CBO, something that he explained later in his BBC documentary.
I'm back in jail. I want everyone to keep listening to my song, don't judge me, you get me? Then I was on the exercise yard with one of my friends. He's got his phone out and he's taking a little snap and I'm in it. And I'm like, oh, that's leaked. Then I had a tape coming out. I said, I forget, I might as well just put it out.
While he was locked up, Digga's team would put out his mixtape titled Double Tap Diaries, a reference to double tapping a sawn-off shotgun, something that Digga was allegedly doing regularly enough to write a whole diary about it. Now,
really, bro? Really, bro? The glaze is insane, bro. The glaze is insane,
While he was locked up, Digga's team would put out his mixtape titled Double Tap Diaries, a reference to double tapping a sawn-off shotgun, something that Digga was allegedly doing regularly enough to write a whole...
That man Digga was shooting shotguns so much, his team put out a whole album dedicated to double tapping that shotgun. And Digga knows personally how to do that, because he's did it more than one time. And you know it, because it's Digga.
Diary about it.
Nah, but like the way he presented it, bruh.
The tape broke even more records by becoming the highest charting drill
you don't need to
project in the
explain
UK
it like
at the
that.
time, peaking at number 11 on the UK albums charts. This was an
He was
incredible
regularly
career
doing
achievement
that.
for Digga D, but it would land while he was languishing inside prison, something that would sadly become a hallmark of his career. But sadly for Digga, being behind the wall didn't mean that he was getting a break from the
What is Digga locked up right now for? Like fucking having weed in Dubai or some shit, bro?
violence, as in August, rumors would begin to spread online that Digga...
Oh, that's the other one.
Digga D had gotten stabbed in jail. These rumors would get a reply from bitter rival from HRB, Fredo, who would comment an ambulance emoji under one post, clearly had reply from bitter rival from HRB, Fredo, who would comment an ambulance had gotten stabbed in jail. These rumors would get a reply from bitter rival from HRB,
how did he get shot in the eye like that and still keep it?
Emoji
can he see out of his eye?
Under one post, clearly happy about the news. It would later turn out that Digga had in fact been stabbed in the eye, causing him to almost go blind in one eye. Interestingly, one of the prison guards working at the time would later do an interview saying that the staff were actually told to protect Digga from running into rival gang members, but one day they failed to do this and he was stabbed in the eye with a pen.
Moved on to
a pen? Oh my god. Oh my god, that shit sounds painful, bro. You know how fucking hard you gotta fucking swing to stab somebody in the eye with a pen and almost go blind?
A-wing. And on A-wing, I came across Digga D. He was a big target for a lot of the gangs, so we had to ensure that when Digga D came out of his cell, he was coming out with the right people. While he was on A-wing, when he first came into the prison, he was attacked on the exercise yard and somebody tried to stab him in the eye with a pen. And I believe he's got a scar in one of his side of his face from when this pen had actually penetrated.
This is a crazy injury considering the fact that Digga D himself had allegedly blinded someone after shooting them in the face with a shotgun, and Digga would even rap later on in his career that he never believed in karma until this happened, getting caught on the receiving end of a literal eye for an eye scenario. But not discouraged by his setbacks behind bars, in October, Digga would leave a message from jail saying that he was good and telling people to stop mentioning his name.
Come on, you know it is. Digga, one and only, wicked man. But hey, listen, on a serious note, you don't need to stop saying man's name, video and that. That's all chatting. If you know what happened, you know what happened, innit? Cool, I got next. But my juice got spilled while I was spilling some juice. You get me? Like, all this chatting to these videos and all these guys, man, and all this, yo, like, leave it to the roads, man. Like, when guys are asking me to use certain, I'm not even getting to it. Just boom, that's it, innit? Leave my name out of it. Home soon.
It's crazy that they fucking interviewed the guard.
In March 2020, the news would finally report about the 2019 mass brawl that landed Digga in hot water in the first place, saying how it had been 7 thugs altogether involved in the brawl.
7 thugs? No. Yo, calling them thugs in the title is crazy, bruh.
Altogether receiving a 17
They're like good fucking guys, man.
Jail time.
Especially that one bottom left.
Focus on Digga D and Savo, saying how they were from the Lambert Grove gang, and while once again highlighting their violent music. According to the news, Digga D had received a 2.5-year sentence after pleading guilty for violent disorder. However, for whatever reason, this isn't even close to what Digga would end up doing, because already in May 2020, he would end up being released from prison again with a BBC film crew then following his every move as they were shooting a documentary about his life, which would come out in November 2020 with the title Defending Digga D. But for Digga D, his return to music was a success despite all the controversy going on around him. The song titled Woy would be another breakout moment for Digga and represented a huge step up from his previous hit No Dire, but it also included a very interesting detail about him and his gang, because in early music videos 1011, aka CGM, would use all kinds of colours and colour schemes, although the colour black was arguably the most common one. But around the time of releasing Woy, Digga and CGM would begin to lean strongly into making Crip gang references and repping the colour blue, and his music videos including Woy would showcase this theme clearly, dripping in blue bandanas and even paying homage to the original West Coast Crips from Los Angeles by driving around in a blue lowrider. And even behind the scenes at the shoot, some CGM members would aggressively claim Crip in a viral clip where they even shockingly claimed that they will murder somebody at a video shoot where somebody lost their life.
We're ganged off! We're ganged off! Yeah? Yeah?
Crips, title.
Blue! Yeah? We ain't no blooders, we're crippy, yeah? We crip man down, yeah? Yeah? We crip man down for anything, yeah? Kill man. I'm here with my dogs, yeah? You feel me? I'm here with my dogs, yeah? I'm here with my dogs, yeah? Crip, you know we winning this, you know we winning this. Young blood, yeah? From the Grove.
But anyway, Digga D and his Crip gang members in CGM would captivate the UK drill scene once again, and Woy quickly became another hit song in the UK, peaking at position 24 and staying in the UK top 100s charts for 12 weeks. The music video today sitting on a whopping 26 million views. This was a huge level up for Digga D, and it pushed him to the forefront of the UK rap scene as a mainstream artist. Glowing articles about him and his life would begin appearing in publications like The Face, which called him an unstoppable pioneer of the UK drill genre, and where Digga himself would claim that he was just having fun with music and that he didn't need to put on a gangster act. As the realest rapper in West London, who was a real shooter and stabber and didn't need to cap on the mic, Digga was indeed the most authentic voice in UK drill and didn't need to put...
Nah, the realest from West London. He didn't have to put on no act. He was actually shooting and stabbing shit.
The realest rapper in West London, who was a real shooter and
why the fuck is Traveler Ross claiming he's the fucking realest rapper, bro?
And didn't need to cap on
what
the mic.
The fuck?
Digga was indeed the most authentic voice in UK drill and didn't need to put on an act to appeal to the scene. However, not everyone could be as real as Digga D. And just as Digga was getting back on track after years of setbacks associated with his violent part in the streets over in Shepherd's Bush, he was beginning to get traction in his takeover of the UK drill scene. And after taking inspiration from Digga D, crafting the perfect persona to appeal to the same audience of London roadmen and the youth that wanted to be roadmen, putting on a new persona like a freshly ironed Nike tracksuit, muscling in on Digga's lane, and swiftly becoming the hottest new thing in the UK drill scene. And before long, Central Cee managed to single-handedly, musically overtake the realest gangsters in West London and beat them all at their own game. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Digga D was not happy about that.
This is crazy, bro. This ain't a Central Cee hate video. This is a Digga D fucking plays video. This is wild. The war for Wild West London.
2020 had been a golden year for Central Cee, with his songs Loading and Day in the Life becoming certified hits with millions of views just months after them dropping. And Central Cee kicked off 2021 with a bang, landing a spot on the Mad About Bars Best of 2020 list. Cee was praised as one of the most exciting MCs to watch, and with this major cosign, he wasted no time keeping the momentum going. In mid-January, he dropped his next song, Pinging, aka Six Figures. Now, this is actually one of my favorite songs of all time, and was even my #1 listen.
Nah, before you started hating on him, this was the #1
song in 2021. The term pinging being the popular term in the British and Australian slang, describing the sensation of rolling hard off Molly. The concept once again leaning hard into Central Cee's drug dealer persona, with him proudly proclaiming that the
drug dealer persona,
drugs that he brought to the party had everyone pinging. The song's music video begun with Cench climbing on the awning of Goldhawk Road Underground Station, letting the world know that he really stands for West London. And in his bars, there will be plenty of violent gangbanging lyrics, as well as some more drug dealer talk, as he bragged about his young G's being ready to do stabbings, and saying that while he's dealing drugs, his friends are catching ops, and calling for the release of a West London gangster nicknamed D-Roy. Pinging,
like all the bars he's like really like highlighted, bro. It's him talking about what the guys is doing and not what he doing.
Just like his previous releases performed well, landing and peaking at number 44 on the UK singles charts. He would follow this up with Commitment Issues, the 4th single from his upcoming mixtape. This drill-influenced love song strategically dropped just a few days before Valentine's Day, a combination that would see the track peak at number 9 on the UK singles charts, becoming Cench's first top 10 hit, ironically with a track focused more on women rather than the streets. The next month, on the 12th of March, Central Cee's first official mixtape Wild West was released. It came with a massive promotional campaign conducted by London agency Bay TV. In line with the Wild West theme, Cench was seen riding a horse around iconic West London locations like Goldhawk Road Station and Shepherd's Bush Market. A bizarre but eye-catching approach to promotion, the stunt even required Cench to take horse riding lessons. In line with the Western theme, they even created posters which began popping up around London prior to the mixtape's release that stuck to the eye-catching bright orange colour scheme. Cee collaborated with Trapstar for merch and also used their gear and the Trapstar font on his album cover. The independently released mixtape included 14 tracks in total, and it debuted at number 2 on the UK albums charts, lingering on the chart for over 42 weeks. The mixtape also made waves internationally, charting on 10 different charts around the world and earning gold certifications in UK and Denmark. Eddie Evans of The Clash would rate the project 8 out of 10, while The Enemy saw it as a sneak peek into the future of drill, giving it a 4 out of 5. Vice correctly described it as R&Drill due to the mixture of street and female-focused tracks. The buzz around Cee's new releases reignited interest in his older tracks too, as at this point Day in the Life would reach number 44 on the UK charts, and mixtape tracks like 6 for 6 landed at number 16, and off the back of his first full-length release, Cench had quickly cemented his position as the most buzzing rapper in the UK. But beyond the tape's success, Cench would also have been making big moves with international collaborations. A few months earlier, Cee had his first international collab with the Italian rapper Rondo De Sosa on the track Movie. The song featured Rondo rapping with Fabio Foreign-like ad-libs in Italian, while Central Cee's verses remained in the King's English. Linking up with an Italian gangster rapper brought out Cench's tough side, with him rapping bars all about his friends facing incarceration and having PTSD from what he saw in the streets. This single peaked at number 26 in Italy, and Cench and his team was smart to use these international features with artists that had street cred around Europe to grow his fanbase beyond the UK early.
Ah, that's what it was, bro. He wanted to grow his street cred not only in the UK but in Europe. So they just targeted fucking street rappers from other fucking countries. That's what it was, bro. It wasn't that he made drill music and he just tapped into other drill rappers from different countries and made it work. No, it was only because they had street cred. Because he essentially wanted to grow his street cred.
His international features with
that's what he
artists
cared
that
about
had
for more.
street cred around Europe to grow his fan base beyond the UK early, a strategy that he'd elaborate on in his No Jumper interview.
Because Europe's massive, like, we shouldn't just be looking at London. Like, I had done the Rondo feature, was probably my first feature. I wasn't focused, I didn't care about doing no features in the UK like that. No one was really grabbing my attention. It didn't make sense to me either. So I just went across the pond and went to Italy and done music with them. It makes more sense. We can me and Rondo can both capitalize off it more.
Two different audiences.
Whereas if I'm doing a song with someone in
both
the UK,
music.
9 times out of 10, their fans already know me and my fans already know them. So what's
nah, it's not because of that, bro. It's because Rondo has street credibility in Italy, bro. That's what you wanted, bro.
Really?
You wanted the street fans from Italy to listen to you.
Beyond must have been getting under the skin
he
of
wanted
West
the realest
London's
fan
now
base.
second most buzzing rapper Digga D. But Digga D was by no means doing badly for himself at this point either. He'd ended 2020 well, getting out of jail and unveiling his new Crip persona on the hit song Woy, following that up in April
at least he's
song
on
Chingy, a smart double entendre likening the name of Naughty's American rapper Chingy to the British slang word for stabbing, chinging. The song was an interesting attempt by Digga D to position himself to appeal to American audiences, something he would also do in the video, wearing outfits.
What the fuck is this? This is a crazy fit, bro. Yo, this looks so out of place. Yo, the jersey over the shirt is crazy. That's some old 90s
famous
shit.
American sports teams. But despite the fun American concept, the song was still very much rooted in West London street violence, with Digga bragging of stabbing people in front of their friends, and he would rap a bar that would seem to be aimed at Central Cee, saying that they're copying him because he's doing it better. He would also
Bro, how does he know he's talking about Central
Cee, longtime rival from Harrow Road,
Like,
Fredo,
damn,
with a censored bar reference.
He'd be saying to
time
anybody,
someone from
bro.
his gang would stab him. That would be followed up by his Daily Duppy freestyle on GRM Daily in December. This was interesting as Digga had complained on Instagram that GRM Daily didn't want to drop his freestyle and that they were siding with rappers who lie in their songs. This notably being posted not long after Central Cee had premiered his hit Loading video on GRM Daily's channel. In the final bar of this with a censored bar referencing a time that someone from his gang would stab him. That would be followed up by his Daily Duppy freestyle on GRM Daily in December. This was interesting as Digga had completed songs on his channel. In the final bar of this freestyle, Digga D would actually diss his enemies, saying that they're talking and he's shooting, and then in the final line of the song, which I think is a very direct diss to Central Cee and his earlier style of rapping, doing an impression of Dappy from N-Dubs to sound like a gun shooting and saying that he's getting dappy with the gun. Elsewhere in the song, Digga referenced UK model Tennessee Thresher that he was rumoured to have dated, and saying that he flies women out from the US to get jiggy with. The police were indeed keeping Digga on a very close surveillance, as can be seen from numerous live videos that he would make of the police stopping him around this time. Digga's next hit song came in February when he linked up with fellow Ladbroke Grove MC AJ Tracy for the track Bringing It Back, a song where Digga raps extensively about drug dealing, specifically mentioning Molly and telling his fans to turn off those other rappers who lie in their songs. Bringing It Back was a breakout hit in the UK and went number 5 on the singles charts, topping Central Cee's previous record from Commitment Issues. From here, Digga would go on to drop his sophomore album Made in the Pyrex, which went number 3 on the UK albums charts. An amazing result, but perhaps a sore point for Digga's competitive side when Central Cee's Wild West tape
Nah, that's actually fire though. It looked crazy, but it's like a little what's it called? Not a pool, hot tub.
But perhaps a sore point for Digga's competitive side when Central Cee's Wild West tape would top it, going number 2 a month later. Perhaps this was the final straw, because within a couple of weeks of Central Cee's Wild West mixtape storming the charts, Digga D would leak a brutal snippet of a song that dissed Central Cee directly. Digga's beatbox freestyle saw him rapping over American rapper Spot 'em Got'em's street anthem of the same name, dissing Central Cee by name, saying who the F is he, and that Digga is the only wild in West. And then, in an insane example of self-snitching, Digga would brag that we stabbed his brother, went to jail for it, pled guilty and beat the case, as well as going on to diss Fredo again, saying that he got stabbed and lies in his songs. This was a massive escalation into the beef that up until then had been largely behind the scenes, but things would be fully out in the open when around this time a CGM member would drop a photograph of the police report from the incident where Central Cee's brother was stabbed. Central would seemingly respond with an IG story saying that talk is cheap, and another showing how Wild West had now passed 100 million streams. For his next international collaboration, Central would team up with Senegalese-born French rapper Freeze Corleone for a track titled Polemique, or Controversy. It would exclusively premiere on Drake's OVO radio station a few weeks after Digga's beatbox freestyle leaked, being played in full, with Drake's cosign being an extremely valuable push from one of the most popping rappers in the entire world. The music video would be filmed in Patine, northeast Paris, Freeze Corleone's hometown. Another dose of international street cred, this popping collaboration currently boasts 33 million views and also marks Central Cee's first official response to Digga D and CGM dissing him, with Central asking on the song how people can hate on him when he doesn't even know they exist, and referencing discussing Digga's Crip affiliations, telling him to keep bitching, and thinking that he's Mitch from Paid in Full before somebody will come and cut off his fingers. And he ends his verse boasting how his Wild West mixtape had made him £1 million. This was a slick and dignified response, but Central Cee also had a petty side, and his next move would hit Digga where it hurt. On the same day Digga D released his Made in the Pyrex mixtape, Central Cee posted an Instagram story of himself with Fredo, along with a location tag as Wild West. Clearly a picture with Digga D's biggest enemy on the date of his mixtape release was a strategic piece of trolling by the duo. The two
Digga has his moments where he's like crossed over a little bit, but he really hasn't fully. He's not nowhere near Central Cee's level.
Apparently met organically bumping into each other by chance when Central Cee was filming his Kick Game sneaker shopping video, as Fredo was an investor in the store. Fredo was spotted in the picture wearing a Wild West.
Bro, we're in the middle of fucking Central Cee fucking argumentary, bro.
Fueling speculation
Send that shit to the group chat,
about
bro.
Potential collaboration between the two. And the month after Digga D's
Tortilla slapping, bro. It's 2025, bro.
Dropped, Central
Come
Cee
on,
and
bro.
Fredo's track Meant to Be would come out in response. With this coming at a time when Fredo was riding high from his early 2021 studio album Money Can't Buy Happiness, which peaked at #2 on the UK albums charts, also topping Digga D's record, as well as including hits like Money Talks featuring Dave that hit #3 on the singles charts, and Ready featuring Summer Walker that hit #21. The song Meant to Be was another hit for both Central Cee and Fredo that spent 5 weeks on the charts, peaking at #17. But obviously the most important thing about this song was the message that it would be sending to Digga D, as Fredo rapped about putting money on people's heads, and Central Cee dropped some subtle shade on Digga, saying that he was up there but he's not anymore. After this strategic diss, Central got back to business, dropping more music that would target the American audiences. His next single, Little Bit of This, came with a music video filmed in the States, and in the video, Central is seen balling out, riding jet skis, playing basketball and golf, and spending some time with some fine Cali women. The track earned him another entry on the top 100 in the UK, with it hitting #34 and spending 11 weeks on the charts. Honestly, this was a good look for Central, and the video looked like something P. Diddy would...
What? Bro got a 23 chain on, got fucking a Nike Tech, dropped the fucking bow tie. Now bro got a background of
spending 11
fucking
weeks on
Cali.
the charts. Honestly, this was a good look for Central, and the video looked like something P. Diddy would drop. Ironic, as apparently around this little stint in America, Central Cee actually partied with the diddler himself after meeting him at an event where he also rubbed shoulders with Drake.
Why did bro bring up P. Diddy out of all people when Central Cee fucking is going global right now, bruh? Out of all the fucking rappers, he didn't start it off with like, oh, Drake is like, he's linked up with Drake in a party. No, it's P. Diddy. Yo, this is wild, bro.
Cee actually partied with the diddler himself after meeting him at an event where he...
I swear to God, he had to. Central Cee's team, see himself, something, bro. They did something to trap Ross,
also
bro.
rubbed shoulders with Drake.
He made a whole video on
his
it.
US connections just yet. He would sit down for a legendary interview with Adam22 on No Jumper, with
This is
Adam
crazy.
praising Central Cee as a marketing genius.
You seem like kind of like a viral marketing genius on top of the music stuff.
Yeah. maybe. I do like the business side of things. Like I do like the marketing side of things. Maybe more so than the music sometimes.
Maybe he likes the fucking he likes the marketing and business side of things because he was a hustler before all this shit. But no, maybe he's just a clout chaser.
Side of things, like
He's just putting on his gangster persona to fucking throw off the audience.
The marketing side of things, maybe more so than the music sometimes. So maybe that explains why you see certain things going viral.
But back in the UK, Central would continue to score major
Ed
features
Sheeran
when
is
Ed Sheeran and
crazy.
Fumes the Engineer recruited him and Tion Wayne for a remix of the hit song Bad Habits in August. The original track by Ed Sheeran was still at #1 on the UK charts at the time of the remix's release, and #5 on the US Billboard 100. This placement was another huge boost for Central Cee. Also during one of his trips to California, he was spotted with rapper OGZ, with Central featuring on his album Jeezy World on the track Starting Up, over a Bay Area beat. But collab aside, Central Cee's next big solo hit would be huge too. The song Obsessed With You would sample Pink Pantheress' viral TikTok song Just For Me. Initially previewed on Central Cee's TikTok account, the preview would go viral, reaching 7 million
It's one of my
views
favorite
and
Central
1.5
songs.
million likes in a single day. The single was then released as a surprise on September the 10th, debuting at #5 on the UK singles charts, matching Digga D's record for Bringing It Back, as well as charting in 8 other countries. The music video for the
Was it
charts,
America?
matching Digga D's record for Bringing It Back,
Still
as
not
well as
America.
charting in 8 other countries. The music video for the Soppy Love Anthem
really did it?
now has over 166 million views, and the video would end with a teaser for Central Cee's upcoming sophomore mixtape,
Remember this
23. And September
I
continued
was
to be
waiting for that
eventful for
shit.
the West
I'm like,
London
oh,
rap
geez,
scene,
drop
as
this
Digga D would drop his aggressive YoungBoy-inspired track, 2K17, starting out the song with a bold bar, calling out fake gangster rappers,
Young
saying that
boy.
if you can name someone that you've shot, he'll never rap again, and daring his ops to make him mad so that he can stab them again, and telling people to stop copying him, and even saying that he can't perform at the Wireless Festival without bringing his gun. Interestingly, Digga D was referring to the annual London music festival Wireless, a multi-day festival where on the first day Digga D would be opening up for Future, and on the second, Central Cee would be opening up for Skepta. And so after Digga D's threats to come to the festival with a gun, despite being booked for different days, when Central Cee turned up, he would be seen entering the venue with numerous members of the 12 Anti gang. Redditors would point out Twin from 12 Anti at the front of his entourage, suggesting that he had previously been allegedly stabbed by Digga D or one of his CGM affiliates. Cench made a grand entrance on stage, decked out in military camo and flanked by his mob of Shepherd's Bush tough.
So this mid trap lord was trying to say Central Cee was so scared of Digga D, even though they weren't booked on the same day, he still came with all of his goons. Even though it's the fucking UK and anybody anybody he has problems with could get up with him. People die at music festivals. He only brought him because Digga D. He knew the menace was gonna be there. He knew it, so he had to bring everybody. Bro, this is...
Cench made a grand entrance on stage, decked out in military camo and flanked by his mob of Shepherd's Bush tough guys, with the crowd going into
Shepherd's Bush tough guy,
a frenzy as he started rapping. This was a bold moment for Central Cee, as appearing so publicly with what looked like his gang amid the beef with Digga D, many people online begun to speculate on Cench's potential gang ties in West London. People would make posts on Reddit speculating on his connections to 2 gangs in Shepherd's Bush, 1200 and 12 Anti, with some people claiming his ties to 1200 came through his brother Lil Bro, while his close friend YG links him to the 12 Anti gang. Redditors would highlight the age difference between Central Cee and his brother, with some saying that they couldn't imagine a 22-year-old Central Cee hanging out with the 18-year-old or younger members from 1200, but perhaps these were the shank-carrying young G's that Cench had sometimes been rapping about. Reddit discussions also questioned whether 12 Anti members started associating with Central Cee before or after his fame, with the implication being whether or not the gang actually got closer to him after the fame as a form of extortion, similar to what the 9 Trey Bloods had done to 6ix9ine. One user mentioned that Central Cee had been active in the scene for a while, but his only real street connection from early was indeed YG, the respected 12 Anti member whom Cench considered as a brother, with some further guessing that after Central Cee gained fame, other 12 Anti members begun to see the potential and tried to join into the group. YG was clearly an OG, being seen with Central Cee as early as July 2016, appearing in Cench's Good Girl music video and many times after. He would also show up in the background of a November 2019 A2 Anti interview by French YouTuber Gab Morrison. Cench would of course also be seen first with 12 Anti member F. back in 2019 after he first stopped rapping with Auto-Tune, and the earliest we have Central Cee confirming his involvement with other 12 Anti members like Box 12 and A2 Anti was just a little bit before releasing Day in the Life in June 2020. Clearly Central Cee was tapped in with this gang from early, but it would be Wireless when he would debut his menacing crew. YouTube channel Drill Time TV would give the world a better idea of the dangerous tendencies of the company that Central Cee was choosing to keep, reposting F. and A2 Anti lyrics from a 2020 song called Rude, where A2 Anti raps a long list of all the enemies that he has injured by name. The fact is, Central Cee's ties to the gangs in the 12 postcode only enhanced his street credibility, and it gave him a defense to the rumors of him being a fake gangster that the likes of Digga D was pushing. He had clearly been associated with dangerous gangsters from West London.
He's just trying too hard, bro.
Career, and from here, he would continue.
They act like he trying so hard, bro. Like, this is crazy, bro.
Bars that seemed to cast more shade on Digga D. On November the 5th, Central Cee took to Instagram to release his 23 freestyle, aka Don't Be an Effing Fool, where he would open by threatening his ops families and saying that they won't make it out the hood, later boasting about not seeing any other rappers being close to him, and in the same post, he would announce his much anticipated mixtape 23 would be dropping on February the 25th, 2022, and revealing an exclusive line of merchandise through his partnership with Trapstar. December proved to be another busy month for Central Cee, as he started with a feature on South London rap collective D-Block Europe's track Overseas, another hit collaboration that went number 6 on the UK charts, staying there for 25 weeks. Next, Cench fulfilled a long-time dream first mentioned by him over 6 years ago on his very first Street Heat freestyle, where he rapped about wanting to win a Mobo Award. He was ultimately nominated and won the Best Newcomer Award, taken to the stage with his manager YBs and a gang of West London goons. Trying to keep his speech short and sweet, Cench would joke how he wasn't really a newcomer after having put in 7 years of graft into his career by this point.
And the winner is Central Cee!
You know, I'm not really a newcomer though.
but I'm accept it nevertheless.
After this, on Christmas Day, Central would drop a highly anticipated entry in GRM Daily's Daily Duppy series, dropping bars dissing his enemies and saying that he sees their comments but doesn't do the politics, and that he heard their mixtape and it wasn't good. Even this freestyle would hit the charts, peaking at number 35 and going on to become one of the top 10 most viewed Daily Duppy freestyles within just 4 months. 2 days after that, Central would link up with Digga D's Op Fredo once again for a Christmas giveaway in London, where they donated £100,000 worth of sneakers to underprivileged kids, and giving fans a preview of his second single from his upcoming mixtape as part of the promo. Soon after this, Central Cee would release the much-teased track Retail Therapy, another hit song that landed at 21 on the charts. But despite his UK success, Central hadn't quite cracked the US charts yet. But
what? I feel like that Retail Therapy was getting played.
He would keep pushing, but
not played, but like, you know, they touched on
with Digga D. Behind the scenes, by January 2022, Central's affiliation with the 12 Anti-gang was stronger than ever, with him and F. becoming the closest within the group. His next release, Cold Shoulder, would be a track addressing the beef with Digga D and his association with 12 Anti, with Central rapping that he let the latest diss slide because it wasn't very good, but next time he's clapping back and saying that it's sad that he loves his hood because he knows he doesn't really belong in the streets. The song made a splash, debuting back and saying that it's sad that he loves his hood because he knows
ain't where I belong. That is not. It's sad I love my hood where I'm from, but that place ain't where I belong.
He doesn't really belong in the streets. The song.
That's not what he meant by that bar, bro. He said this because of his potential in a rap game. He's like, I'm not gonna waste my potential in the hood and keep fucking drug dealing and waste my life in there. So I don't belong there right now because I gotta get this paper with the legit way of fucking getting money by rapping. He's not saying he's not like that, so I can't go to the hood no more. I don't want to be in the hood. That is not what he meant, bro. That's what I'm saying, just like
with 12 Anti, was Central rapping that he let the latest diss slide because it wasn't very good, but next time he's clapping back and saying that it's sad that he loves his hood because he knows he doesn't really belong in the streets. The song made a splash, debuting at number 25 on the charts, and it would be the perfect teaser for Central Cee's second mixtape, 23, a mixtape whose title reflected both his age at the time of release, but also, as he explained to The Face, number 23 being synonymous with greatness in basketball, with the number being worn by legends like Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Central's paying homage to these legends of sports and trying to manifest similar greatness in music, with Central apparently having sported a 23 hand tattoo ever since the age of 18. The 23 project continued his signature branding strategy, this time featuring a bright yellow color, and Central would be seen shirtless on the album cover, sporting his prominent trap star tattoo across his torso. The excellent 14-track mixtape was an amazing piece of work with numerous bangers on there that I've had in rotation for years now, but it also included some little pot shots at Digga D as well, like on the final track where he expresses his lust for Digga D's ex-girlfriend Tennessee. Digga would clap back on Instagram saying, how is this Central Cee's idea of payback? But regardless of the snide comments, 23 made an impressive debut, landing at number 1 on the UK albums charts, as well as producing several more hit singles that entered the top 40, including Cold Shoulder, Khabib, and Straight Back to It. But beyond the UK, it was also consumed globally, making its mark on 15 international charts and showcasing Central Cee's growing influence in the music scene around the world.
Bro, there's no American on this? Canadian?
On 15 international charts and showcasing Central Cee's growing influence in the music scene around the world. Enemy would praise 23, giving it a 4 out of 5 and noting that Central
That's one of my favorite albums.
Loud and Quiet would give it an 8 out of 10, highlighting its significant impact. And to me, one of the standout moments on the project was the song Eurovision, named after the famously banned European Song Competition that launched the careers of ABBA, Celine Dion, and Tattoo. The track itself became the very definition of
I had like 7 countries on that bitch,
with Central recruiting a huge all-star Avengers-like lineup of European artists,
of European gangsters for his image.
France, Spain, and the UK, including verses from Central Cee himself and 12 Anti member A2 Anti. The track became a massive hit across Europe and boosted everyone involved's international recognition. Soon after his mixtape 23 soared to number 1, Central Cee would be seen celebrating with his 12 Anti affiliates. But apparently behind the scenes things would get complicated, because in June, 3 months later, it became clear that not everyone in 12 Anti was sharing in the celebrations, as a member called Doms from 12 Anti would tag Central Cee in an Instagram story with a cryptic message saying that the gang are going to need some things from you soon, with people immediately comparing it to the extortion of 6ix9ine by the 9 Trey Bloods. Doms would soon backtrack, deleting the story and tagging Central again, saying that he was just joking. But while Central was loading it up at the very top of the UK rap scene, Digga D was continuing to have success, attempting to target the US and international audiences like Central had done previously. In an April 2022 interview, Digga would speak on trying to take drill to America. This would be the month Digga D dropped his 3rd mixtape, Naughty by Nature, featuring a track called Rambo with Orlando rapper Hotboy, another called G-Lock with Memphis spitter Moneybagg Yo, and one called What You Reckon, featuring Bronx Dr. Dre pioneer Be Love, as well as 50 Cent inspired tracks like Pump 101. And the cover art of the project was also pretty genius, reimagining the evolution of man, but showing Digga D evolving from being a child to a spliff-smoking teen with a knife on his hip to a shotgun-toting shooter, and eventually his final form, a full-blown drill rapper. This had deeper meaning though, as Digga was essentially showing his real street CV and demonstrating the real struggles and phases that he had to go through to get to the point where he was holding a mic rapping about
because he's so real
experiences. Yep. No doubt a subtle diss towards those that he believed didn't actually go through the necessary experiences.
It was never that deep, bro. It was not that deep.
Of the very first intro track, Digga seemed to be dissing Central Cee for being fake, as Digga starts the tape letting everyone know that anything that you hear him rapping about is all true facts, and that the stuff other people rap about is all lies and exaggeration, ending by saying that he really lives the life that other people rap about. I think the album Naughty by Nature is another reference to this same idea, as Digga is essentially saying that he's naughty or violent and street just by his very nature, unlike the others who had to manufacture their street credentials. Naughty by Nature was a hard mixtape, and it really mapped out Digga D's life story, his trauma, and real life, and it's by all means a classic UK drill project. And this project also went #1 on the UK albums charts too, putting Digga D back on track as contending with Central Cee for the top spot in the battle for the most successful rapper coming out of West London. And he would have another big hit soon after this with his collab Wasted with Brighton MC RD that hit #6 on the singles charts too. But around this time, people were only just starting to wake up to how serious this beef was between these West London rappers. A little while after Digga D's Naughty by Nature project released, with billboards that were posted up around West London, 12 anti-gang members actually ended up vandalizing one of Digga D's billboards promoting the album, spraying the names of Central Cee's mixtapes.
I remember like I knew Digga from the Be Love song, and then I knew Central Cee from his fucking the Cold Shoulder shit was my favorite shit in the album, obviously. But I didn't know they was beefing, because then I seen like a video and they was talking about like, oh, they actually like could fuck with each other. I was like, damn, they getting music from both of them would be fire. I could hear them on track together. Those sound great.
Wild West and 23 over it, along with hashtag Live Your Movie. Something that Central Cee himself apparently posted a picture up of online. Digga D would respond to these billboard vandals with a post that mocked them for vandalizing a billboard rather than actually sliding in the streets. And a week after this, people online would begin to speculate on the deeper details of this dark and deadly beef. A video posted by YouTuber Kid Nerd would detail the violent beef between Central Cee and Digga D, breaking down details of the incident where Central Cee's brother was stabbed. Digga would then continue to try and keep things competitive. In July, he did a song with French rapper Timal called Frenches, something that would later be seen by some as an effort to copy Central Cee's earlier strategy of collaborating.
Now he's saying, now he's saying other people might think that he's taking Central Cee's flow with this. Like, bro. But Central Cee would have done that. Central Cee would have been copying word for word, bar for bar, though.
Digga would then continue to try and keep
some say this, though.
In July, he did a song with French rapper Timal called Frenches, something that would later be seen by some as an effort to copy Central Cee's earlier strategy of collaborating with European artists. But unfortunately for Digga D, Central Cee had an ace up his sleeve, and his next song would launch him beyond the UK rap scene, putting him on the radar of the American rap scene too. And he was able to do all of this without any other artist helping him out. In July 2022, Central Cee shocked the world with a very unexpected track called Doja. His clever promotion of the song through TikTok and social media played a key role in its success, with the snippet of the song generating over 13 million views. Doja went viral on TikTok thanks to its unforgettable bar that went, "How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay." Cench talked about the opening line on Genius and explained its virality.
In somewhat controversial, like, it just sounds like something I'm not supposed to be able to say. I think it's the opening line, the Doja Cat line, like, TikTok just ate it up.
Explaining that it was actually about his girlfriend, and he would elaborate on his stance on homophobia.
It is literally what I say, like, I'm not homophobic. My girlfriend is bisexual. She was like the first like proper gay person like I really like communicated with. It's quite known, like it's embedded in us to like kind of almost shun upon, which I don't think is right. I want to add in, bro, like personally, like homophobia, I think it's so weird.
All of this explained why the song was released just in time for the UK's Pride weekend. Now, if you ask me, this was a bold move to base a whole drill song around an anti-homophobia statement. In a genre of music that's generally been pretty unwelcoming of other sexualities, Central Cee was somehow making inclusive music that still had a street edge. Following up that first bar.
What? This bar was, like, the bar was crazy. Yes, it went viral and shit. People still say it because it's funny. Bro, he was not thinking about the homophobic parade and shit. Yo, this man Cole Bennett just shot the shit. It just happened to be in fucking June, bro. Like, what? If he really wanted to drop it, he should have dropped it the weekend of or whatever, bro. Just because it dropped in June don't mean anything, bro. That man Cole Bennett probably heard the homophobic shit and was like, yeah, we're going to drop this in June or some shit. Or they just happened to fucking shoot it around that time and throw it out that time. What the fuck? He's acting like he made the whole shit about homophobia and shit.
With a tongue-in-cheek lyric about how his gun must be gay too because it keeps trying to take off men's tops, and how he loves his brothers and tells them he loves them even though he's straight. The track's beat would sample Eve and Gwen Stefani's classic hit Let Me Blow Your Mind, giving it an instant appeal to an American audience without even needing a feature from an American rapper. Cinch would also become the first UK act to ever appear on the Lyrical Lemonade YouTube channel, with the Doja music video being directed by infamous rap video master Cole Bennett. The song itself also included Cinch declaring his love for American pop rapper Doja Cat, with Doja even being caught reacting to the song on a few occasions.
I wasn't gonna say anything about the Central Cee thing, but it's really funny that somebody just said, I'm not trying to Doja that.
Appearing to enjoy the track and laughing and acting embarrassed in the club when it came on. Central Cee also hilariously trolled radio DJs, earning a repost from DJ Academics. Doja was a hit, and it swiftly debuted at number. Trolled radio DJs, earning a repost from DJ
Academics. You know what's funny, bro? And the reason I thought Retail Therapy went global and like hit the American audience, because Academics actually posted that shit. He was like, the Central Cee got one with the American audience. It's been going crazy overseas. Like, he's talking about he earned one for getting exposed, bro.
Embarrassed in the
I'm pretty sure they was paying for
club when it came on.
Shit,
Central Cee also hilariously trolled radio DJs, earning a repost from DJ Academics. Doja was a hit, and it swiftly debuted at number 2 on the UK charts, Central Cee's highest spot to date, but more importantly, Doja even reached number 12 on the Bubbling Under Hot 100 charts, just 12 spots shy of charting on the actual Billboard Hot 100. And the song would soar into the top 20 on the global charts too, landing chart positions in an astonishing 25.
It still didn't hit America, bro? How?
5 countries. But it didn't stop there. It went platinum in the US, the UK,
okay.
and a host of other nations, even earning the major achievement of being the most streamed rap song in the world on Spotify during the week of July the 31st, a first for any UK rap song. And by July...
Damn, July 31st, he missed out on Pride Month.
Year,
Fuck.
It would become the most streamed UK rap song on Spotify with over 470 million streams. Central Cee hadn't yet broken America, but he was making all the right steps and priming himself for a legendary run in the country. And despite Digga D's best efforts, his collaborations with American rappers, while good, didn't establish himself a presence in America like Doja did for Central Cee. But the thing is, even with both of these West London artists reaching the very pinnacle of the drill scene, dropping #1 albums and truly breaking free of their dark pasts in the streets, sadly, the violence would continue to play out in the West London gang wars. Soon, Central Cee's success would be briefly derailed by the brutal murder of one of his closest friends from the 12 anti-gang. And naturally, while Central Cee was grieving, Digga D would take the opportunity to twist the knife and drop some of the most heartless and disrespectful lyrics the UK rap scene had ever heard.
See, even though Central Cee isn't in the streets, he is a friend of fellow street rapper F. Dot, and this would be the first real loss that Central Cee would take with a real gang member. Like, I mean, I'm ready. I'm about to go crazy. I'm knowing the murder of F. Dot.
While Central Cee was enjoying the groundbreaking success of
he
Doja,
left his mans in UK.
In the West London rap scene, Digga D was seemingly attempting to repeat his successful formula, as he would release a song and music video with a French rapper called Kamal. Just like Central Cee had done a track with a French rapper earlier called Freeze Corleone. And this similarity in strategy was not lost on Central Cee and his team. Soon his manager YB's would make a snarky post about it on Instagram, where he would quote lyrics from Centch's at the time unreleased song Bumpy Johnson, where Centch raps about his blueprint is working so that now his rivals are also going to Paris. And Centch would later diss Digga D for copying him again on his debut album. Now this post by YB's at the time clearly got underneath Digga D's skin, as he would comment on his private Instagram account to a fan's question about this obvious sneak diss, saying that YB's is always dissing and that he should act his age, before also seemingly threatening to hurt him in real life. He would then also post on his main Instagram page a more implicit threat, saying how these rappers and managers think that they will never see him face to face together with a fist emoji. But Digga himself was no stranger to throwing subtle jabs at his ops, and in September he would post a preview to a new music video, which included an audio clip from a video that had been shot at the scene where a Harrow Road Boys member and Fredo's good friend Wu had been killed in July.
You're not gonna be able to
post that. To put that violent energy out there. After all, that's what made him popular in the first place, but it would seemingly keep hindering his professional goals as an artist, and in October we would see yet another example of Digga D facing setbacks, as Digga's concert in Glasgow, Scotland would descend into a drunken and violent chaos, forcing the police to step in, no doubt making it harder and harder for him to book prestigious shows at good venues. And publicly, Digga's music was getting more and more belligerent too. His October deluxe edition of his Naughty by Nature mixtape came with the Squid Games inspired track Red Light Green Light that saw him take responsibility for numerous stabbings and calling everyone else his age in the rap game a puppy. Meanwhile, Central Cee would continue to drop hits that were much more for the girls than for the gangs, capping off 2022 with another huge commercial banger as he would release the song Let Go, sampling Passenger's 2012 sleeper hit Let Her Go. The track saw Cee tackling his own issues with love, the process of letting go, and the damage it leaves behind, with the song's 2 verses showing Sense switching between moving from an empty relationship and using his money to try and stay in the picture. The song would peak at number 6 on the UK singles charts and even go number 1 in France, showing that his overseas blueprint was indeed working, probably better than Digga D's efforts. It's safe to say that Central Cee absolutely dominated 2022, with his Spotify Wrapped revealing him to be the first UK rapper to reach 1 billion streams in a single year. But while his career was doing better than ever, in his personal life he was about to experience a major loss, and it was all connected to the gangs in West London, because at around 2:15 AM on the early morning of January the 26th, 2023, police were called to an address in Rosebank Way in the town of Acton in West London. Arriving at the scene, the police would find 12 anti-member and Central Cee's good friend F. real name Fernando Johnson, with serious injuries, and unfortunately, despite the help of the ambulance services, he would be declared dead at the scene. The immediate news reports would not mention what kind of injuries F. had suffered. A family member would give an interview to a reporter, telling him that he'd been ambushed by 2 people after stepping out of his car near his home, and then he was fatally stabbed. Moreover, the family member would say that the murder was not gang-related, at least as far as they knew. However, the neighbours would also report hearing a gunshot around the time when F. was attacked.
It's unclear if he was shot or stabbed.
Traveller
His family said he was knifed in the street, but neighbours also reported hearing a gunshot early this morning. That's his car where he was, and you can see
I forgot the driver's side be on the other side. So they,
walking in and out. There's police officers on this street. Just show you down here as well. You can see medical kit there.
Nah, bro, it's the one with the 10 around it, bruh. Come on, bruh.
That's where
I feel like the 10 is stupid. Like, if it's a crime scene, it's a crime scene, bro. Let everybody see it, bro.
Received treatment from the
like, I feel like the 10 could be covering evidence or like fucking in the way of evidence.
The ambulance service once they arrived on the scene just after 2:15.
As the police would give out more information, it would turn out that F. had indeed not been stabbed, but shot, which, given the difficulty of getting a gun in the UK, makes the murder seem a lot more likely to be related to high-level gang activity. The police would also say that they had arrested one man in his 20s a few days after the murder, but he had since been released on bail. Following the tragic news, people close to F. would post tributes on social media. His brother Jeezy would post an emotional tribute saying that he's been waking up crying since getting the news and describing the shock of seeing F. laying dead on the floor. Other famous names from the drill scene would begin to show love too, like the rapper Broad Day from the Camden-based Active Gang, rapper SR from the Brixton-based Cyrac, and also Central Cee himself, who would post an emotional tribute on his Snapchat after hearing the news, saying how F. had wanted to be like him and that he wanted to be like F. and that from now on, he would be doing the music thing in F. memory. Central had seemingly become close with F. after he had been released from prison at the end of 2021, making some fans argue that he had only been using F. to bring him street credibility, although as many fans
like, bro, just shut up, bro.
Making some fans argue that he had only been using F. to bring him street credibility. Although, as many fans have pointed out, their friendship may well be much older than that, given that they indeed grew up in the same area, and Sench had already been seen hanging around with F. at least as early as 2019.
Why are you bringing that shit up, bro? Why do you think Central Cee is like, just wants to chase this shit so bad?
However, when Sench began to get more famous, fans accused F. of getting deeper into Central Cee's entourage for clout. Sench's actions after F.'s death make it seem like the two were extremely close. Central Cee would change his Instagram profile picture to F. for an extended period of time, and would even get a tattoo dedicated to him, as well as even making numerous expensive tribute chains and rings dedicated to F. and sharing those with his entourage, many of whom were affiliated with 12 Anti and were close with F. with one particular video of Central Cee picking up his F. tribute pieces from A Jewelers that had a kind of disturbing tone and made it feel a little bit like Sench was maybe a bit too happy to be discussing his deceased friend.
R.I.P. F. My brother, man. Done it twice. And the chains. And the rings. And the rings. Ooh. R.I.P. F. Mad. 23, 24 years old from West London. Absolutely destroyed the game. The best work with the best. You hear that? A Jewelers, baby. Check out the heart shapes and the bezels. And this is the greatest memorial pendants you're gonna see in the world.
To be honest, it felt a
What? What are he trying to say? What did he say at the start?
12 anti, and we'll close with F Dot, with one particular video of Central Cee picking up his F Dot tribute pieces from A Jewelers that had a kind of disturbing tone and made it feel a little bit like Central was maybe a bit too happy to be discussing his deceased friend.
What? Maybe he's happy that he has enough money to get his man's a nice ass pendant for his man's as a tribute gift. He can't be happy to get some fucking jewelry to fucking let his name live on. Like all he did was fucking.
R.I.P. F Dot.
Like what?
I'm my brother, man. Done it twice.
Bro's mourning the wrong way, bro. That's all they're saying.
And the chains, and the rings, and the rings. Ooh. R.I.P. F Dot.
Jewel's fucking happy because he just fucking. He just spent mad bread on this shit. Like what? Anything to fucking tear his name down, bro.
To be honest,
and you're
it
doing
felt
this
a
shit
little
with the
as if
Mervis,
Central Cee was almost excited to finally be able to put someone who passed away on a chain. This is something that
Nah, this man TLR just won't stop, bro. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? This man got his mans on all of it, like a lot of his change. He probably paid for the whole fucking funeral, was really close with bro, and motherfuckers are saying that they grew up together. Central Cee was there for him when F Dot got released. They been around each other, got really close to each other, and motherfuckers is now saying that he's doing too much to mourn. He's spending too much money on his dead friend's chain, bro. He's too happy about it. He was waiting for someone to die around him. Like motherfuckers is acting like he sacrificed his mans for this shit. What the fuck?
Central Cee was almost excited to finally be able to put someone who passed away on a chain.
Like, bro, it's crazy, bro. Because this Trapper Rosa's fall off gotta be studied, bro. Like, these documentaries are gonna get the millions of views, bro, because he got a name now. But if you really look at this shit, bro, these documentaries are getting worse and worse, bro. The information be wrong. This shit right here is the most biased I've ever seen, bro. This shit is crazy,
This is
bro.
something that CGM member Striker would explain that other people had observed in a later interview, where he also inferred that Central Cee and F Dot weren't actually that close, amid rumours that Central Cee had actually skipped F Dot's funeral to continue his tour.
And on rumor has it that he didn't go to F Dot's funeral. And
I didn't know about it.
Yeah. So the rumor is that F Dot passed away, R.I.P. And he didn't attend the funeral. Instead, he continued his tour.
A rumor, bro? I don't know, bro. Bro. And it's like, I used to be this way too, bro. I hated funerals, bro. Even now, bro, I can't see no open casket, bro. Like, the most I'll do is, like, be there, be in the back, and fucking carry the casket. But other than that, I'm not doing none of that, bro. Some people mourn differently, bro. So if he don't go to the funeral, that's like, oh, he continued the tour, and maybe he just wants to take his mind off shit, bro. There ain't no point in fucking going to this funeral and feeling worse about myself. Like, bro, survivor's remorse is a real thing, bro. This man's over here touring and shit, bro, and just ain't bring his man this one time, or like, I don't know what the relationship is like, but like, he died in the UK and shit, bro. You don't think he feels some type of way, bro? Maybe he don't want to look his mom in his face, knowing that he had all this money and could have brought bro out of here and not even done it. Just didn't want to go there, bro. Like, bro, the way people just be making up shit, bro.
R.I.P.
Not going to your man's funeral is crazy, bro. I've done that, bro. I've done that shit, bro. I felt crazy afterwards, of course, and that's why, like, I used to be dumb like that. I'm like, oh, I don't want to go to my man's funeral. I'm done going to funerals, bro, because that shit made me feel a type of way. I did that one time, and I regret that shit to this day. Like, and obviously Central Cee hasn't. Like, I ain't gonna say he went to the most funerals, bro, but maybe he felt that type of way, bro. Maybe he got survivor's remorse, like I said, bro. That shit happened to everybody, bro.
And he didn't attend the funeral. Instead, he continued his tour.
I don't even know. I don't really think that man was even dogs like that. You know when someone's like getting a little bit of a...
Yeah.
Just trust me, man. And man come around
and I understand, like, oh, like, maybe he never had a dead man's... didn't his brother die? Like... Didn't his brother die? Like, what are we talking about? He was waiting for one of the gangmans to die, bro, just so he can get his chain on. Like, what?
You know what I think one of them, man, was his bedrooms. And then it's like, these men are kind of like, he's lit, man, are going to this.
This dude don't know anything. He's the odd, bro.
Like,
he's just saying anything, bro.
Shoots have tried to, like, come around him. So I don't know. I might be saying something wrong, but I don't really think they was dogs like that. I'll be honest. So when I'm seeing man with chains of F Dot and jewels and that, I'm thinking, yo, was you really like that?
He died though, right?
I don't know that he didn't go to his funeral or something. Okay.
Wait,
But
he
his
didn't
funeral is
die?
a big funeral. His family is like.
I thought he was
where
dead this whole
people-
time.
I remember his funeral was. You get me?
That's why it was such a big thing. Apparently, that he wasn't there.
People are parading.
Yeah, motherfucker, no one corrected me, bro.
Come on, my boy.
You never know. He could have paid for the funeral. He could have.
Apparently, Central Cee had put money towards F. Dot's funeral despite not attending, with lyrics on his debut album claiming that this was actually his first time booking a hearse. But despite the suggestions that Central Cee wasn't that close to F. Dot, or was claiming to be closer to him than he really was to enhance his street cred, the reality was that this loss really hurt Central Cee. He claimed in later lyrics on his debut album that he was grieving heavily after getting the news, and in interviews he would open up about feeling survivor's guilt, telling GQ that he tries not to think about it, but it affects him heavily. Of course, not everyone would have.
What the fuck? That shit just cut like that?
In later lyrics on his debut
Come on,
album
bro.
that he was grieving heavily after getting the news, and in interviews he would open up about feeling
That's what
survivor's
made it
guilt,
look
telling
crazy,
GQ
bro.
that he tries not to think about it, but it affects him heavily. Of course, not everyone would have such nice things to say about
I
F.
get
Dot,
that
because
part.
while he might have been beloved by the people close to him, or even a local neighborhood hero, as one newspaper would describe him, he was also a drill rapper, known not just for distasteful songs like Grenfell, where he threatens to leave his ops block destroyed in a fire, burning like the infamous council
Yo,
estate destroyed
I
by a
forgot about
tragic
that
fire, but also extremely disrespectful songs like Rude, where he and another 12 anti-rapper A2 Anti would read out a huge list of ops that they had attacked by name, as if reading out the register at school, even saying how their gang had stabbed an op named Curtis while he was holding his son. F. Dot was also in online rumors connected to numerous violent encounters with his rivals. Many
He talking about online rumors, bro. It shows the fucking profiles, bro. These profiles is crazy, bro. They be doing anything, bro. They be saying anything.
Of whom were allegedly CGM members. Even back when he was at war with Digga D's 1011 gang, an image of F. Dot and other Shepherd's Bush gang members had circulated amongst the community, warning residents
999
immediately if they
boys
see
cause
him or
problems.
his friends in the area. And therefore, it wasn't a surprise then that longtime street rival Digga D would soon comment on F. Dot's passing, posting NBA Youngboy's infamous diss song Dead Trolls, which was dedicated to King Von, who died in a beef with Youngboy and his crew. However, while Digga might have been happy to see his enemy dead, his gang CGM would seemingly have nothing to do with F. Dot's murder, because in the online rumors, this murder was in fact considered to be an internal feud, where people close to F. Dot had actually gotten him killed as a result of in-house gang politics. According to one rumor, a few months before the murder, F. Dot had robbed another local Shepherd's Bush gangster and somewhat popular rapper called Marlo P, who's allegedly a member of a crew called the A40 Boys. They have apparently been active in the area of Shepherd's Bush for a long time, with Marlo himself having participated in the so-called road rap scene since the early 2010s before drill music became a thing. According to the online rumors, Marlo is a major trapper with a lot of money, which has allegedly led to him being robbed several times by some of the most well-known people in the UK drill scene, such as F. Dot's friend, Broadday aka BA.
Bro's getting robbed serially,
from the
bruh.
active gang, allegedly robbing him of a
Nah, get Marlo, bruh. His ass stay getting robbed.
UK drill scene,
He gonna be
such
easy
as F.
licked.
Dot's friend, Broadday aka BA from the active gang, allegedly robbing him of a watch and chain at a Fredo music video shoot, and none other than Digga D and Savo aka Trey from CGM, with Digga D rapping about robbing Marlo on numerous occasions. Rumours about F. Dot robbing Marlo would begin to spread already in September 2022, with the UK drillologists at the time making fun of the fact that the same guy could be robbed so many times, and after
Like,
F. Dot's murder, it wouldn't take long for rumours to begin to spread that Marlo had gotten his revenge, with UKL posting a breakdown of the complicated West London in-house beefs, with even the name of a specific trigger man being spread on places like Reddit, and a later post by Digga D suggesting that Marlo P can no longer show his face in West London after organising this brazen hit. However, for now, officially the case still remains unsolved. But meanwhile, Digga D would also continue dissing Central Cee in music, dropping a song and music video titled Energy in March 2023, where he would rap about how someone can't rap about beef or the streets, so they rap about Nashville, this being a rather obvious reference to his ex-girlfriend Tennessee Thresh, whom Central Cee had mentioned in his song End of the Beginning, suggesting that he wanted her for himself. Energy was a single from Digga D's next mixtape, Back to Square One, which was eventually released in August 2023, including even more disses towards his new favourite op, like on the song Buying On Him, where he raps how he's been bullying someone for a long time, so that's not his enemy, before saying, how can you talk about violence in the streets if you mention that person's name, that name seemingly being Central Cee, which becomes obvious from the next bar, where Digga mentions how the person is trolling him with his ex, but now his friend is in a cemetery. However, while Digga was throwing jabs at Centr, things weren't going so great for him either, as video would begin to spread showing Digga getting arrested once again. While this arrest would seemingly be only a short recall, it was yet another reminder that the police were always watching Digga and waiting to catch him slipping, and unfortunately, all too often, he was giving them easy excuses. Central Cee, on the other hand, was seemingly not focused on his local beefs, as he was travelling all over the world, performing in some of the biggest festivals, like Rolling Loud in California, Rolling Loud in Thailand, and the Beach Please Festival in Romania, which is advertised as the biggest hip-hop festival in the world. Central Cee was also doing numerous interviews with some major media platforms like Vogue, where he would participate in their In the Bag series, showcasing his busy travel lifestyle, and XXL Magazine's ABC series, where he would mention having a tattoo that says anti, hinting that he was indeed repping the 12 anti-gang who he had surrounded himself with since becoming successful.
Hey, I'm saying anti, I got anti-tattoo here, somewhere here.
Since becoming successful.
He only got that shit tattooed since becoming successful.
I'm saying anti, I got anti
because he just came around him.
Here. Anti-social.
Meanwhile, Digga was back in England, still very much in the street mentality, as he would go on Instagram Live while driving his moped in London, and while on the roads, he spotted Central Cee's good friend Wads, going on live on Instagram to press him for the whole world to see, and telling him to step out of the car so that he can say hello to him. And even noting himself how he has a CBO, clearly understanding what he was doing at this point could potentially lose him his freedom.
Say hello, bro. I'm by myself. Just say hello. Say hello, bro. Why would you mean follow jump up? Stop chatting, bro. I've been telling you jump up.
Nah, you on live, game. Look what you doing, bro.
See what I'm saying about nerves, bro. Suck your mama, man. I got a CBO, bro.
You got CBO, but you on live, though.
See goofballs.
Bro, on a moped.
Why are you saying suck your mama and then rolling up the window, you? Hey, man.
He rolling down the window now.
Your friend, fam. Brother. Come, wow, what are you doing all of this? But I'm trying to say hello to the guy, look. You see like this, bro. What a geek.
Now why you turn?
What a geek.
Why you turn, bro?
Around the same time, Digga would also go on a posting tirade on his private Insta account, where he would seemingly feel even more freedom to express himself than on his main channel. Digga would wonder how sacrificing works, referring to the popular conspiracy theory that artists need to sacrifice someone in order for the world-controlling Illuminati to grant them success in the industry, inferring that this is what
guys. Nah, buddy.
He would continue by saying that he was only thinking about it because every other rapper from West London has a dead best friend. This being a subtle diss to both Central Cee and F. as well as Fredo and Wu. Digga would then describe creating a story about British artists, demonic record labels, corrupt police, and influencers, seemingly implying that he was not part of this unholy cabal like his rivals. Digga, despite constantly being in the crosshairs of law enforcement, seemingly didn't care about going to war publicly with his ops, and soon he would return to music with one of the most disrespectful diss songs in UK drill history. As part of a deluxe version of his Back to Square One mixtape, he would release a bonus track called Blue Woo 2. The song, which also features numerous other CGM artists including Savo, TY, Rack 5, Horrid One, M Scum, Dodgy, and ZK, is filled wall to wall with disses towards their ops, including several disses towards F. which were technically censored in order for CGM to avoid breaching their CBOs, but still rather obvious to anyone paying attention, like Savo mentioning how someone got killed due to an in-house beef, a reference to the rumour F. was killed due to robbing Marlow, while TY would rap about he was happy that F. was dead, but was disappointed that it wasn't CGM who took his life. And while Digga's verse didn't diss F. he would insult numerous ops and make reference to the murders of Steve-O Morrison and Wu from the Harrow Road Boys. Digga and his friends were clearly still very much focused on their local gang rivalries, and no doubt a heavy dose of bitterness towards Central Cee's success was leading them to diss F. heavily too. After all, by this point, Central Cee had massively surpassed Digga D, and despite them both having #1 mixtapes to their name, Digga D's Back to Square One didn't perform as well as his previous efforts, only peaking at #6 on the UK albums charts. And the following month in September, it would become clear that they weren't the only ones who wanted Digga D dead, as Digga's car would get shot up while he was on IG Live in Jamaica. After seemingly barely escaping this attempt on his life, Digga would then post photos of his car showing how it had allegedly been hit numerous times through the windshield and the rear door glass. He was lucky to be alive, and this would spark Digga D to go on yet another tirade on his Finstagram account, as he would post a long message towards his ops back in England, where he would claim that Fredo and Central Cee were the ones promoting violence to the youths, even though they've never done anything violent in the streets, even specifically mentioning how Central Cee had gotten...
Digga just be worried about fucking... He need to worry about keeping his fucking freedom and just locking it on his own music, bro. He worried about everybody else, bro.
Shot at, and what his brother had been stabbed, as well as accusing him of putting F. face everywhere but not even going to his funeral. Digga would then continue by listing numerous op who, according to him, never shot anyone but still glorified violence in their music, making it clear that no matter how much Digga D might have been telling the mainstream media that the violent lyrics in his music were no different from the violence in action movies, in Digga's mind, violent lyrics were only acceptable if the artist was really living that life, and he was no doubt fuming that the people who hadn't even lived that life were portraying it in their music and getting further than him. In early 2024, the reality of living that life would come back again to bite Digga D once again. On February the 21st, Digga would go live on Instagram as the police were about to storm his house in the city of Lincoln, 3 hours north of London, where he was currently living in a sleepy suburb, far away from the violence that he was rapping about too.
You not want? What do you not want?
What do you lot want?
Hey, what do you not want, bro?
Oh.
I'm here. I am here. I am here. Stop. What are you not doing? What are you not doing? What are you not doing? I am on the floor. I am on the floor.
Bro, not on the floor.
On the floor. What are you not doing? Stop, man. I am coming. Why are you not doing that? Yes, I heard you.
The following day, Digga would appear
to
in
the
court
front
where he was hit
door.
with drug-related charges, including the supplying and importing of Mary Jane. It would later
Damn.
transpire that Digga and his friends had been flying in pounds from abroad and sharing it around despite the fact that he was a millionaire rapper. Unfortunately for Digga, due to his numerous earlier offences while on bail and his public profile, the court would decide to remand him into custody until the trial. Now that Digga was once again out of the picture, it seems that Central Cee would become much more comfortable in responding to the numerous disses, because in May, he would post a new video on YouTube called CC Freestyle, where Central can be seen rapping live on the classic 2007 instrumental by grime producer Flukes, while surrounded by 12 anti-goons in what seemed to be a lavish Airbnb. Clearly inspired by the dissing culture of the grime era, where rappers would often throw lyrical jabs at each other during live rap sessions, this song would include numerous shots at Digga D in particular. Central Cee would start the song by portraying himself as a seasoned roadman who you might catch jumping out of a car with his goons while sliding and making your heart skip a beat out of sheer panic, before making a reference to Digga, saying that when his songs come on, his gang skips it. He would then continue by telling Digga to surrender his blue flag because he's not a real Crip, a reference to the fact that CGM and their buddies often wear blue bandanas and call themselves Crips, before saying that Digga is just bitter that he has no hit songs like Central Cee does. He would also mock Digga by saying that he's only famous in London and not overseas like Sench is, going on to brag that he's a millionaire but he's not so sure that Digga even is, before saying F drill because that's not even what he does. Sench would then finish with a brutal bar saying that he gets booked in Los Angeles while Digga gets booked in Leicester, a very specific reference to the last show that he played in the unglamorous East Midlands city before his arrest, with some fans defending Digga in the comments by saying that these are the only venues that the police would let him play at. But Sench would then continue by rapping that he tells his young 12 anti-goons to lay off the gang lifestyle because they don't need to be on the block anymore and can live in big mansions, and pointing out that it's crazy how he grew up in West London, where his pagans, meaning his ops like Digga D, are also from, and that the careers of some UK rappers are dead, but he can't relate to that, before revealing that at this point in his career he's getting paid $1 million a show. He would then do another very pointed diss, saying how his ops should feel embarrassed because of the numbers they do in their home field in London, Sench does all the way in Paris, and claiming that he's lapped Digga D quickly, pointing out that when he was still poor driving a Toyota Yaris, Digga D was already rich and driving a Lamborghini Urus, a car that Digga D has been seen driving on his social media for years, apparently buying it all the way back in 2021. Sench would then end the track by basically saying how he's lapped all the UK rappers and he is the reason why the UK is relevant. The video would quickly gain millions of views, and the news would soon eventually reach Digga, who would seemingly respond to it by simply stating how he's neither Kendrick or Drake, which seems to imply that he's not about to go back and forth with his ops in music, but would rather see him in the streets. Digga's friends would also chime in, like Scum from CGM, who would post an ironic message telling kids how they shouldn't underestimate anyone, because in 10 years time, the biggest nerd in their class might become the world's biggest gangster, an obvious jab to Central Cee. Then, as one drill page would post Central Cee's freestyle, while saying how Digga's response track will be crazy when he gets back home, Scum would again comment, this time saying how these pages need to stop comparing clowns like Sench to real guys like Digga. Horrid One would also post saying how he hates when rappers make it in music and start acting like they made it off the trap, pointing his words particularly at yuppies who are having an identity crisis. And CGM member Striker, aka Lou Gavels, would react to this lyric in an interview with UKL, saying that there's zero history of Central Cee hopping out of any rides and chasing ops, and explaining how he hates hearing Central Cee rap like he's active in the streets when he's not.
Recent freestyle, I think it's called CC Freestyle. He starts it with, "You don't want to see me hop out the skip." You don't want to see, and I believe, like, you know what I mean.
That was brave.
He said it believably. I believe that he will hop out the skip though, like.
You know what it is?
Flipping Central, flipping C.
No.
He ain't opening up the skip,
bro.
Dick, bro.
No.
Ain't one story about him.
Bro, I don't know, but I'm 100% sure there's no story of him hopping out of any ride doing anything. Because I've actually heard him some grease, and I'm thinking, this guy's talking grease about like work's getting mashed and man will do this and do that, bro.
I've heard it.
This is what I'm saying. So you can't say that and like you haven't got like you know what it is? I feel like I'm promoting this violence, but I'm just have to say I'm not promoting this violence. But if you ain't got like juice on your blade,
you did say you respect him musically.
If you ain't got juice on your blade,
apart from the whole,
or you ain't buying something, or you ain't, You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be a drill rapper. That's how I see it.
But while the beef between Central Cee and CGM was heating up, it would turn out that the real threat was coming from somewhere else completely. Because in May 2024, several members of Fredo's crew, the Harrow Road Boys, would stand trial, accused of conspiring to buy guns to kill their rivals. With Fredo also being named in the trial as a co-conspirator who had allegedly participated in the conspiracy to line up their ops, with Digga D being mentioned as one of these people they were trying to have killed by name. Fredo, who had in fact been locked up in Dubai of all places after getting busted with dope there in October 2023, ultimately getting released and seemingly choosing to stay in Dubai to avoid the charges in England, with it being claimed that despite pump faking that he was planning to return to the UK, Fredo might actually be arrested on sight if he did go back, and it's possible that if he wants to keep his freedom, he might have to remain in Dubai for the rest of his career. Things are also not looking great for Digga D, because during his December 2020...
Damn. So basically he's in Dubai, and if he go international or try to go to any other... they're gonna be able to just grab him.
For court appearance, the prosecution would accuse him of running a commercial-scale drug operation, importing and supplying up to 60 kilos of the loudest of the loud to wholesale to buyers in the UK. And at the end of January 2025, Digga D's guilty plea would ultimately be accepted, and he would be sentenced to 3 years and 11 months in prison. Ultimately, this would be the end of the line for Digga D's career for the time being, and he's ultimately dealing with the inevitable consequences of leaning closer into the streets than into his artistry. Many people online express frustration and disappointment with Digga D's actions and squandering his massive opportunity in the music game.
You are better than this. I think that face tells us that he knows he's better than this, bro. He knows this is not life. He knows this. There's so much more to life than this. You got millions waiting on you when you come out, man.
How's he wearing a ski mask, bro?
Fans that will still be there. Like, man, this is just so depressing to see, man. Like, why are we like this? Like, why are we so lost?
Where Digga ended up is a perfect encapsulation of the hard decisions that young people have to make when they're growing up in the hood. Digga had the perfect opportunity to avoid going to prison ever again, but his law-breaking bad habits just kept catching up with him. I do have some sympathy, as Digga didn't choose to get sucked into the streets so young.
Right.
And arguably he's been institutionalized by the outlaw mentality, spending most of his
Central Cee was never
different. Contrast that to Central Cee, who arguably embellished a lot of his street connections and now lives a seemingly legal lifestyle as a rapper. He's not facing the kind of consequences that Digga D is facing, and he's been able to continue his career and flourish with his freedom.
No. The thing is, Digga's consequences, and the reason he's locked up right now, is because of the choices he made after he got the money. Central Cee, after he got money, all legal money, he's not fucking paying for fucking 60 pounds of cannabis to go over the UK and sell that shit. He's getting his shit legally, and that's because Central Cee and Digga D is obviously in two separate places in their careers. Fucking Central Cee is global, getting $1 million a show, he says, and shit. But still, bro, Digga still has that mentality. He still made the choices he made after he got all this money, knowing the potential he has. And just Central Cee's smarter, bro. If that's because he's not institutionalized by the trenches, it is what it is, bro.
The kind of consequences that Digga D is facing, he's been able to continue his career and flourish with his freedom. Perhaps you could argue that this is very unfair, as Digga D, with all of the baggage and trauma of actually growing up around the violent gang wars, probably made it very hard for him to break out of the cycle and stay out of prison. He's authentically from that place where you have to take risks and break the law, and he doesn't know any better. Central Cee, on the other hand, might have sold a bit of drugs, but he started claiming his gang for fashion later in his career when it suited him. And he doesn't really have to deal with the real baggage and trauma that Digga D's been carrying around, and as a result, it's never really been an issue for Central Cee to stay out of trouble.
It's one thing that, like, Digga D stabbed somebody or shot somebody and it came back to haunt him, or he did it after the fame. That's one thing. That's a violent offense. This man, Digga got caught with fucking selling drugs and shit, bro. Selling drugs fucking 3 hours away from London, bro. He could have just lived a cool lifestyle, did this rapping shit, and that's it, bro. He didn't, bro. He got caught fucking just doing stupid shit like that, bro. That's stupid shit, bro.
Trouble.
Trying to run up $1 million in a trap.
No doubt. It must be incredibly frustrating for Digga D, the real victim of street trauma, to see his rival become a caricature of the real-life struggle that he had lived and have even more success in drill than the people who lived and built the drill scene from the ground up. But ultimately, life is unfair, and Digga D has to accept accountability for his actions. And while he rots in prison, facing the consequences of indeed being too street for his own good, Central Cee's career has in the past few years gone to a whole new stratosphere, with him essentially becoming one of the most popular rap superstars in the world and finally doing what no UK rapper had seemingly been able to do for decades despite their best efforts, establishing a foothold in the American rap game too, and making history by finally bridging the gap between the UK and US rap fans.
For sure. And I'll see the decisions he makes are way better than what Digga's doing. UK GOAT?
Central
Yo.
Cee dropped Doja and went
Yo.
viral in the US, he was finally on the path to being taken seriously by the American rap scene. And in August, while Doja was having a record-breaking run on streaming platforms, he announced that he would be doing his first headlining tour throughout the US, leaving his European tour for later. His still-loading world tour began in Chicago and concluded in LA before heading back to Europe. In September, Central Cee kept the momentum alive with his LA Leakers freestyle, where he would be cleverly freestyling with lyrics that decoded UK slang, translating his British roadman phrases into their American equivalents. And while his name was in everyone's mouth, Central Cee dropped the surprise 4-track EP No More Leaks on October the 13th, responding to hackers allegedly leaking his music, something that definitely happened and wasn't just a manufactured narrative to hype the project.
Aye, it's done. No more leaks. I don't know what creep, I shouldn't even be smiling, I don't know what creepy youths thought it was okay to try and leak my music, yeah? Try to get one up on me, try to get me down, try to take money out of my mouth. It's not happening, I'll tell you that from now. Had your fun, I let you have your fun, that's cool, but it's done. No more leaks. And you know what, it's none of the guys, I'm giving the guys the benefit of the doubt. We don't rock like that. Some hackers trying to get in my shit, but I changed my password, 2-step authentication, you're not getting in my shit no more. So you lot, enjoy that. 4 songs out on my Spotify right now. No more leaks, and that's that.
Some commenters called this marketing genius, and it did seem that every time he dropped, he always conveniently had a little pre-prepared narrative to go along with it. But towards the end of October, the EP's track Chapters made a brief appearance on the charts, peaking at number 69, but his other track One Up would fare significantly better, soaring to number 17. And at the end of November, Cench would bag a whopping 4 nominations at the 2022 Mobo Awards, taking home 2 wins, beating out Dave, D-Block Ura, and of course Digga D in the award for Best Male Act, as well as winning Video of the Year for Doja. And all of this success translated into other milestones when at the start of December, Cench became the first UK rapper to achieve 1 billion streams in 1 year. That was of course followed by Cench's next hit, Let Go, which smashed the European and English charts, grabbing #1s in France and Portugal. But still, Cench and his team had set their sights on the world's biggest music market, the United States. He would make more strategic moves like appearing on infamous American streamer iShowSpeed's platform, catching a viral moment as Cench left the call after Speed got sus.
Can I ask like a personal question?
Yeah.
Like,
oh no, don't ask nothing stupid, bro. Don't fall off track, bro. We started this phone call.
No, just me. So like, what is like the size of like your...
Despite conquering the UK rap scene with ease, ever since the start, Central Cee had seemingly always had the ambitions of being the first UK rapper to break through to America. Many Brits have tried and failed to establish a genuine organic fan base in the USA. I mean, I remember as a kid traveling to the US on vacation with my family and being amazed to see copies of Dizzy Rascal's Boy in the Corner and The Streets' original pirate material in American music shops. But Dizzy Rascal and The Streets never really made the full transition to the US, despite landing small successes there on the Billboard charts. There's been many attempts since to create crossovers with the US, with one of the most successful being UK rapper Tiny Temper, who had a crack with the track Trampoline that featured Atlanta rap icon 2 Chainz, but that failed to chart. But Tiny had other successes, scoring a Billboard Top 100 in 2011 in a collab with Wiz Khalifa, and his own hit single Written in the Stars hitting an impressive number 12 on the Billboard charts, with that song being the most successful US chart performance of a UK rapper in history to this day. The most successful US-UK collab before Cench was closely contended by Giggs and Drake, as well as A$AP Rocky and Skepta's Praise the Lord, with these collabs reaching the 40s in the US Billboard charts. But this was all about to change. When Central Cee started taking his career to the next level, apparently he even planned out his songs to have more appeal to the Americans. According to a Guardian interview, Cench claimed to write his bars mathematically, specifically choosing words that Americans could understand easily. And with his next music...
Yep, look at him. Matter. If you an American is saying bitch is gay, it was saying how I say it, he says with a grin. Yeah.
His bars mathematically, specifically choosing words that Americans could understand easily. And with his next musical run, Central Cee would not only begin to penetrate the US culture, but also completely lap the UK scene and set new records. Setting social media on fire with an Instagram story post on March the 18th, Cench shared a screenshot of his iMessage chat with Dave, one of the most respected rappers in the UK scene. Dave and Cench's relationship spanned all the way back to 2016, when they collaborated on the remix to Spirit Bomb by AJ Tracey, with Dave also getting a producer credit on Cench's 23 mixtape.
Wait, he never mentioned this shit, did he? He might have, actually. That's a crazy... Central Cee in 2016 on the same song with Dave and AJ Tracey?
The Spirit Bomb by AJ Tracey, with Dave also getting a producer credit on Cench's 23 mixtape, specifically the track End of the Beginning. With big news coming through an Instagram post by Dave at the end of May, showing photos of himself and Central Cee shooting a music video, including a release date of June the 1st for what would end up being the biggest song of the summer. The Latin-infused summer anthem, backed by a string melody combined with a bouncy drill beat, was released and completely changed the game. The song was Central Cee and Dave's collab, Sprinter, and it would include a slick music video consisting of Central Central Cee and Dave going back and forth trading verses in exotic locations like London, France, and Monaco. Sprinter was a certified hit, and with the world just starting to digest what the UK charts later crowned the Song of the Summer, only 3 days after the release, on the 4th, the music video for Sprinter was already over 6 million views. Central Cee teased the surprise release of Split Decision, a 4-track EP by him and Dave via an Instagram post captioned Midnight. Released under Central Cee's Live Yours label and Neighborhood Records, the EP would drop on Dave's 25th birthday and just a day after Central Cee's 25th birthday on the 4th. The project stood as a testament to how far Central Cee had come in his career. The Split Decision EP was a monumental success, and even though its shorter length as an EP kept it off most of the album's charts, it still made waves globally, charting in Austria, Denmark, and Switzerland, and reaching number 6 on the US Billboard Heat Seekers album chart that highlights new and developing artists. By the end of 2023, it was recognized as one of the year's best projects, ranking at number 18 on Complex's 50 Best Albums of 2023 and at number 7 on Billboard's Best Rap Albums of 23. The tracks Trojan Horse and UK Rap both broke into the UK Top 20, with Trojan Horse peaking at 12 and UK Rap at 13, but the crown jewel of the EP was of course Sprinter, which shattered records with 13.4 million UK streams in its first week, the biggest debut for a UK rap song at the time, surpassing Stormzy's dance-inspired banger Vossi Bop. Sprinter debuted at number 1 on the UK charts, giving Dave his 3rd chart-topping song and Central Cee his 1st, spending 10 weeks at number 1 and becoming the longest-running UK rap single to hold the top spot in chart history. And while it didn't crack the official Billboard Hot 100 in the US, Sprinter peaked at number 2 on the bubbling under Hot 100 chart, meaning that it was just shy of making the full-blown charts itself. But it also made history in Canada, landing at number 5 on the Canadian Hot 100 and becoming the highest charting British hip-hop single of all time in the country, surpassing MIA's Paper Planes. Globally, Sprinter dominated charts in other countries, going number 1 in New Zealand, Switzerland, Australia, and Ireland, and number 2 in Sweden and Denmark, as well as making notable appearances in Austria, Portugal, and beyond, ultimately charting in over 16 countries. And to cap it all off, Sprinter earned certifications in 13 countries, including going triple platinum in Greece, double platinum in the UK, and platinum in the US, solidifying its status as a global phenomenon. Central Cee's meteoric rise didn't just captivate the UK, but it was now resonating globally. A few months after the release of Sprinter, even legendary rapper J. Cole was seen vibing to the track, and in a surreal turn of events, even former President Barack Obama included Sprinter on his annual playlist of favourite songs. By next year, Sprinter had cemented its place in history, becoming the most streamed UK rap song of all time, dethroning Central Cee's own record with Doja. Riding high on this success, Central Cee achieved another groundbreaking feat in June, when he was named as part of the XXL freshman class, making him the first male UK rapper to be included.
Yo, oh my God, Glorilla and Central Cee is the only good people on here. This is crazy, bro. Look at this fall off, bro. Jesus Christ.
He was named as part of the XXL freshman class, making him the first male UK rapper to be included, and the second UK rapper on the list since Stefflon Don was included in 2018. Now, being a XXL freshman is kind of weird. Just like how Sench said when he won his MOBO for Best Newcomer, he wasn't really a newcomer. It would be strange to call a rapper who at this point had been making music for 10 years a freshman, but it was still a good look for Sench. Online discussions would point out that both Central Cee and Glorilla were already bigger than the XXL freshman list itself. However, still recognizing
that's the worst lineup you ever seen. Jesus.
The inclusion, Sench would take the time
other years that are worse,
formally to his new American audience.
International. If you haven't noticed by now, then I'm from the UK. I think being an international artist is
very important.
A mission that I'm currently on, so yeah, international.
And when speaking with XXL, he acknowledged the historical importance of being on the list, calling it a big statement for UK rap. Arguably, while he was no longer a freshman musically, he was indeed a freshman to the US market, who was just beginning to respect the budding British MC. But while all this was going down, Central Cee was making his biggest power move yet. On June the 23rd, 2023, he signed a 2-album joint deal with Columbia Records in partnership with Sony Music UK. This would mark the end of his allegedly independent streak as he transitioned to working with one of the biggest labels in the world. Hip-hop's top commentator DJ Academics would take to a live stream talking about the deal and its rumored amount.
I always heard the number he wanted was at least 20, and I'm hearing that he got $25 million in terms of a record contract.
The deal, rumored to be worth $25 million, was an insane amount, which Sench would later confirm in lyrics on his song Limitless. DJ Academics broke down the specifics of the deal, highlighting Columbia's role.
He's from the UK. The deal he signed with Columbia
Records, help with the US audience,
supposedly is only for the distribution of his music in the US.
And giving his thoughts on Central Cee's success in the US.
You remember there was a time that people used to look at UK artists and maybe it was the accent or whatever that kind of fucked them up.
Sure.
I think Central Cee is the guy. By the way, obviously, I love, like, for example, Dave. Like, Dave's my guy from the UK as well. But, you know, I think Central Cee kind of connects with this young kind of drill, very popular TikTok wave.
With the backing of Columbia, Central Cee began laying the groundwork for his highly anticipated debut album, Can't Rush Greatness. The momentum carried into July 2023 when Central Cee achieved his first US chart success through a major collaboration with one of the first US artists that fully embraced the UK scene, Drake. But it wasn't just watches. Drake was giving Central Cee opportunities as well, deciding to put him in his Nike Nocta campaign after meeting him in 2021, as well as giving him a cameo in his Jumbotron Stuff Poppin' music video, and even brought him out during a performance in the UK. Central and Drake had linked up again during Drake's It's All a Blur tour stop in New York, where this time they would put together a full-blown musical collaboration, which came in the form of a joint freestyle on the New York-based radio station and YouTube channel On The Radar, which would prove to be one of the most significant cosigns of Central Cee's career to date. On the track, Cench boasted about his rapid success, comparing his earnings to that of professional athletes from the NFL and NBA. In the UK, this freestyle peaked at number 26 on the charts, but its impact extended far beyond the UK. Most importantly, it marked Central Cee's first entry onto the US Billboard Hot 100, debuting at number 80. And while it only stayed on the chart for a week, it was a huge milestone for Cench, confirming his presence in the US market. And Drake's support didn't stop there. He would invite Cench to perform on the final 16 dates of his It's All a Blur tour, which became the highest grossing hip-hop tour in history at the time. Cench performed at every show, delivering tracks from his catalogue like Day in the Life, but after the tour, his momentum didn't slow down. In late October, he featured on the Kid Leroy's track Too Much, alongside BTS member Jungkook. This international collaboration would pay off, with the song spending 5 weeks on the UK charts, peaking at number 10, and becoming Cench's second entry on the Billboard Hot 100, outperforming his previous entry with Drake by 36 spots, peaking at number 44 and remaining on the chart for an impressive 6 weeks. Cench's next feature came in November 2023 on Pink Pantheress' track Nice to Meet You, peaking at number 20 on the UK charts, and Cench wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. But in February 2024, he made a rare misstep, dropping the soppy love.
Cash Cobain is crazy.
Wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. But in February 2024, he made a rare misstep, dropping the soppy love song I Will, that marked a huge change in style and tone from the usually gangster Central Cee, choosing on this song to dust off the auto-tune and have a little sing-song. This is without a doubt Central Cee's worst song. In my opinion, at this point, him and his team were probably drunk off success and thought for a moment that they could abandon the tough guy persona that
this guy, bro,
building,
this guy, bro,
Central Cee as a singer to try and capture the hearts of his Gen Z audience of TikTok scrolling teenage girls. I can just imagine Cench and YB rubbing their hands together like Birdman in the meeting about the song. Now, the track would peak at number 80 on the UK chart, so it wasn't necessarily a complete failure, but the song was noticeably absent from any of his major projects, and in my opinion, it represented a massive creative misstep by Cench and his team. Unanimously voted as the worst song of his career by fans in his subreddit, from here, Cench and his team would correct course and put him back in the lane that was working for him. Cench continued to chase the US market, linking with J. Cole for a collab called HYB, with the song being the lead single for J. Cole's surprise mixtape, Might Delete Later, released the same day. Cench would show his gratitude by sharing a heartfelt Instagram story of his messages with J. Cole, captioning it with a goat emoji. HYB itself became Central Cee's highest charting US entry at the time, peaking at 35 on the Billboard Hot 100, meaning that he had officially surpassed both Skepta and Giggs' chart records for US collabs. But he missed out on beating the record set by Dizzy Rascal's previous collab with Shakira that came in at 3 positions above on the charts. But that record wouldn't last for long. Having scored more wins in the States,
Lil Baby
to make his biggest move yet. On May
Here we go.
Cench dropped the lead single from his upcoming album, the song Band for Band, featuring Atlanta.
Central Cee did not need to give Lil Baby this feature.
To rapper Lil Baby on a high-energy drill anthem that Billboard described as a certified trunk rattler. The hook was instantly catchy, with Cench and Baby going back-to-back, bragging about how no one has as much money as them. And the music video was epic too, showing Cench and Baby touring around London, with Lil Baby holding wads of British pounds and flexing expensive jewelry and getting around in a convoy of Lamborghini Urus SUVs. The song was a massive success, and it peaked at number 3 on the UK charts, spending 13 weeks on the charts.
What about
the US? In the US, it peaked at number 18 on Billboard and spent an insane 17 weeks on the charts. This made Band for Band Cench's highest charting position in the US so far, and the second highest charting UK rap single in history, with Tiny Temper's record at number 12 still having Cench beat. Regardless, this was a huge milestone. Globally, Band for Band charted in at least 14 countries and broke records, including the biggest streaming day for a UK rapper on Spotify with 5.26 million streams, a record previously held by Cench's own track Sprinter with Dave. By the end of the year, over 390 million global audio streams, it became the biggest selling UK rap song of 2024. Cench's Billboard breakthrough would be followed by another high-profile collab with Bronx spitter Ice Spice on the track Did It First, which was part of Ice's Y2K album. While the album didn't really do as well as people were expecting, the collab with Central Cee, Did It First, definitely did stand out, landing at 15 on the UK charts, and in the US landing at 51 on Billboard. But Cench wasn't just making headlines for his music. In August, he was spotted with legendary Chicago rapper Lil Durk, sparking rumors of a potential collab. In early September, Cench would release his next single, Moi, featuring British singer Ray. This track, with elements of dance music music showcased a unique blend of singing and rapping in both English and French. Moi spent 3 weeks on the UK charts, peaking at number 38, and by October, the rollout for Cench's debut album, Can't Rush Greatness, was in full swing. Cench announced the album in the most American way possible, live during an NFL football game.
Inspired by Central Cee's highly anticipated new album, Can't Rush Greatness, coming soon.
And later, Cench confirmed the album cover and release date on social media, with the cover showcasing a legendary chain designed by leading London ice makers A Jewelers. On the 24th of January 2025, Central Cee finally cemented his place in the history books of UK rap, releasing his debut album Can't Rush Greatness. The project truly lived up to its name. 11 years in the making, Cench certainly didn't rush, but he certainly did deliver greatness. This project, in my opinion, is probably the best UK rap album that's ever been released. And that's not just me glazing Central Cee, but the mission
Nah, we know! You haven't glazed Central Cee at all, bruh.
A rap album that was quintessentially British and stayed true to Cench's identity. Something that perfectly encapsulated British rap culture in 2025, packaged up in a way that would appeal to fans all over the world, especially in America. The album was a masterclass that saw Cee planting the flag and creating something that no British rapper had ever done before. A rap album that would cut through the cultural barrier and give the country something to be proud of and get behind. And from the first song, Cench made his intentions clear. From the very first bars, bragging how every time he touches the mic, he reaches people all over the world, from Europe to Asia, the Middle East, and Oceania. He would also drop numerous references to American culture throughout the song to appeal to that audience too, shouting out people like Lil Durk and King Von, and bragging how the moves that he made in America helped other UK rappers do it, and also firmly bringing it back to the UK culture with tongue-in-cheek bars, comparing gorillas to wizards from Harry Potter, and saying that the gangsters are running around hunting ops with wands. He would stoke some controversy, dissing fellow white British rapper H, and moaning how he was pissed to lose at the Brit Awards to H, as he was planning to say long live F. in his speech. It was an interesting throwback to diss H, considering Cench's earlier bars about demanding the same record deal that H was given. Now, H was really not happy about this diss, and he would clap back in a savage diss track where he would accuse Central Cee of being a fraud, not writing his own lyrics, and even telling him to go slide on Digga D. He would also drop an iconic bar saying how Americans always laugh when he says bottle of water, bottle of water, bottle of water, bottle of water. The next song was his blockbuster collab with 21 Savage titled GBP, an anthem that was probably strategically crafted to appeal to crypto nerds with lyrics referencing GBP and USD currencies. But interestingly, this song was heavy on the gang talk, as the hook had Central Cee brag how he could have someone shot in front of a crowd for £100,000. Elsewhere in the song, there was extensive references to firearms, and once again, this song sounded like it was planned strategically to appeal to Americans, with Cee rapping all the street hustles that he would have done if he was from different parts of the States. He would also diss Digga D again, saying that if his ops were nominated for the Brit Awards, then he would have taken guns there, this being a reference to his 2022 nomination for the song Obsessed With You, and the fact that Digga D has never been nominated for a Brit Award of any kind. The collab with 21 Savage itself was genius, as Savage had gone viral a few years ago when it emerged that he was actually born in the UK before moving to Atlanta as a child, and in his verse, 21 would mirror Central Cee, dropping back-to-back bars referencing UK culture. Now, GBP didn't quite match the hype of Cench's explosive collab with Lil Baby band for band, but it still ended up landing him another entry on Billboard's Hot 100 Songs charts, landing at number 92. The tough talk would continue on the song Up North, where Cee raps about his crew sourcing firearms from the more dangerous northern parts of England, shouting out his gang comrade K1, saying that he'll jump out of cars and kill people, and seemingly admitting to carrying a tactical knife personally and being in parties with his friends carrying loaded guns, as well as dropping some more shade on Digga D, saying that he's living the high life in America while his ops haven't been out the hood, and when they drop music, he listens carefully because he's studied the art of war. The song would end with an outro speech from prolific Birmingham ex-armed robber Broadday Blakes, who speaks about how dangerous the gangs are up north compared to the rest of the UK. The album also included the much anticipated collab with Lil Durk, along with a music video released on the same day of the album and recorded on Durk's trip to Europe just before he was arrested for a murder for hire, which I covered in my last video. The track Must Feed was one of the most interesting songs on the album, as it seemed to be Cench's opportunity to both address the allegations of his street persona being fake, but also, I feel if you read between the lines, in some places, it seems like Cench is actually admitting to faking his street ties for the sake of success. The song starts with a snippet from the Realer Than Most podcast hosted by Young Spray, in an iconic clip where Spray asks his co-host Chronic, what's the definition of real? With him replying, shooting people for your friends is the realest thing you can do.
What's your definition of real, or what do you look at as real? Shooting people for your friends. Shooting people for your friends. Yeah.
After this, Cench starts rapping, responding to the clip, and asking the audience what's their definition of real, going on to say if it's something like them, then he must be fake. Now, I think this is interesting because if you consider the bars that come right after this...
No, I think he's saying that, like, if the only thing that's real about your character is, like, you getting back, then there's flaws in your definition. Because there's other, like, being loyal and like there's other like aspects to being real. That should be your definition. It shouldn't be just one thing.
This clip, Central is essentially saying that if shooting people for your friends is real, then he must be fake. Or another interpretation could be that he's referring to Digga D, saying that if he's what people in West London consider to be real, then Central must be fake by comparison. This is relevant because Digga D is certain.
I don't think he thought of this song was immediately thinking Digga D.
What people in West London consider to be real, then Central must be fake by comparison. This is relevant because
I think his interpretation was that, I don't know, but my interpretation of that is he used that clip because this is like what a lot of people think being real is, but there's a lot of other things that come with being real. Not just that. If that's your definition, then it's flawless.
Digga D is certainly someone who shoots people for his friends, and as the song goes on, there's more and more lyrics that make me think this entire track is dedicated to Digga. Essentially goes on to end the hook, saying that when his ops asked where he is, he actually gave them an address, but they never turned up, and just continued talking on the internet. And following that up by saying that the whole point of getting rich was to get out of the hood and out of the hood mentality. He goes on to rap that beefing over postcodes and going to jail, leaving your mother alone, struggling, is what's really fake. Clearly a shot at Digga D and his incarceration at this point. Essentially goes on to say exactly what his ops say about him, that living a life that isn't portrayed in your music is fake. And again, in the lyric, I think is going at Digga directly, inferring that he lied when he claimed that he stabbed his brother and calling him fake. There was a lot going on at Digga.
All of that's claiming this and that, but it weren't even them. That's what
directly inferring that he lied when he claimed that he stabbed his brother and calling him fake. There was a lot going on the album, but even outside of it, Central Cee was doing the most to promote it, popping up in a very well-timed live stream with Packboy Max, grabbing a viral moment after his previous stream with Fabio Foreign and Lil TJ went left. Now, I personally love the Can't Rush Greatness album, and I was incredibly proud of Central Cee and what he had done for the UK rap scene. But of course, the most important thing was the numbers. Central Cee would land the #1 spot on the UK charts, but that was hardly a surprise. Numbers-wise, he scored the biggest streaming day one total of all time for a UK rapper on Spotify, but sales-wise, he ended up moving a total of 42,000 units. Now, a great achievement in this day and age, but significantly less than other pioneers of UK rap like Tiny Temper, who scored 85,000 first week sales on his Discovery album. Now, I'm not trying to put down his achievements.
When was that shit? Bro, we know streaming is down. Like, rap's in his worst position in years, in a while, probably ever, streaming-wise.
Central's debut was simply not as big as Tiny Temper's, and even other UK rappers like Stormzy had Central beat in first.
When did that Tiny Temper shit drop?
Not as big as Tiny Temper's. And
that shit look mad old.
Even other UK rappers like Stormzy had Central beat in first week sales on his recent album launch too. But regardless, Central had already had a #1 in the UK with his earlier mixtape, and his album going #1 was certainly inevitable. But the real test would be his performance on the US Billboard charts. And in the end, despite all of the talk of him doing bigger streaming numbers than Lil Baby's #1 album, Wham, Central Cee's album didn't reach the same levels of success as Lil Baby's. Can't Rush Greatness ended up moving around 37,000 units in the US market, going #9 on the US Billboard charts. This was an interesting result, because from a UK perspective, this is still a monumental win. This was arguably the most successful UK rap album on the US charts in history, with this being the first ever Billboard Top 10 that a British rapper has ever achieved. And from the perspective of handicapped UK rappers who are rarely taken seriously by Americans, this was indeed a win. But in reality, for all of Central Cee's boasting of dropping music and competing with Americans, and reports of him having better numbers than Lil Baby, failing to hit that #1 spot in America was probably a little bit disappointing. Yes, he's by all means the most successful.
And that's the whole point of the Columbia deals, is for them to get him top.
To have ever come out the UK, but really, he didn't quite manage to compete with the American rappers on the level that some people were expecting. We've definitely got to give Central a big pat on the back for going top 10 in America, but in many ways, Central's next move is probably going to be the hardest, because now the question is, will he be able to evolve beyond drill music and make more commercial music that can take him even further in the US charts, like British musicians from other genres? Or has he taken this persona as far as it can go? Central Cee hasn't quite made it to the top yet. Arguably, he's got to be careful about the next steps that he takes and make sure that his ego doesn't get ahead of where he actually is. His recent comments after the release of the album, claiming that he was the reason that Americans started wearing Nike Tech tracksuits, was honestly quite embarrassing, and I think it actually might have made him lose the interest of a few Americans that were just about to take him seriously.
I'm humble in it, but at the same time, I like to think that man put like a lot of man onto the Nike Tech thing. And you see the influence even in like America, people be rocking the text like it's like they're us.
Now, I personally think that a British rapper could potentially take the #1 spot on the Billboard charts, but the question is, will it be Central Cee, or will somebody else take the formula and perfect it even
Cristiano
further?
Ronaldo?
He's going to need to evolve if he wishes to keep climbing, and with another album still outstanding in his insane £25 million deal with Columbia, we're certainly going to be seeing him try. So, huge congratulations to Central Cee.
He never said he started the Nike Tech thing, bruh. He said he just likes to think that we have some type of influence or something like that.
What very
we, as in like UK.
Few rappers have been able to do, but the story isn't over yet. He still has hasn't quite achieved greatness. For now,
We're still
Time
doing
and
the
Tempo
same,
still
but-
holds the records for the biggest debut of a UK rap album and the highest charting
in 2010, buddy.
position for a UK rapper on the US Billboard charts at number 12. As a fan, I'll continue watching Central Cee closely.
Fan? Shit. By the way you was fucking talking, you should be a #1 hater, bruh.
I'll be rooting for him to break those records.
No, you're
Because at this
not.
point, if anyone's going to do it, it's probably him. Anyway, I hope you found that video interesting.
This was the
Thank you so much
biggest
for
hate
watching.
video I've ever
Peace out.
seen, bro. I've never seen someone hate this much, bro, on a video that's pertaining to them, bro. This is crazy. Yo. This guy's not faker than Drake, I promise you that. I don't know, bro. When God, he paid you to make this, he didn't pay him to fucking hate on him for 3 hours, bro. I don't know if motherfuckers was Ray-Ban, but you would be living under Ock if what? This is crazy. That was not a good vid, bro. You're supposed to make a documentary that's unbiased, bro. This shit was biased.
Like a good, what is it, 2 months? Month and a half? It's been a while, but I'm back. And I'll tell you what, I'm back with a vengeance, okay? There's been a lot going on. There's been a lot going on behind the scenes.
For making videos about things these guys had put on the internet themselves. This dude didn't watch the documentary, so he's just saying that, like, he thinks it's another Tay Savage thing or something like that. Like, this is not pertaining to the Central Cee video. There's nothing that in that documentary that can incriminate Central Cee, and that's how it's supposed to be. Central Cee's mad at the bias that was in the documentary. Talking like he can, like he knows what Central Cee did every day of his life. Stupid.
There's been a lot going on in front of the scenes. I've been making a bit of a scene, if I'm quite honest with you. So we're going to get into it. We're going to be talking about everything that's been going on. But of course, as you may or may not know, I recently uploaded
a hate
another
video.
one, as DJ Khaled would say. Another banger video, The Deadly War Behind Central Cee. Now, I'll keep it real with you, okay? I swear the UK is a cursed island. Whenever I do a UK video, it always seems to come with a heavy dose of BS, okay? And this time is no...
If it's pertaining to YouTube, it's because y'all don't have a freedom of speech, and the fucking UK police is always hates on fucking UK drill, and you're from UK, so your audience wants to make sure you make good.
No exception, okay? But this one is actually quite interesting, all right? This one is quite interesting. So look, I'll just give you the background, all right? I'll give you the breakdown. I'll give you the history, okay? So look. All right, I've wanted to do a video on Central Cee for quite some time. Okay, it's been a while. He recently released his debut album. All right, Can't Rush Greatness, and it was. I'll keep it real with you.
T-shirt?
It was an excellent project. All right, it was an excellent project. Okay, you may have seen it going around. You may have seen people talking about it. You may know what's been going on. All right, let's show the people. All right, let's show the people. All right, Can't Rush Greatness. All right, the debut, the debut album by Mr. One Central Cee. This, in my opinion, is one of the greatest UK hip hop albums, UK rap albums, UK drill albums, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely up there with the greats. It's going to be in the history books. It is absolutely excellent. And as somebody that's a big fan of Central Cee, I've been itching to do a video about your boy Centr for quite some time. Okay, I've been mulling this over for years, literally years. It's been a hell of a journey. But I finally got around to actually creating this video, and I decided, you know what? Let me do the album. Let me let the album drop, let it marinate a little bit, and you know, give my thoughts on it, give you the deep, dark, demonic backstory of Central Cee and his gang and the streets, because that's what I'm known for, realistically. Like, you know, it's no secret, it's no surprise. All right, I do videos about gangster rappers. Now, some people, as we'll get to soon, some people seem to have it in their head that certain types of people, or no people at all, should be able to talk about gangster rappers. Nobody should be able to analyze the life, the backstory, the musings, the statements of gangster rappers. No, some people, some very ignorant and simple people, seem to have it in their head that, you know, rappers are allowed to just kill people or, you know, commit crimes, perpetuate crimes, promote violence, and have absolutely no repercussions or consequences and oversight. People think I shouldn't even be able to talk. You shouldn't even be able to look at the lyrics. You shouldn't even be able to decode and ask yourself, hang on, what do these lyrics on this song?
Nah, the thing is, he decodes the shit and is wrong about it. That's not what the rapper meant. Or maybe it is, and maybe I just got a different way of like interpreting certain lyrics, but he be wrong a lot.
No, you should just shut up, take my money, like have your money extracted from you in the form of streams and subscription revenues. Shut the hell up and move along. Well, no, sir. This is my job as a hip-hop journalist, yes, hip-hop journalist, to break down the dark, demonic, and sometimes true backstories behind your favorite gangster rappers, your favorite drill rappers, etc. Okay, and this video was no exception. The video itself is called The Deadly Gang War Behind Central Cee. Okay, there's a deadly gang war behind Central Cee. That's not cap. Okay, that's not cap. There is a deadly gang war behind Central Cee's career, involving Central Cee and some other individuals from different parts of wild West London, and it is what it is, all right. And you know, frankly, I absolutely have the right to talk about that. Okay, so interestingly, a lot of people have been giving their thoughts on the video and the content contained within it, as well as a very appreciated dose of praise for my hard work putting this video together as a hip-hop journalist. So let's just take a look at what some people said, man. People saying, I don't know why, but
let's take a look at what people saying. You talking about the comments that you just
gang war in
bro,
Central Cee, just
that you methodically placed at the top of your comments, bro. When you like this shit, it propels the shit to the top, bro. That's why I don't like hardened comments, bro, because it controls the comment section and what people actually think. You control the comment section.
Laughing face. Hey, you know what I'm saying? This guy's kind of summed it up for everybody, okay? So, in a nutshell, he's actually from the hood. Facts. He dabbled a little bit in the streets, but nothing serious. Facts. He's not an industry plant, but more so was exploited by someone who had the money to push him. Now, that's interesting. Would I say that's facts? That's certainly a subjective opinion that's up for debate. I can't deny nor prove that one. And he decided to claim his neighborhood to fit his new image. Pretty much a 6'9" that doesn't get in trouble. Now, that's a very, very interesting analysis. And you know what I'm saying? I kind of appreciate it. People saying, funny how half of this doc is about Digga in order for it to have any relation to the gang war. Now, if you haven't already watched this video, this is a video about the deadly gang war behind Central Cee. But the reality is, right, Central Cee isn't really the biggest gangster in West London. I'm sorry to break it to you kids, all right? It's Central Cee. He's not Pablo Escobar, all right? He's not King Von. He's none of those things. He's 6'9" at a push.
That was one occasion.
Digga D, West London's most dangerous teenager, as I've dubbed him in this project. Digga D is actually the real thing. Okay, he's a real gangster, a real shooter.
Really?
He's literally shot people in the face. I'm not condoning that.
Way.
I'm not saying that that's a good thing. But what I am saying is that he has been through the genuine street situations and trauma that qualify him to make quote-unquote gangster rap, UK drill, whatever you want to call it. All right, it's legit. He's really lived it. He's really done
it all, yeah.
Central Cee, less so. Sold a bit of drugs. I mean, polluting your community with drugs, not necessarily the most virtuous thing to do.
But shooting ops in the face shooting ops in the face and shit, okay. Leaving people with traumatic experiences. I'm talking about the public eye, the civilians that see people get stabbed in the chest and a knife come out. The witnesses, the kids, the community that sees that shit, the public eye, the witnesses. That's not the most. That's like fucking way more holy and praise God to that shit, right? But feeding already doped out fiends and trying to get money instead of violently causing harm to people, that ain't that bad. Okay.
Right. Central Cee, less so. Sold a bit of drugs.
This dude is crazy.
Polluting your community with drugs, not necessarily the most virtuous thing to do, but I got to respect it. Sometimes you got to feed your family. Sometimes you got to go at it in the streets and get bread by any means necessary. You got to take risks and prosper.
Right. Because you know everything
Central Cee was not gangbanging. Okay, he co-opted an infamous gang in West London after he got famous. He grew up with a few people that were maybe involved like that, but after music kind of wasn't really working out for him, he claimed the gang affiliations extremely hard. He went hard on the gang lifestyle. And it worked for him, just like 6'9". It worked for him. When 6'9" started wearing the blood bandana and claiming Billy, everything just came together so perfectly. And that's no disrespect. That's just a fact. That's just what happened. Okay, so that is what it is, right? And that really is the crux of the video. The video itself has quite a heavy dose of Central Cee glazing in it as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? The last chapter of this video, as you'll see here, is called the UK GOAT, right? I'm saying...
You didn't say he was the GOAT. You said, like, oh, the fucking Tion Crump or whatever the fuck, Tempa or whatever. Oh, he did do a lot for this album to go #1, but it didn't do as good as that guy. That Band for Band song did good, but it never topped that song.
That Central Cee is
I don't know if
the
he will.
UK's greatest of all-time rapper. Now, that's glazing, if I'm quite honest with you. I might need to go and put my knee pads on for this one. But the fact is...
Oh, but not for Digga though.
I'm literally saying in this video, I'm concluding this whole 3-hour thesis by saying that Central Cee, through his hard work and efforts, arguably has become the greatest of all time in UK rap, UK drill, whatever you want to call it, all right? So let's just have a little taste of what I said. And later, Central Cee for this band, or see off the back, big fan of Central Cee.
I didn't go any part of the other video though.
I love the album.
Any other part of the video.
It's great. I'm a big fan of Central Cee. But at the end of the day, he got here off the back of claiming street activity, talking about the gang lifestyle in West London, talking about his little bro's got the poker tucked. We get guns from up north. You know what I'm saying? If the ops come through, you better use that index.
Damn.
Talking about rolling with flickies hella times, all right? So this shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, right? And I worked very hard on this. It's not like I just pulled this information out of my behind, all right? I did quite a lot of hard research on this as a hip-hop journalist, as the UK's leading hip-hop journalist, if you want to go that far. But, you know, and I really appreciate it when people actually, you know, kind of appreciate and support and kind of look out.
Nah, did you do your research? Yes. Did you add bias to almost every possible thing you could? Yes. Is that what you normally do? No.
Or the things that I kind of say and the hard work that goes into these videos. Like, check out this comment. I don't think people understand the depth of making a 3 to 4 hour video. It isn't 3 to 4 hours of research. It's hundreds of reform of XR. It's true, you know, we worked super hard. This is months of my own time. I wouldn't be able to do this if I wasn't a fan of Central. If I wasn't a fan of Digga D, if I wasn't a fan of the West London rap scene, it simply would not be possible. Okay, so I really appreciate that. And I would say the majority of the comments on my video are extremely positive, really supportive, really grateful for what I'm doing for the UK scene. However, a lot of people didn't feel that way, man. I've been hearing from a lot of people, Central's team's very upset with this video, and honestly,
he's so happy about it. He's so happy about it.
I'm not saying anything that's not been said before. I didn't make up the whole comparing him to 6ix9ine thing. That's something that has been touted around on Reddit threads on r/UK drill for quite some time, for several years.
On Reddit,
the debate about Central Cee's authenticity. Did he really sell drugs? Was he really a gangster? Did he really actually have involvement with some of these gang members that he kind of claimed and rolled around with at the later stages of his career? These conversations have been going on for a long time, but for some reason, maybe it's the timing because everybody's on an absolute Central Cee glazing fest at the moment with his album coming out. People have really taken this to heart. Now, I just want to talk about what went down behind the scenes and just like one.
The thing is, bro, he thinks like Central Cee's team's mad about like him exposing them, which they could be, but it's the way he delivered it, bro.
One particular bit of
you didn't give him no like leeway. No, it could be like this. I wasn't with him every day. It could be like this. No, you try to like tell Central Cee story like you were with him every day.
Relating to this video that I just thought was really uncalled for and just not true, not accurate, not fair. So people have really taken this to heart. Now that I got relating to this video that I just thought was really uncalled, and just like one particular bit of hate that I got relating to this video that I just thought was really uncalled for and just not true, not accurate, not fair. So look, people are very upset, and I think the real thing people are upset about is this one thing, all right? So I'm going to give you a little insight, okay? So I made this post on Instagram. This was a little post and delete. It was always planned to be a post and delete. This was a little promo. I thought, I'll chuck this up for the day of the release, just for a bit of fun, to amuse myself. This is a artificial intelligence generated photograph. It's not a real photograph. I know some people might look at it and think that must be real. Must be. But no, this is an AI picture of Central Cee with 6ix9ine's face tattoos surrounded by London goons, UK drillers, right? And I've left the caption, what's your definition of real, as a reference to the song Must Be on the album. Excellent song, excellent album, okay? Look at this picture. That is funny. I don't care what anyone has to say. That is funny. It's funny, all right? I made that picture. I got on Grok. Shout out to Grok. Shout out Elon Musk, even though he's doing all sorts of weird stuff at the moment. And I just thought, oh, can you make... Yo, Grok. can you make me a picture of Central Cee with 6ix9ine's tattoos and his hair surrounded by goons? And tell you what, it delivered, all right? I shout out to Grok, all right? Because ChatGPT would probably be too shook of the 12 anti-goons to generate me such a picture. So I got this picture. I just thought I'd give it a go. The picture came out hilarious. And I thought, let me slap that up on Instagram, get a little conversation started, right? And tell you what, the conversation did really pop off. Now, I had some people saying, you know, Central Cee's the biggest fraud in rap. Some people saying you would never say this to his face. All of that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, I just think this picture is really funny. But there was one individual in the wings of this little back and forth that was just extremely upset and extremely angry about what I had said. And this one I just thought was really interesting because I thought it really exposed like a very broken and corrupt mindset when it comes to kind of hip-hop music, gangster rap journalism. That's very wrong, and it's something that I deal with a lot. You know, it's a level of discrimination that I've dealt with over my career that I just think is really unfair and just quite ugly.
Discrimination?
To be honest with you. So I received a pretty spicy comment.
What's discrimination mean?
A lady, actually. A lady, funnily enough, by the name of Shawnee Caballero. Now, this person, interestingly, is the senior A&R manager at Sony Music UK Publishing. This is an executive. This is like a high-flying businesswoman, apparently, who is, you know, is a professional senior A&R. I believe she claims on her Instagram, which I'm now duly blocked from, even though I didn't share any kind of direct messages with her. She's a senior A&R. She founded her own agency, and she's even written a book called A Quick Guide to Music Royalties. And I believe this individual actually claims credit for signing Central Cee. So there's a couple articles that have been written about her saying that she signed Central Cee to Sony Music Publishing. This is the person responsible for signing Central Cee. This is somebody that's involved in the kind of profiting and the monetizing of all the little things that Central Cee likes to say, that he likes to do, the image that he likes to push. Which is quite interesting, okay? So she left me a comment underneath my hilarious 6ix9ine post. And it said, "You and all you other nerdy white boys with a weird fetish of black people and gang culture make me sick." Now, I thought this was really interesting because initially I thought, nerdy white boy with a weird fetish of black people and gang culture. I said, are you talking about Centr? Because I was like, maybe she's talking about Central Cee, like a nerdy white boy with a weird fetish of black people and gang culture. I thought, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She could well be talking about Central Cee as somebody that's put gang culture at the very center of his music and was having basically zero success until he begun to make gang culture the central, excuse the pun, part of his music and his artistic direction. Apparently I was incorrect. Apparently I was misinformed. She said, "No, I'm talking about you nerdy freak." Now, devolving into very personal attacks like this, I just thought was not very becoming.
Nah, because I've heard Americans talk about like Central Cee, like you could tell like he wants to be black. He's doing the gang shit, same shit TLO is saying. Like it's
now devolving into very personal attacks like this, I just thought was not very becoming of, you know, somebody that is supposed to be like an executive, a senior A&R manager at Sony Music Pub. Now, look, I get threats from gangsters and gang members all the bloody time. All right, I'm no stranger to that.
Whoa, chill.
Okay?
Don't for scroll through Twitter, bro.
I was just like, I can't believe it. This is actually a professional person. This is actually a person that has like an office job. She's got a desk some place in the Sony offices. Probably wears like a suit, maybe a tie, little like pencil skirt or something to the office.
I don't think so. They just said he's like Asian and South American or some shit.
On a professional tip, but she's
Asian, South American, and English.
Out here spewing angry, racially motivated attacks on journalists. It was quite baffling, quite confusing. So
racially motivated.
She said, "I'm talking about you nerdy freak." Now she was on hots, basically, as we would probably say in the Bronx drill terms. All right, she was on hots coming for me. So I thought, you know what, I'm not going to have that. I disagree with that, and I'm going to clap back. I hit back and I said, none of that energy for the guy getting rich off convincing kids that gangbanging and carrying knives and guns is cool.
When did Central Cee say it was cool?
Cool in his music, but all the smoke for a journalist talking about it makes sense. Now, I'm not somebody that would ever put down gangster rap.
Guyanese and Chinese. Guyanese is South American, Chinese is fucking Asian.
artists, artists that are telling their story, and I think that the most forgiving thing when it comes to gangster rap and drill music is the fact that you've got real guys or women in some cases going through real street situations, coming out of real poverty, coming out of real inequality, really difficult circumstances, and unfortunately being placed in violent situations. Sometimes that's kill or be killed, sometimes that's shoot or be shot, stab or be stabbed, and you have to have a certain degree of sympathy, especially when it comes to the socio-economic conditions that sometimes leads people to the life of crime. Some people don't even necessarily have a choice. Some people are born into that life. Some people are sucked into it by circumstance. So you always got to have as a journalist, as a sympathetic and leading journalist, you have to kind of appreciate the nuance of this. And really, I see drill music and gangster rap really as an outlet for kind of, downtrodden individuals of any race, really, coming out of a really difficult environment and living a difficult life, to kind of redeem themselves and find a route out of that lifestyle, get out of the trap that Central Cee likes to rap about, get out of the tit-for-tat gang wars that consume so many people and lead to so much death and destruction. I think that it's really important for those individuals that have lived that life to be able to tell those stories and, monetize their stories, monetize the situations that they've been through, talk about the things that have happened to them, express their pain, express their feelings, and use that music as an outlet, as a therapy to better their situation. I think that's something that's really important. The interesting thing about this is arguably you could say that Central Cee is one of those people who didn't necessarily live the life to that extent, certainly not the extent that he raps about it, but has certainly monetized it more than all of the people, people like Digga D, who have actually lived that lifestyle and are dealing with the trauma and the baggage of actually coming from those situations, being in those circumstances, being placed in kill or be killed situations, which I'm sure are very traumatic, where you're actually being forced to make a decision with the hand that you're dealt that maybe you don't want to make. Central Cee is not really somebody that is in that position, and I argue in the video that that's actually possibly what's allowed him to get so far in his career. That's why Central Cee is laughing it up with a $25 million record deal, traveling around the world, having #1 albums, and Digga D is languishing in jail, not because he's an idiot, but because he's so been sucked into the streets genuinely, authentically, from such a young age that it's so hard to break out of that cycle, especially when you're dealing with mountains of trauma, groups of people that drag you in and peer pressure you into a lifestyle that maybe you don't want to live anymore. So I just think these are all really important things to express. And, when I clapped back to Shawnee, that's something that I wanted to just kind of condense into quite a simple comment. And this nuance, unfortunately, was completely lost on her. Her response to this devolved into what I would call childish playground level attacks. She said, "You're not a journalist." What? Apparently, I'm not a journalist. I'm a weirdo. And all the people like you, and all of the people on the internet like you. What kind of people are you talking about? I mean, if I was going to refer back to your first comment, I would either discern you're talking about, nerdy white boys. I mean, maybe you have something against people that wear glasses. Maybe you've got something against another group of people. But a weird fetish of black people, I don't really understand that, because I made a video about Central Cee, who's actually not, I'm sorry to make it about this, but Central Cee, as we learn in the video, Central Cee is not black. And that's fine.
No way.
That's completely fine. I'm not a racist. So I don't judge people, based on the color of their skin. I judge people based on the content of their character. As I'm sure you're aware.
You got premium?
Is a very infamous statement by the great Martin Luther King. But I judge people based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And the content of Central Cee's character is that, he was a drug dealer, and maybe not necessarily as a gangster to the extent that his music would have you believe. He's not black, but that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But, it seems that in Shawnee's eyes, being a white boy with glasses, having a weird fetish of black people and gang culture makes me sick. I'm sick. And, disgusting, as she said. It's just painting me as this disgusting, horrible, I make her sick, I make her want to vomit. And I just thought that was just not only incredibly unfair, but incredibly disingenuous, coming from somebody that's actually working in the industry to monetize the actual gang wars, the comments about gang violence, on behalf of somebody that actually hasn't necessarily gone through those experiences, hasn't actually lived those experiences. And as somebody that doesn't necessarily just judge people based on...
This dude need to talk about fucking how he's fucking biased in his video, bruh.
Whether he's black, white, Asian, Chinese, Guyanese, an alien come from the planet Mars, I don't give a shit. I just really care about the content of his character, the content of his music, and what he's pushing. And I'm also somebody that doesn't really judge people's music, you know, just because they're pushing gang violence. But for some reason, this white boy with glasses and, you know, occasional bow tie wearing nerdy freak, as she would claim. I mean, I'm certainly a freak in the sheets, but I don't know if that's what she's quite referring to. Apparently, I'm the problem. Okay, she's not the problem. Cench isn't the problem. Digga D's not the problem. No, well, apparently I'm not even a journalist. I'm the problem. I'm an issue. You're an A&R at a record label, right? A&R. I mean, if you want to say I'm not a journalist, what's an A&R, right? You're a professional coattail rider. You find people that are actually talented and have actually, well, whether or not they've even been through the real street gang lifestyle that, you know, the music industry is so desperate to hear from these days. Your story, your role in the industry is a blood-sucking leech to basically find people that have actually potentially been through.
And I don't even like bring that shit up when Trapper Rose makes his videos, bro. The way he was biased about it, I'm like, yo. The way he misinterprets his lines, I'm like, yo. I'm like, your interpretation of a bar can be different. Like, it's always different from mine, bro. I don't know why, bro. Because he always tries to pick lines that he could, like, make it seem a certain way in his video to fit his narrative. And that always comes back to, like, where he grew up. Like, just because he's from, like, the UK doesn't mean he could, like, break down UK rap or attack somebody's persona that he thinks, like, they're trying to portray. Because you haven't been with that person every day. If I said Didi Osama was not like that, I could say that. But that's because I've heard that he's not like that. I haven't been spent a day with him at all, bro. I don't know if he's ever did anything. But just as far as, like, everybody else, like, he's not like that. So, and it's like, how can he be like that if he fucking blew up when he was fucking 15 and fucking only been in the streets a couple years and I've never heard him doing anything? That's different from Central Cee, who's fucking grew up and been around this culture for so long. And fucking Trapper Lord's just been fucking in the suburbs with it.
Is a blood-sucking leech to basically find people that have actually potentially been through that scenario or not, people that just lie about it and just want to make it up.
And the way he's being biased is like, that's when it's like, oh, like, now it's like, oh, you don't know what, like, bro, he tried to compare Digga fucking stabbing somebody or shooting somebody. That's more morally correct than selling drugs to somebody. Like, what?
And build a persona around living a lifestyle that real actual people are suffering trauma from having lived.
He's just being biased.
And to make money out of it and to do commerce and to do business off the back of it. And, you know, I just think it's really disingenuous and wrong. I dealt with this when I had the King Von video and I had, you know, I had A&R's, a.k.a. coattail riding, blood-sucking leeches who don't actually provide any creative value to the market, coming at me, telling me that I was wrong for exposing King Von for allegedly having murdered 7 people and made millions of dollars off of not just rapping about it, but mocking the victims, making fun of them, and continuing to plan murders.
Really? Didn't you get that same person tatted on you with all their 7 victim skulls next to his fucking face?
And for some reason,
like, come on, bro.
There's so much cognitive dissonance in this space.
Come on, bro.
That people are actually convinced that I'm the problem, and they're convinced that this guy that's killing people, or in the case of Central Cee, this guy that has taken a persona that he never actually lived, a persona of, let's keep it real, you know, not even necessarily always, but at least in Digga D's case, you know, black trauma, being born into circumstances of poverty and a cycle of violence that you can't escape and you never chose, stealing that persona, putting it on as a facade, making money off of it, and then having these leeches come around like Shawnee to prop them up and do commerce and squeeze money out of it, squeeze deals out of it, and commodify gang violence, commercialize gang violence in a way that isn't actually necessarily helpful. I love Central Cee's music, but is his music actually promoting and glorifying the gang violence, or is it making things better? I don't see too much responsibility in Central Cee's music. I don't really see that kind of thing. I don't really get any sense of kind of responsibility or him kind of talking about the consequences and the traumas and the negativity that comes with it, because he's not dealing with that. Look, I appreciate that he's got friends that have passed away.
What?
The consequences and the traumas and the negativity that comes with it, because he's not dealing with that. Look, I appreciate that he's got friends that have passed away, got a friend that passed away due to street violence, and that
a friend, like,
certainly traumatic, and I don't want to take away from that, and I explore that very much in the video. And I actually argue against the detractors who say, oh, he never even really knew him like that, to say that that's his real lived experience and that's his trauma.
Now you actually you brought up him getting chains of F dot and him being too lighthearted, too positive when picking up the change.
Trauma. But at the end of the day, what you guys are doing is you're commodifying and you're commercializing this gang trauma just for money and not living it, not really trying to push these genuine voices. You're actually trying to suppress the real, authentic voices of people that have actually lived this experience and actually have something genuine to say about it, and boosting up an inauthentic voice, a caricature of what people have really gone through. I think it's extremely disingenuous, and I think that it's quite embarrassing that somebody that's supposedly like a professional executive in the industry to be acting like this. And I think it's just funny for me to kind of see somebody just get so rabid, foaming at the mouth, like goddamn, just angry at me for just doing my job as a journalist. And I am a journalist. I'm actually the leading journalist in the UK hip hop scene. Actually, I would say I don't think there is anybody that's really doing what I'm doing. For you to see a 3-hour video breaking this down and going after me
hate video
for not being genuine, for not being a real journalist. I made a 3-hour deep dive. I implore you to find anybody that's done a dive as deep as I have done on Central Cee. You're not gonna find it. It's not gonna happen because it doesn't exist. Because I really am the #1 leading journalist in this space doing what I do. Nobody would have gone to the effort to spend 2 months of their time digging deep into Central Cee's backstory if they weren't a good and dedicated journalist. So I see her putting up, the video of Tay Savage pressing me on Twitter.
She did repost that
Tay Savage
shit,
is my
yeah.
homie. You literally don't have any idea what you're talking about. You probably should have gone and checked out me and Tay Savage kicking it at Six Flags. We're sharing the toxic waste and hanging out. You don't actually know what's going on behind the scenes. People that want to put me down and act like, yeah, you're this horrible, obsessed freak. Like, bro, people actually fuck with me. Real gangsters fuck with me, bro. Like, real gangsters actually rate what I'm doing.
Nah, he's so happy to say that, bro.
Me down and act like, yeah,
Yo, bro, this man Tay Savage isn't gonna be with you if it doesn't make sense for himself, bro. Like, he's only there because the cameras are on, bro, or Remo set it up, bro, or Remo wanted to make the video and make it go viral of Tay Savage pressing you, bro. Remo's monetizing himself off that, and it helps Tay Savage image a little bit too. Like, y'all both getting stuff out of it. If they really fuck with you, would they be around you without the cameras on?
Horrible, obsessed freak. Like, bro, people actually fuck with me. Real gangsters fuck with me, bro. Like, real gangsters actually rate what I'm doing. The Americans, they understand that this kind of thing's promo, and you guys should actually be thanking me for creating a 3-hour press piece of promo that is actually glowing and positive about your artist. I don't think that you would be so angry at me on a level talking about, weird fetish of black people and gang culture if you actually didn't feel a little bit like that yourself. I feel like sometimes, you see it a lot. What? People kind of go at other people and really they're kind of revealing their own insecurities. And I wonder, I wonder whether there's a little bit of kind of insecurity and regret over this negative gang culture that apparently is just so disgusting and makes you sick, even though you're the one promoting it. So that's probably something that's eating her up inside, and something that she's really struggling to accept and process that she's become a part of. And I think this video probably highlighted that. Probably don't want to confront the fact that Central Cee has gotten rich off of a gang persona. The music, the success, the career was not hitting when Central Cee, when it was nose ring and ponytail days. These days, no one was trying to hear it. Nobody cared at all. It wasn't until nobody cared, right? No one was checking for this guy. Nobody cared until the gang stuff started, until it was time for the Nike Tech tracksuit, in time for the young bulls holding shanks, time for all the little comments about bro's got the poker tucked, he's got the whole gang surrounding him, all of that stuff. Nobody cared until then. And what you guys are doing is you're a giant record label machine perpetuating these same stereotypes that you yourself falsely claim to not like. Meanwhile, I'm over here doing genuinely good journalism, and just
it could be good journalism, bruh, but it's not a good
really trying to get to the heart of what's really going on. And you guys are really in the business of just trying to suppress what's going on, trying to put people down based on their race, not on the merit of their character or their work. Just for the record, I would say just go and check out the video. You know, I feel like this sort of thing always backfires. You know, this is out there for the history books now. People are going to know Central Cee's persona. And as I say at the end of this video, you know, I'm a massive fan of Central Cee. I gave the album a 10 out of 10. I think he's an amazing artist.
Exposed him, bro.
It's maximum artistry, minimum authenticity. I'm sorry that you guys don't like to hear the truth, but that is the truth of it. That's the truth of the matter. And that's the situation that's happened. And, you know, I think certain people need to take a long, hard look into the mirror and actually just, you know, remember what it is that actually got them rich. Remember the situations they were in before the Nike Tech tracksuits and the poker tucked and, you know, the tattoo of the name of the gang on your arm, the anti-tattoo, the bigging up all the gang members, dissing people, telling people to put down their flags because they're not a Crip. And just remember what was going on before that. Meanwhile, Central Cee's ironically kind of become the face of the industry. I mean, how gangster is it to have an A&R from your record label fighting your battles on your behalf? I mean, that's your idea of sliding, I suppose? I mean, that's sliding in this day and age. I don't know.
Central Cee told her to do that,
I'm truly independent. I know that Central Cee kind of wanted to claim that independent streak for as long as he possibly could for his image. But I am truly independent. You know, I say whatever I want.
Why is bro dissing him for signing a $25 million deal for 2 albums, bro?
I know that a lot of people have been too scared to even talk about this documentary in the UK rap scene. People glaze Central Cee day
I think Trapper Ross made himself look worse, bro. Like, damn, bro.
But
you
they're
just
too
say
scared
not
to
one
even
good
talk about
thing,
the content
bro.
of this documentary. I
Yo,
suppose
this
this is
out-
dangerous and
oh my
harmful
God,
to
this
his image. And
documentary
all the
was
Central Cee
bad.
glazers that are really propping this guy up are just scared to even confront that. But I'm completely independent. I'll say whatever I want, whenever I want, about whoever I want. And I'm not scared. Like, I'm not actually scared of any of these guys.
You should
not scared of the label.
You should be, bro. You in the UK, bro. Anybody can get touched, bro. And you making hate videos on the biggest UK rapper, bro. If you don't think shit could get put on your head, bro, like, it's easy to fucking take out $100K and just distribute that to certain people. They're the wrong way if he did do it, but come on, bro. There's a lot of people that's smarter than that.
I'm not scared of anybody. I'll say exactly what I want. And that's why people like me. That's why people like my channel, because they come to me for the truth. They don't
the truth, but the unbiased truth.
Come to me for a watered down, embellished, made up. You know, I could have made Central Cee look like the biggest gangster in the world if I wanted to. There's enough
don't do that, but just don't fucking add your bias to it.
There to paint that picture if I want to be disingenuous about it. But I'm not going to do that because
I mean, he's from the UK, bro, so he doesn't make that much UK like videos. But this video right here is a hate video towards the biggest UK rapper to ever come out. And he basically said he didn't do anything. He's rapping a whole different lifestyle and made an AI video of fucking the fucking biggest rat mixed in with fucking Central Cee's face, bro. He's never done that with any other fucking UK rap video, any UK documentary, bro. So
because
God bless him.
What I do is authentic. And if you want to make fun of me for being a nerd, I don't pretend I'm anything I'm not. I could throw on a trap star, get a little face tat, have a little Amazon shank tucked into my waistband, but that's not who I am because I'm authentic to who I really am. I'm a nerd with glasses. My eyesight's awful. I have a weird haircut. My straight hair doesn't really sit the way that maybe, you know, the skin fade having cool dudes around town with the Nike Tech tracksuits might want to have. But I'm me, and I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable in my own skin. And
so that matters, man.
Yeah. That's kind of it. So, you know, gonna have a very big video coming on a very big American rapper very soon. Got a very interesting true crime story coming at you next. After
true
that,
crime.
it's gonna be crazy. So appreciate everybody tapping in. Trapmore Gang. I might do some more stuff on this channel if I can be bothered. Otherwise, I'll be cooking up a whole bunch of madness on the main channel. It's your boy, your number.
Damn, bro. This whole documentary, this video didn't have the case, bro.
If you want to see a
the Trapper Ross fall off gotta be studied, bro. This is crazy, bro. Like before, this was cool. This has so many wrong facts. This right here was... This shit right here, there's so much shit wrong with this. I ain't gonna lie, the Chicago shit is low-key cool. Does he say the same thing in almost every Chicago video in the intro? Basically. But this shit really ain't... Bro... This shit right here. He's talking about he's a hip-hop journalist, brother. What hip-hop did this have involved in, bro? There's obviously hip-hop rappers that went through probably this block or some shit that he went to, but still, bro, you just doing a hood vlog, bro, with gang members at that point. You're not focused on the hip-hop side of things. And that's what he's really, like, hasn't really highlighted in a lot of his videos, bro. It's just mostly just crime, and gang members and, you know, shit like that. feel like he's really like lost himself in like actually doing good documentaries. He's just painting narratives that aren't accurate, bro. Dang, 15 million, that's so crazy. Interesting.